In the modern landscape of the cyberspace, you need to get creative when it comes to promoting your brand or your product. And I want to introduce you to a lady who's on the front lines of innovation, a true pioneer, to promote her OnlyFans. Her name is Camilla, and she's been making headlines this week because of one very degenerate marketing strategy she had for her OnlyFans work. And every headline reporting this called her the girl from Mr. Beast's Squid Game, which was really baffling to me because I didn't recall there being like some kind of front and center superstar girl from the Mr. Beast Squid Games, so I looked into it, and apparently she had like a very brief appearance in that video, and a bunch of curious coomers looked her up praying she had an OnlyFans, and it kind of blew her up, and then eventually she answered all of their prayers by making the OnlyFans, and now her entire Instagram is dedicated to promotional material just for that. It's all her Instagram is. All she does is try and lead people to that content. A pretty interesting X-Men origin story for Camilla, and I can't help but notice some shades of familiarity between her story and mine. As all of you know, I was front and center of the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1 with my iconic performance as District 8 hospital helper, and that experience helped elevate and propel my presence online. Very similar to her start. However, our paths diverged, whereas she went to showing her butthole, I went to talking about butthole. So on the forked road, we went our separate ways. And now she's making some weird choices when it comes to how she promotes her OnlyFans. So the one that got her in a lot of hot water is this one.
How does it feel to have a sister that has an OF?
My friends always ask me if it's pink, but I don't really know what they mean by that.
NANI?
Do you know?
Jesus Christ. Click the link in my bio. I can't.
It should be pretty obvious why this was disturbing and upsetting for most people. She's using her brother, who is a child, to promote her OnlyFans content. That is some twisted shit. So she has him say that his friends tease him and ask if it's pink, which is talking about her vagina. So she feeds him that line to say, asking about her beef curtains, so that way she can pretend to be shocked that he said it. And of course this is all complete with the Zoomer editing stock sound effect package, so there's constant fucking sound effects and jingling keys going off on every single action, which is beyond annoying. But it's just so weird to use a kid, your own brother, to promote your OnlyFans, and then have him say something about your pussy. Or rather, his friends say something about your pussy. It's so gross. And she just keeps doing it too, diving deeper and deeper into this unhinged lunacy, using her family as her main method of OnlyFans promotion. So she's brought on her cousins, apparently her grandparents too, though that one, there's a bit of a conspiracy there and we'll get to it. And she's used her brother in another follow-up video once this one blew up, once again trying to capitalize off it.
So this tweet's going viral on Twitter right now, so I figured I'd call my brother and just check on him, see how he's doing. It's not looking too good, so.
Honestly, I don't even want to fucking hear from you anymore. I'm blowing up on Twitter.
Bro.
I'm fighting for my life on my group chat, and so I better see myself in Disneyland by tonight, alright? I fucking hate you.
Click the link in my bio so I can take him to Disney. Bro, is he like actually even...
I actually feel really bad for the kid here because I do think there absolutely is some level of bullying that's probably happened to him as a result of that video blowing up. And it's not like he wanted to be the marketing mascot for his sister's OnlyFans content. That's just her depraved idea. And she's doing it again here, double dipping with this awful fucking idea of using her brother for OnlyFans promotion. I don't know who could ever think it's a good idea to have a child advertise porn for them. Like, there's no way that's legal. That's probably like actually a crime. That's probably illegal. I don't know if she does like full nudity and like full porn or anything like that, but even still, that there's still no way that it's legal to have a child advertise potentially sexually explicit material. Like, there's just no way that that's allowed.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you since your, older cousin does OF?
One of my brother's older friends showed me a picture of something you posted.
NANI?
How did that make you feel?
Just awkward at the moment.
Do you still love me?
Yes.
Love you.
She does a couple of these interviews with her family about her doing OnlyFans. Like, hey, how weird's it been now that I'm out here doing OnlyFans, right? Like, isn't that kind of pretty wacky, huh? Any stories to tell? And they're like, well, yeah, I mean, some people make jokes about it and, you know, send some mean shit in a group chat. And she's like, oh, haha, but you still love me, right? And they're like, I mean, yeah, I guess. So I don't know why she thinks this is good advertising. It's just really uncomfortable. It's one thing to have a family that's totally supportive and okay with you doing that kind of content, and a totally different thing to bring them on camera and then ask them deep questions about OnlyFans and like, oh, well, what have you seen from my OnlyFans and what are people saying about my OnlyFans, you know, relative, huh? Like, that's just weird. It's super weird.
What's the craziest reaction you've gotten from your older cousin having an OF?
People send me things in my group chat, like TikToks.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like really awkward and weird.
Are you embarrassed?
I don't even know. It's just like when they send it, it's like, whatever.
Do you still love me?
Yeah.
I just don't understand why you'd ever want to not only ask your cousin these kind of questions, but then film it and then use it for marketing material for your OnlyFans. It just doesn't make sense. Why do you want them to talk about you being naked on OnlyFans? That's your cousin. I don't know. That is just really yucky. Like, this whole idea she's running with here about bringing all of her family into her OnlyFans ads is so fucked up.
What's the freakiest thing you guys have ever done?
Well, the Chevy was,
Grandma! Earl! Grandma, you used to get...
And now this is where the tinfoil hat's coming on. So she calls them grandma in the video, and the caption says grandma and grandpa. So we're led to believe these are her grandparents that she's doing this very goofy, uncomfortable interview with here about their sexual escapades, you know. Grandma, Grandpa, when's the last time you two steamed ham, huh? When was the last time you did a little bedroom rodeo? And then she's like, oh, you used to get down and dirty, Grandma? Oh my goodness, why I never. Heavens to Betsy. And yeah, that's goofy, cringy kind of stuff, but it's not nearly as weird as having them turn around and just start plugging your OnlyFans. But then things take like a very sinister, incestual turn.
You had 15 minutes with me, what would you do?
Always been curious what it'd be like to be with a woman.
You had 15 minutes with me, what would you do?
well, you know,
And then she also has one where she does kiss or slap game with Grandmammy. Old Meemaw, would you rather kiss or slap her granddaughter's ass? It's so fucked up. So, the conspiracy is, those aren't her real grandparents. They're just actors. And I think that's probably the case. I can't imagine she would just go into incest proudly like this. That would be truly off the rails. So I imagine that they're actors. Which then begs the question, why? Why do this? It's still so creepy. Now, I'm pretty sure those are actors, but I don't think her cousins were, and I don't think her brother is. Like, I don't think you'd be able to hire a child to promote your sexually explicit material. That would 100% be beyond illegal. Like, she would be thrown in jail for that shit, I imagine, like, on the spot. So that's probably her real family there, but then she used her grandparents to continue doing this family OnlyFans kind of push, which is... it's so weird. Why would you want your family pushing your OnlyFans? And then even bigger question, why would you want your child brother pushing your OnlyFans? This whole thing from Camilla is horrifying. It's so fucked up. It's so weird. So all of like the backlash she received isn't surprising, and she's still going. She's still doing this kind of shit. Like, these videos aren't that old at all. It's still continuously developing. Like, she is still engaged in this kind of content and these kind of marketing pushes. So yeah, I just wanted to share this with you because this is just a really creepy situation. If you grew up during the 90s or the early 2000s, there's an extremely high chance that you watched some of Dan Schneider's shows. It was like impossible to avoid him. It'd be like trying to dodge raindrops during a thunderstorm. Dan Schneider during this period was the king of children's television programs. He made some of the most influential productions like Drake and Josh, The Amanda Show, iCarly. His resume is just stacked with tons of shows that I imagine meant a lot to many of you growing up. And make no mistake, you meant a lot to the creator of these shows as well. Well, not so much you, but your feet certainly did. The creator of these shows is a monstrous foot fetishist, Dan Get in the Van Schneider. He is a vile, creepy, disgusting human being, and this has been known for years. However, a new docuseries just dropped really diving into this subject matter and putting a spotlight on it in a way that hasn't previously been explored. It's called Quiet on Set. Now, if you don't know what Dan looks like, here's a nice picture of him here. He looks like he was made in the Dragon's Dogma 2 character creator. And Dan Schneider has become the face of Quiet on Set. However, it actually explores more than that. It's like a whole deep look at all of the horrible things that were going on during these Nickelodeon productions. It's more than just Dan, but he obviously plays a central role here because he made these shows. He was the head honcho of most of this, and he was well aware of some of these terrible and downright criminal things that were going on behind the scenes on some of these shows. And the reason I mention the foot fetishism off rip here is because that was one of the first things that people really caught on to in the public eye. After Dan's glory days at Nickelodeon, people started to pick up on how odd it was that a lot of these children's shows had an emphasis on feet. Pretty frequently, it was a common thread throughout a lot of these shows, like feet humor and having these child actors and actresses displaying their feet. And in 2013, one of the shows Dan worked on, Sam and Cat, actually ran a competition where kids were supposed to submit pictures of their feet to them. Like, that's weird. No matter how you spin it, that's a really weird thing to request from your audience of children, to take pictures of their feet for you. That's just downright creepy and wrong. I can't believe that tweet is still up, by the way, over a decade later, and no one thought to delete that. That is impressive. But anyway, people started to pick up on Dan's fixation with stompers, and it seemed like his fetish was bleeding into his work, and he was having the children unknowingly participate in it by having them display their feet. That's what it seemed to a lot of people, so it was obviously very concerning, so people did more and more digging. They found more and more evidence of Dan being an awful piece of shit behind the scenes with a lot of shady things going on there, and it just led to this reputation that people for years have known that Dan blows loads to toes Schneider is not a good person. And now Quiet on the Set has released, and so much information has come out, not just about Dan, but about that entire Nickelodeon workplace around these child stars. Arguably the largest piece of new information that dropped during this docuseries was the sexual abuse of Drake Bell by someone named Brian Peck. So Brian Peck was a coach at Nickelodeon whom was sexually abusing Drake Bell, and he was actually convicted in 2004. He spent 16 months in the slammer, and then immediately upon release, landed a job with Disney. If that doesn't show just how rotten to the core this industry is, I don't know what will. There is deep-seated evil in Hollywood. He went to jail for lewd acts with a minor. He is a sex offender, a convicted sex offender, and he immediately got a Disney Channel job working on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody? What the fuck? That's mind-bogglingly evil. Like that's not just irresponsible, that's malicious. It's not like they just made some kind of mistake where they put a sex offender in a role where he works almost exclusively with children. It's not like they made a whoopsie-daisy, they just happened to overlook that he's a sex offender. They knew. They would have to know, and they still hired him for that role regardless. That's scary. That's terrifying. They're actively enabling a fucking sex offender to potentially prey on more children. Drake also described that when he went into court, Brian Peck had the support of some very powerful and familiar faces. There were 41 character letters written to the judge asking for leniency for Brian Peck. 41 letters of support from industry personnel that were trying to get a lighter sentence for Brian Peck, even knowing that he is guilty of the crimes for which he is about to face the punishment, asking for a more generous sentence. These weren't just 41 pieces of toilet paper with nonsensical scribblings on it from nobodies. These were 41 character letters that were submitted by industry personnel, some of whom were high up on the food chain, so these things carried weight. And they're advocating for someone who is guilty of sexually abusing a child. Holy shit. They just viewed it as not a big deal, I guess. Listen, Judge, I understand Brian Peck diddled a child. who at Nickelodeon hasn't? Are you really gonna throw him away or put him away and throw away the key for that? What about season 3 of Drake and Josh? What actually matters here? Let's think about that. Like, this is crazy to me. It almost stops being surprising learning that Brian Peck landed a job at Disney right after his 16 months in prison for this crime, because it seems like that entire industry just does not give a fuck about the safety of kids to begin with. So like I said, Quiet on Set isn't just about Dan Schneider and all of the awful things that he has done. It's about how awful that entire industry itself is. But once again, Dan Schneider does still play a large role in this docuseries, highlighting the bad workplace and environment that he would cultivate, the weird shit that would go on in like the writer's room and the way he'd treat some people, just a whole plethora of different bad stuff. And in response to all of this, Dan Schneider himself actually stepped out from the shadows, leaving his little gopher's hidey hole and addressing it head on in one of the most painfully scripted and staged apology video interviews I've ever seen.
Hey, it's Boogie. I played Tebow on Nickelodeon's iCarly. I got a chance to watch the Quiet on Set program, and I reached out to Dan to see if it was something that he'd be willing to discuss. I'm pleased to say that he said yes. Dan, how are you?
I'm okay.
The interview is not conducted by a professional. It's conducted by a former actor in one of Dan Schneider's shows, and he is not equipped to handle something like this. This is the biggest load of baloney. Like, this is just some straight up fucking malarkey. There is no pushback from Boogie on anything in this interview at all. It's just strategic softballs designed to give Dan Schneider some kind of sympathetic PR win here, where he comes out of this looking better, where he comes out of this like not the bad guy. It's so deplorable that they'd even try something like this with a straight face. I think it is extremely transparent what this is, and I'm happy to say pretty much everyone saw straight through this. This did not give Dan Schneider the dunk I think he was expecting it to. This did not make him look any better in the public's eye. It actually just made it look even more sinister that he was able to, it seems, pre-prepare this interview to mitigate the potential fallout from the docuseries airing.
Let's talk about the massages.
Okay.
Watching the content yesterday, it was disturbing.
It was wrong. It was wrong that I ever put anybody in that position. It was the wrong thing to do. I'd never do it today. I'm embarrassed that I did it then. I apologize to anybody that I ever put in that situation.
Dan, talk to me about the writer's room. From what I saw, not cool.
No, and I don't mean to cut you off, but if I can cut right to the chase, let me just say, no writer should ever feel uncomfortable in any writer's room, ever, period, the end, no excuses.
It starts with what's supposed to be this moment of taking accountability. Dan Schneider is just point blank apologizing and, holding himself accountable for the sins of the past type vibe. Except he's really not. Like, these aren't things that you just, hand wave away with, a simple apology. A lot of what was reported is, unforgivable bad shit. There's really no way of apologizing for the things that Dan Schneider has done and also been accused of. So it's just, it feels so fucking insincere. And Dan Schneider got away with it, and it seems will continue to get away with it. So he loses nothing by doing something like this, which just makes it frustrating to see him parade around pretending like he cares now all of a sudden. It's extremely easy for him to just be like, oh yeah, that was bad. I feel bad for that. Oh, what a regret. Yep, not good. It's just, I would have liked if the interviewer was someone that would legitimately dive into a lot of these things and actually press him on a lot of these things. This interview never even addresses the things that people want to hear from Dan on, such as the sexualization of the children in those shows. Even outside of all the foot stuff, Dan included some very inappropriate things in his programs, such as Ariana Grande milking a potato, and then another scene with her getting splashed with water and shit. All of it was very unacceptable and seems to sexualize the child actors and actresses in his productions, and that was never even brought up in this interview. So this interview it doesn't have any real substance to it. It is legitimately just a scripted PR play from Dan
I cut it. I want my shows to be popular. I want everyone to like. The more people who like the shows, the happier I am.
Yeah.
So if there's anything in a show that needs to be cut because it's upsetting somebody, let's cut it.
So I think it's big for you to say with your work, if it's viewed as that today, you don't have a problem.
Cut it. Cut it.
I mean, that's a solution.
The last thing I want to ever do is put any content in a show that's going to upset my audience and make them want to turn off the TV. Why would I ever want to do that?
That makes sense.
This is him addressing a question that Boogie asked about, like, inappropriate jokes in there without getting too deep into the weeds, just a broad subject of some of these jokes have aged poorly and people look at them as inappropriate for a child audience. How do you respond? The most softball way of asking this question, mind you, and his response was, cut it. Just get rid of it. I don't want it in the show. If it's aged bad and it makes people uncomfortable or, you know, this and that, cut it. And Boogie's like patting him on the back for it, like, oh my goodness, wow. That's so benevolent. What a great solution. Yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck? It's so easy for him to say that now, but it doesn't take away the fact that you filmed it. If you cut Ariana Grande milking a potato type shit, if you cut some of the foot stuff that you included in there, it doesn't change the fact that you still had the child actors and actresses doing that shit and were sexualizing them. It still happened. That's still bad. Cutting it from the final product doesn't erase what you did. It's so frustrating that there's no pushback on any of this in the interview. He just gets to let him say his piece and then get applause for it. It's so stupid.
And when Drake and I talked and he told me what had happened, I was more devastated by that than anything that ever happened to me in my career thus far. 41 of those people wrote letters for Peck, character letters, praising him for who he was and asking for leniency, and they knew that he was guilty. They knew he had confessed to some degree, and they still did this. But Drake's mom, a lovely woman who I stay in contact with this day, she came to me at the time and she said, would you help me with my speech for the judge? And I said, of course. And I did.
Dan Schneider's fishing for the Nickelodeon's Kid Choice Award for the best fake crying. It feels super forced and super insincere. Him tearing up while talking about this story. This is him talking about the Drake and Brian Peck case, where he mentions 41 people wrote those letters and it baffled him. And then Drake's mom actually asked him to help her write her piece, which he did. And that leads me to a question of, if you knew all this, why didn't you back up Drake Bell? The way it's described, Brian Peck had all of these people in his corner, but Drake really only had his mom and his brother. Why weren't you more involved then? Like, I imagine that could have been extraordinarily helpful. But regardless, this interview doesn't do anything to change my perception of Dan Schneider, or anyone else's, really, I imagine, because it's still nothing. This isn't really an interview, it's just a PR piece, disguised as an interview. It's just more despicable garbage here. But yeah, anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. Again, the docuseries is called Quiet on Set. I'm talking about Boogie again, the internet's favorite clown. Everyone is lining up to throw the baseball at the target to dunk this goober into the water tank, and I can't resist. It's actually unbelievable how he continues to find new, deplorable ways to sink deeper into degeneracy and dig himself even deeper holes. I am blown away by his ability to constantly embarrass himself. I don't know what kind of kink this is, but it goes beyond humiliation at this point. So buckle your seatbelt, I'm gonna deliver a high-speed Boogie breakdown here for what happened last night. So, Boogie has maintained for a while that he has cancer, and a lot of his reasoning behind his most recent cryptocurrency scam was that he needed the money for his medical treatments with his cancer. And last night, that diagnosis was challenged with people directly confronting about the authenticity of his claims because there were some inconsistencies and some shady things with what Boogie was saying about it. I believe the catalyst behind this whole conversation was Destiny, who spearheaded the questions that he had about Boogie's diagnosis, and it led to, directly talking with him about it, which then led to more and more people coming in to talk to Boogie about it. And for those that don't know, Boogie2988 is a pathological liar. He cannot help himself. Just like a pile of dog shit can't help but smell like poop, Boogie can't help but lie, even about the most trivial things ever. He used to tell fibs about games and like what games he was playing and finishing and why he needed to buy games to review them only to never review the games. Like, I'm surprised he didn't start weighing in on the Elden Ring DLC being too hard, saying some shit like, oh, well, yeah, so the Elden Ring DLC was quite simple for me, really. I kind of first tried every single boss. My favorite boss was Rudonius of the Hidden Leaf Village, obviously. Like, he just lies, and he can't help but continue to lie anytime he sees an opportunity for it, especially if it could potentially lead to some level of sympathy. Oh, yes, I've experienced racism. Me, Boogie2988, as you know, I'm a full-blooded Atlantean, and I recall when Plato came to our hidden continent and sunk it himself because he didn't like the color of our skin. Like, he is just a liar, is the point I'm trying to make here. An outrageous one at that. So, with some of the things he was saying, people started to question whether or not he really did have cancer, so they confronted him directly on a podcast, and throughout the 3 or so hours that he was on the podcast there, he chose the worst possible dialogue options every single time, and it eventually culminated with him getting naked.
So, your shred of privacy is this, but not being naked on film, not talking about fucking whores.
Yeah, I'll get naked right now. I'll get naked right now.
Take it off. Let's do it.
A pretty interesting strategy here to get nude, just strip down to your birthday suit. Boogie's playing chess, the rest of us are playing checkers. Lying about having cancer takes a very special kind of scumbag. It's not unheard of on the internet, there's plenty of famous cases of people doing that, but to come in and question Boogie on it, like, you've got to have your ducks in a row. And Boogie, when defending himself, refused to show even a single shred of evidence to push back against the claims, and the claims had more evidence than Boogie did about his diagnosis. And it eventually reached the point where people were begging him to just show, like, a fucking single molecule that would somehow lend any credence to Boogie's claims, and he just refused. There was I think it was an $80,000 bounty. Like, multiple YouTubers came in and offered thousands upon thousands of dollars to Boogie, up to $80,000, to just show a piece of his medical record to a trusted third party, so that way they could verify it, that he really does have cancer like he claims he does, and he refused. Which is very weird, considering Boogie just scammed his audience for $10,000 talking about how desperate he was for money because of his medical bills and everything. So he'll scam his audience for $10,000, but he won't just briefly show a little piece of his medical record here for 80 grand, 80,000 clams? That just doesn't add up. Because he's talking about how it's like the last bastion of privacy he has, which doesn't make any sense because Boogie has never given a fuck about privacy. Every single aspect of his life, he has pushed into the public eye that people have to just like have their fucking retinas burned out against their will because Boogie is shoving every aspect of his personal life down their throat. Yet this is the one thing he wants privacy on, even though he himself was the first one to ever talk about it. It just doesn't make sense. So it's definitely not looking good for Boogie after this. He's since deactivated his Twitter account and everything, which probably is only temporary. He's addicted to Twitter. It's like a heroin addict. Like, I imagine he's going to go back to the needle here to Twitter. But for now, it's looking like his ham got steamed on this podcast. It doesn't look good here. Of course, it hasn't been 100% definitively proven that he's lying about his diagnosis or anything like that, but the whole situation around it is very weird for sure. And I just want to show you a little bit from it. Now, a buddy of mine, whom I'm sure all of you have heard me talk about in the past, Jackson Clark, that's a name that lives in infamy in the mind of Boogie. Jackson Clark is Boogie's boogeyman. He mentioned Jackson so many times unprompted in this podcast that the other hosts were left stunned, wondering who the fuck is Jackson? Because Jackson has, for a long time now, been pushing back against a lot of what Boogie has said and done to his audience. And Jackson, a while back, did talk about the diagnosis on Twitter, and it has, I guess, weighed heavy on the psyche of Boogie.
Yeah, I'm never showing any of these motherfuckers my medical paper. Go fuck yourself. I said that 2 years ago, and I'm staying by it now. Destiny, Jackson Clark, Keemstar, you can see it when I fucking die. It's my fucking goddamn medical record.
I don't know why Jackson Clark was on the tip of his tongue there in the middle of this panel. But wow, that's so big. Hold on, I gotta send that to Jackson. Jackson's gonna have a big old smile and a big old wet spot in his trousers for it. That's big. It was Destiny who put up 5K and Muda put up 50K. Oh wow. Yeah, it's not like Boogie to turn down free money like that. He just scammed his audience for $10,000, which in this podcast he openly admits to. I think it was who was it? Like, I think it was Nicholas Diorio. Nicholas Diorio at the very end came in and he's like, "What do you mean morals? You scammed your audience for 10K." And Boogie goes, "Yeah, but this is different." He's like, "This is two separate things."
Because I'm insisting on it because I'm hoping they're wrong.
No, wait. Why would you have to insist on a biopsy if you can confirm?
But this is basically the whole podcast where they are picking apart Boogie's story and just begging and even trying to offer him tons of money to prove that he actually has what he says he has. Where does he mention more Jackson, though?
Goddamn medical records. And I don't want one of you motherfuckers feeling sorry for me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you do.
Okay?
As
You
Mike
can
just
hate me
got
as much
quiet.
as you fucking want. But I'm taking one goddamn thing with me. And this is a decision I made when Jackson Clark demanded this shit 2 fucking years ago. And it's
Turn
a
your mic
decision
up.
I'm fucking sticking to here 2
I
years
don't know who
later.
Jackson Clark is.
I don't even know if I'm getting...
That's incredible! Jackson Clark, he did it again! First and last name! He's doing it! He's doing it! That's so huge. And now he looks like a pioneer for being the first to request the Panama Papers on Boogie here. And then 2:43 on the dot, Jackson mentioned again. Is it like a Where's Waldo game? Alright, so 2:43 mentioned again.
Getting his name right. It's fucking Moist Critical's butt buddy. I don't fucking know.
Why do you keep
They do
calling
a
him
podcast
Jackson
together.
Clark?
I don't
Oh wait, he's getting name dropped again!
know his real name. What is it?
What do you mean you don't know his real name? You've said it 4 times. Jackson Clark. You think that's an alias? A first and last name alias? His real name's fucking Steve Cheeseburger? And why you pretend you don't know his real name? You tweet about him every now and then after blocking him so he can't fight back. That's his pseudonym. He's using it like J.K. Rowling.
I'm gonna let him have
the
right?
win.
I'd
I'm gonna let him
break
have
some
the win.
type of law.
I'm gonna let him
HIPAA
have
laws,
the win.
yeah.
I'm gonna let him have the win.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why are you letting him have the win?
Because as I said to Jackson Clark 2 years ago, or at least said about it.
Clark.
Yeah, I am not sharing my medical records. I'm not sharing this with the internet. This is for me. I'm good.
How much money did Jackson Clark get you to fucking say his name?
There is
Yeah, I know, right?
On this stream.
I don't know.
Great advertising, yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's good
Jackson
for
Clark.
Penguinz0, Jackson Clark, Penguinz0, Jackson Clark. Check it out. Buy Fattycoin. There.
That's, honestly, put that on the back of the DVD box. That is so fucking flames. Hold on, I'm telling Jackson timestamps. Get Jackson on stream. He's sleeping right now. It's Australia. He's not up yet. He actually hates you too. He does. He absolutely does. 100%. But he hates everyone that doesn't immediately fall in line and agree with him. What's crazy is he doesn't hate Keemstar, who literally invited him over to his house on the 4th of July just to throw ice cubes at him and bully him. But he hates everybody else. Literally everybody else. It's so odd. It's super weird. I don't know why he hates me and Jackson so much more than everyone else. I genuinely do not. I have talked about Boogie twice. Once with his crypto scam and once with the documentary that dropped where he talked about how his life fell apart from buying hookers and everything and still had a crazy ego about how he deserves to fuck tens and all kinds of heinous shit. Those are the only 2 times I talked about him. And comparatively to everyone else, I don't even think I was that mean. I gave him legitimate advice about maybe instead of scamming your audience, you should just keep making YouTube videos. He averages 20k views per video. If you just make a video a day at that average, he would be able to support himself with at least $10,000 a month. Easy. Bare minimum. Like, I feel like, honestly, it was pretty reasonable. But maybe he doesn't like to hear that. He'd rather people throw ice cubes at him in person. I don't know. I really don't know. You guys did make fun of him in the documentary for like an entire podcast episode. Yeah, constructively. Like, if you're going through all these health problems, maybe don't start every day with a Mountain Dew after you take off your fucking CPAP machine. Like, that's constructive. I think. Like, instead of a Mountain Dew, anything else. And maybe just doing fucking acid in the middle of the forest with a fucking shaman is not going to be the therapist you need. I know, yeah, I know. They brought in everyone for this one. It's certainly not looking like Boogie was telling the truth, shockingly. But who knows? Maybe for some reason he really is refusing like $80,000 in order to keep this last bastion of privacy, which isn't really private considering he was the one that talked about it first. Watched all 4 hours. He doesn't hate you and Jackson. He thinks Jackson Clark is your real name and Charles White is one of your internet aliases. No, that's not true. He knows we're separate people. Now you're just making shit up, but I love that. I love that idea. Jackson Clark is my Australian alter. So a couple of quick things. I have made 2 videos on Boogie ever, but he has become a pretty common topic on the podcast where we talk about some of his more recent shenanigans. So maybe that's where he's hearing a lot of it from, because in videos it's only been 2 from me, and on the podcast it's not just me, it's everyone kind of just going over like the Boogie recap on what he's doing right now and why he probably shouldn't be doing what he's doing right now and how he can do things that are better than that. Like maybe that's where he's seeing a lot of it from, where he gets this idea that I'm always, shitting on him or whatever. And the other thing I actually want to dive into a little bit is where I briefly mentioned that if Boogie would just make a video a day, or at least increase the frequency in which he creates content, he would be able to support himself. And he wouldn't need to resort to scams or lies or these elaborate ruses to try and squeeze milk from a stone here and shake down the last remaining audience he has for their lunch money. He could just support himself through what he used to do, which was make content. Yes, he lost most of his audience once they started to take a peek behind the mask, the facade that he put up, then they noticed that he's like the goddamn Babadook, right? He's a monster. But his channel was so big that even losing the majority of his audience still leaves him with a very sizable audience left. That's bigger than like 99% of other channels on the platform already. And averaging between 20 to 30,000 views per video is sustainable. I have another channel, and I've talked about it a couple of times, called Skill Check. And this is for all of the nerdy shit that I love to do. It's pretty niche. So Dungeons and Dragons and trading card games. Right now, mainly Magic the Gathering Commander, but we're branching into more Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece TCG content. I have a huge passion for this shit. And the average views on the videos for that channel is right around 30 to 40,000-ish. Sometimes they pop off like the Commander game with Wubby or the Shot Caller Commander game, but the average is between like 30 to 40,000 across the whole channel. And I'm going to just give you a peek behind the old analytics here. This is what the channel generates. Off 2.1 million views per month, it makes over $7,000 per month. Now let's compare that to Boogie's channel. Boogie, even when not creating content, his channel basically just gathers fucking cobwebs because he doesn't want to put any work in and make stuff. Even with that in mind, his channel still makes almost 1 million views per month. Now imagine if he would just post more frequently. He could easily fucking support himself through AdSense. He could. No matter what lie he tries to feed you about how that's not possible, no one wants to watch him, his average says otherwise. He just doesn't want to do it. He's looking for the easier paydays, like taking $10,000 up front to pump a fucking crypto scam. If it is true that Boogie is lying about all of this, that'll just be yet another unbelievably low thing that Boogie has done throughout his career. And he has made a career out of doing some of the lowest shit the platform's ever seen. So again, it hasn't been 100% confirmed that he's lied about this. So maybe he is telling the truth. Maybe he's got stick it to the man neosis. Like it's just all a very odd set of circumstances with the way all of this is unfolding here. And I just had to talk about it a little bit because, man, I mean, Jackson Clark, he got mentioned so many times here, and this is just such a fucking weird story. That's really about it. See ya. As I was rendering the video here, some new lore just dropped, a little update to this case. Keemstar made a tweet kind of talking about some things behind the scenes. Now, he's like the Boogie whisperer. Boogie tells him everything, I guess. So, I think probably best to wait for Boogie to confirm all of this, but I'll at least put this here for the sake of covering everything that's come out here. According to Keem's tweet, Boogie went on steroids that could cause cancer in the blood, and then 2 years ago, after he lost his money in crypto, went to the doctor, said he had high red blood cells, indicating he may have it. And before he got any confirmation, he made a YouTube video announcing it, and then for 2 years has been telling people he has it to use it for sympathy, and he never actually got confirmation, but now apparently he's scheduled to go see whether or not he has it. So that's the most recent update there, and it doesn't come directly from Boogie, so I guess we might have to wait to see what he says about it, even though Boogie himself isn't really a reliable narrator since he lies about everything ever. But again, there is no 100% confirmation on whether or not he's lying about this or anything, but it is certainly very... Today I got to thinking about a classic Dr. Phil weirdo that went on to his show. This was back during the era of Dr. Phil being a bit of a kingmaker for social media superstars, most notably Danielle Bregoli, who got her start by going on Dr. Phil with the Cash Me Outside stuff. And for a little while we saw a flood of this. It became quite the hype train to go on Dr. Phil, to act as over the top as possible to try and make a career out of it. Most of the time it felt very phony baloney where the individual was just putting on a song and a dance to try and get some kind of social media career out of it, and Dr. Phil was just the helpful lightning rod saying insightful things like, "Hey, come on now, that's not good. Have you ever heard of Farmville?" when he's plugging his mobile game ads. But there was one goofball in particular who, back in 2017, kind of took the internet by storm for a moment. His name was the Sexy Vegan. At the time, I assumed this was just a load of horseradish with another person going on his show to try and squeeze some juice out of his teats, get some followers out of the appearance and the performance, and wasn't genuine. But it was entertaining, and today I started thinking about it again, so I went and rewatched the episode and decided to check in to see what the Sexy Vegan is up to all these years later. Well, it turns out I was a naive fool back then, because the Sexy Vegan is realer than the freckle on my left butt cheek. The guy is actually off his gourd. So I'm going to show you clips from the episode here in a moment if you don't remember who he is. It actually is just a wild appearance, but he got arrested in 2019 for sexually assaulting a pit bull. Apparently, he had recorded an act, basically bestiality, with a pit bull and got in trouble for it, obviously, and then announced his presidency in like 2020, and even today, well, I guess a couple months ago to be exact, is still trying to lobby as a presidential candidate and still doing the exact same shit that he went on Dr. Phil for. Like, actually doing all of it, from what I can tell. So let's go ahead and see the episode to get you all caught up to speed with the Sexy Vegan.
Susan says in August of 2016, Hans legally changed his name to Sexy Vegan.
I didn't even know you could do that. It's a real-life McLovin situation here. I know people have changed their names to really silly, ridiculous things in the past, but I thought there were certain guidelines that you had to play by, and I thought something like this would be prohibited. Like, no, sir, you can't change your name to this. Get out of our office. And then they spit on you on your way out or something. Because I know you can't change your name to a slur or anything like that, right? So I just assumed Sexy Vegan would also fall into the category of being like an obscenity that they wouldn't legally allow you to change your name to. So when this first aired, I thought that was a huge red flag that it was all fake. Like, just all bogus. But, from what I can tell, it really is his name.
And now he walks the streets wearing nothing but a Speedo, carries a full-length mirror wherever he goes. Susan says her son tattooed Sexy Vegan on his forehead, has been arrested 15 times, and refuses to get a job because he's, quote, too talented and beautiful for a 9-to-5.
That pretty much sums up Sexy Vegan in a nutshell here. So Dr. Phil lays out the lore for you with the cliff notes. He then brings on people closest to Mr. Sexy, and they kind of go through like the effect that it's had on their family and all of that, and how desperately they want it to not be the case. The audience can't help but laugh at him because he has fundamentally turned himself into a clown. He is disruptive in society and tries to get all eyes on him all the time, and people can't help but giggle at the absurdity of him and what he's doing. He actually does travel with a full-body mirror, like he's some kind of character out of an MMO, and the mirror is like his special weapon that he can't leave the house without. He actually does that, apparently. It wasn't just for show on Dr. Phil, which blows my mind.
My name is Sexy Vegan. I got my name legally changed to Sexy Vegan. Hans no longer fits me. When people see the tattoos, they're shocked. I'm a strict vegan. I once was down to 1.3% body fat. The beautiful vegan messiah.
So another thing that jumped out at me when I first watched that was the tattoos looking really cartoonish. It looks like he puts them on his face with marker every morning as opposed to being legitimate tattoos. But again, I was wrong. A victim of my own hubris, thinking I knew tattoos just because I get some. They're real. Those are actual tattoos. I don't know exactly why he'd get just the word vegan tattooed on himself so much, unless he was really trying to take a page out of Suicide Squad Joker's playbook with like ha 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 written all over him. I don't really get it. If you want to have vegan tattooed on your body, why not choose a better font as opposed to fucking Comic Sans or the bubble letters here?
When I go out, everyone stares at me because I wear a Speedo-esque outfit and I'm exotic like a Lamborghini SV. I love walking around in my Speedos because putting clothes on is like putting a tarp over a Lamborghini, which makes no sense, and I get for that all the time. When I go into a grocery store, I'm followed around by the security, which is so annoying.
If that's annoying, then just put on some goddamn clothes. It's the simplest solution of all time. Just tarp up the Lamborghini during the rainstorm, right? And that rainstorm is called shopping and being in public and having some decency. It's not that difficult. It's making a mountain out of a molehill here. It takes 2 seconds to just put on some clothes.
I'm drop dead gorgeous and a great singer-dancer. I can make it on my talents. I have several YouTube videos. I see myself in 5 to 20 years getting my own reality show, segueing that into a high-ranking government position, either first American king or president.
I cut out a good chunk of his monologue here. He very much dislikes his mother, who seems extremely sweet based on what I've seen. Like, she pays for all of his legal fees. He leeches off her money because his mother has $11 million as an inheritance, so he does come from money, and he tries to suck as much of that out as he can. He refuses to get a job because he thinks he's far too talented for it, and believes that he will pop off because of his talent, his God-given abilities, and eventually land a reality TV show which he will then use to get a position in the government. And with that whole speech he gave right there, back when I first saw it, I was convinced that it was pretty obvious this guy wasn't being serious. It was all just to promote his YouTube channel and his Instagram. I still think that was the primary objective here, but it seems like he really is convinced of this. It seems he may legitimately be delusional, because he is still doing this today, from what I can tell on his social media platforms, which is wild.
You're an enabler, but you can't help it.
Yeah.
Why are we here then? What do you want me to? You want me to help it? What do you want me to do?
I just had to slide this clip in here from the episode. Fucking Dr. Phil hitting her with the, well, what do you want me to do about it? What am I supposed to do about it? What do you want me to do about it? Like, he looked offended. Like, I almost expected him to, like, jump out of his chair and lunge at her. What do you want me to do about it, huh? Like, what do you mean? Like, why are you confused? Obviously, she wants you to help in some capacity. You've convinced an entire generation of Americans that you are extremely effective at solving family disputes and things that like this that she is taking to you and putting on your plate. Obviously, she wants you to do something to help her. Well, why are you acting this way?
Maybe he'll come out and talk to us. Maybe he won't. I really don't care one way or the other. This train is moving on. If he jumps on board, he does. If he doesn't, we're moving on. We'll be right back.
The way Dr. Phil handles his show is always so fascinating to me. How anyone ever bought into the idea that this guy is somehow the authority on matters like this, or solving problems, really, to be, like, more broad. He treats his show like it's all such a burden to him, like it's all just such a nuisance. Everyone that comes on, he treats like a pest, from what I've seen. So here he's like, maybe he comes out, maybe he doesn't. I don't care. We're gonna get this show on the road. Maybe he hops aboard, maybe he doesn't. What do you want me to do about it? What am I supposed to do about it? Who gives a fuck? Right in front of this family here, like right in front of them, like to their face, like come on, like it's ridiculous. Now, of course, I'm sure the family did receive some kind of compensation for appearing on the show. I don't exactly know how the formula works. Maybe they get paid to just appear, so it probably isn't the biggest deal in the world. Maybe they weren't super upset about it or anything, but it's just so weird to me, because so many people, when I was growing up, really thought Dr. Phil was basically like a saint, and really insightful and helpful. But every time I've ever watched him, even when I was young, I was just confused on why anyone ever thought that. Like, he doesn't seem like he does anything besides just be bored by the people's stories.
My image is very important to me. I look at my collection of mirrors all the time to study myself and my beauty. When I dance in front of the mirror, I can create a really striking image. Skinny with a big butt, I got junk in my trunk, but I'm keeping it. The mirrors go with me wherever I go, because I want to know what I look like.
To be honest, that little jingle that he dropped right there, skinny with a big butt, junk in the trunk, but I'm keeping it, I actually think was ahead of its time. That would probably do really well in today's modern landscape of pop music, like with TikTok blowing shit up. He probably would have done really well in 2024 if he dropped that jam. But here's him explaining why he carries around a mirror so he can constantly be reminded of his beauty.
People say that I'm narcissistic because I carry on a mirror wherever I go, but I don't care because I'm not, because I have empathy. And I'm currently banned from the Beverly Hills Library for bringing the mirror in, but I'm looking to get that resolved.
Well, there you have it. Checkmate. He can't be narcissistic because he has empathy. And he's also been banned from that library. I don't know if it ever got resolved. I couldn't find a follow-up to it, so I guess that's for only Sexy Vegan, the librarian god, to know if that ever got overturned.
I am the beautiful vegan messiah.
Get you that water, okay?
It's a song. I didn't say I was, and she knows it. I was just like my dad, okay? 10 luxury cars. My dad told me I had the same name as him until I legally changed it. My mom did not bail me out of jail when she knew I was innocent. I'm liberating over 70 billion pigs in cages so small they cannot move for years, okay?
There's a lot happening right now. Let's just take a breather together and process, let it digest for a moment. He comes out guns blazing. He comes out with some steam here. You can see the security's like, hey, come on, we'll get you some water. And that water's not coming. That water would do nothing to stop this here. This fire is burning, and it's burning bright. So he comes out and he's got a lot of scrambled thoughts here that he's trying to convey, and it's hard to keep track of them. So I believe the beautiful vegan messiah is like his catchphrase or his song, I suppose, like his theme song, perhaps like a WWE entrance or something. Maybe he was expecting pyrotechnics to go off when he walked in. Not entirely sure.
I work. My mom's a sociopathic piece of I have the highest score in Hot or Not history. I got 9.9 out of 10 after 327 women rated me. Let's see your talent.
I love that line right there. Let's see your talent. It reminds me of that amazing trumpet fight video from like 5 or 6 years ago, where the guy's melting down about a trumpet player in public, and then he goes, in 1975, I walked Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you? You no talent piece of shit. Oh, God. Oh, that's what I get for invoking the wrath of the trumpet player. Whoa. Okay. Point is, great line. So, I don't know about the whole hot or not pop quiz right there with the trivia. I don't know if that's true or not. Weird thing to be flexing about, too, as he's moonwalking onto stage. Like, hey, I have the highest score in hot or not history with 300-something women saying I'm good looking, I'm super hot. Sounds entirely made up, but I have no way of fact-checking that. I'm just going to assume he pulled it out of his ass. That was some of the junk in the trunk. Just this lie.
Let's see your talent, you ugly piece of
Okay, stop. Hey, look at me.
Let's
look
see
at
your
me.
talent.
No, hey. No, you need to look at me.
I don't have to do
Okay, take him out. Security, get him out of here.
Thank God. Thank God.
No.
An incredible finale. I like when he gets up to Dr. Phil, he hits him with like 3 little pumps right here. He just gets him with like a triple tap. Then it's right back to moonwalking. He's just spamming Fortnite emotes here while just saying that they don't have talent and that they're ugly pieces of shit. And then Dr. Phil finally says, enough is enough. No more fooling around. Get him out of here. So then he leaves. Security gets him. I appreciate the audience here, though. Like, there's some boos, and then there's a couple of claps. I'd love to know what they were clapping for, because I wonder if they're clapping like, yeah, Dr. Phil, you got him. The security got him out of here. Thanks for that. Or if they're clapping because, yeah, that was a great performance, sexy vegan. I imagine it's probably the former, but I like to play with the fanfic that it's the latter. Like, there was a couple sexy vegan fans in there. They're like, yeah, sexy vegan, yeah.
You're not going to come out here and use that kind of language in front of my audience. And audience, I apologize. That is childish and immature behavior. And
Now I get to leave.
yes, you do.
No.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
That's pretty much where it ends. Now, like I said, when I first saw this, I really thought it was just another one of those moments where someone goes on there, does something really dramatic like this to try and get some attention to their social media presence, because he does plug it a couple of times, really. He mentions it throughout the episode, like in his intro and stuff. But upon further inspection, looking it up fucking 7 years later, he really does just act like this. This is his real, genuine behavior from what I can tell. With all of the charges that he's accrued over his life, as well as how he continues to post on his social media, I'm pretty confident in saying that this was actually just him being him. So yeah, I just wanted to revisit this moment here because it's probably like the weirdest guest Dr. Phil has had on in terms of how everything played out on the episode. So yeah, coming right out of the gate, no jokes, no memes. What's happening with Russia and Ukraine is absolutely terrifying. It's super scary shit, and my heart goes out to anyone affected by it. I know thoughts and prayers aren't exactly useful. You can't do anything with it except wipe your ass with it, but it's about all I can do. I really am wishing the best for anyone affected by the situation. Now, with all that being said, Twitter has somehow once again done what it does best and deliver the absolute worst possible takes and memes on the situation. And Twitter checkmarks in particular somehow always try and make themselves the center of whatever the story is. So today there was a lady who made a slam poem to Vladimir Putin about if she was his mother, maybe then everything would be okay. And it is one of the most bafflingly awful things I've ever seen on Twitter, which is a statement I do not make lightly. It's up there, it's definitely beyond, in fact, the Gal Gadot thing, where she had all the celebrities singing. This is so much worse than that. So, you know, maybe it'll work though. You know, maybe Vladimir Putin will see her slam poem and be like, fuck, you know, she's right. Hey, call it off, we're done here, boys. I got a new mommy now.
Dear President Vladimir Putin, I'm so sorry that I was not your mother. If I was your mother, you would have been so loved, held in the arms of joyous light. Never would the stories plight the world unfurled before our eyes, a pure demise of nations sitting peaceful under a night sky. If I was your mother, the world would have been warm.
It's like the ending to 8 Mile if it was dog shit. I didn't even know slam poetry still existed. I thought slam poetry was like outlawed a few years ago, that it's a criminal offense, because most slam poetry is just insufferable. And for some reason she thought this was a good idea or something positive when it's really not. This is textbook narcissism and main character syndrome. You know, like those tough guys who are like, yeah, if only I was around during 9/11, I would have stopped the hijacking of the planes. I would have just beat the shit out of them. Would have even given him a swirly in the bathroom before finally killing him and saving the day. It has that kind of energy. If only I was Vladimir Putin's mom, none of this would have happened. And then like apologizing for not being his mom, it's fucking apology accepted. I can't believe you, selfish harpy. How could you not be his mother? Oh my god, it's like you don't care at all. I also love how when I was recording this, you can see her getting ratioed in real time. You are actually watching a biblical smackdown of L plus ratio unfold throughout the video. The quote tweets just keep rising.
So much laughter and joy, and nothing would harm. I can't imagine the stain, the soul-stealing pain that the little boy you must have seen and believed, and the formulation of thought quickly taught that you lived in a cruel, unjust world. Is this why you now decide no one will get the best of you?
Hooey! You smell that? Smells like cooked ass up in here. She just roasted him. She was in his head. Fucking read him like a book. Spread Putin's cheeks wide open. That's called a psychoanalysis, dummy. Putin just got sat down right now. This is just... I can't even imagine the mindset she must have had when making this. To think that somehow this would be helpful or viewed as a good thing. It's so tone deaf. You know, I could have saved the day if I was just Vladimir Putin's mom, if he had just suckled on my titty when he was a baby. My positive milk would have infiltrated into his little body and he would have come out to this absolute angel of a person instead of what we had today. And I'm sorry that I wasn't your mom. Fucking wild. It worked. The slam poem was so powerful. I just got word Russia is no longer invading Ukraine. She did it. She saved the day. Thank you. Like, I just have to wonder what she was expecting. Like, they just raised the white flag or like a, oopsie. Now that we've heard this poem, I think we're done.
Is this why you do not hide nor away shy from taking back the world? Was it because so early in life, all that strife racked your little body with fear? If I was your mother, if the world was cold, I'd have died to make you warm. I'd have died to protect you from the unjust, the violence, the terror, the uncertainty. I would have died to give you life.
Oh, what are you even talking about? Be careful, she's a hero. She's really going in here. She's going fucking sicko mode now. Getting real wacky here. I don't understand at all why she would make this and why it's so long. It's like 2 minutes and 30 seconds of pure fucking nonsense.
Oh, dear Mr. President Putin, if only I'd been your mother. Perhaps the torture of unwrit youth would not within your heart imbue ascription to such fealty against that world that you thought was so cruel. Perhaps you would hold dear human life, and on this night, instead of Mother Russia, you would call me, and I would set your mind quite free with the love that only a mother can give, and only a mother can take away.
Hey, thanks. It sucks. Behold, the raid boss of mothers. This is just more useless than a petition, honestly. Again, this is just another in the many attempts from celebrities to try and make any kind of awful situation something that they can benefit from. They view everything, no matter how horrible, as an opportunity for growth or just general attention, which she's getting.
Towards the awareness of what a powerful being of light you could be if your mind was only free from the violence you've seen when you were just 2 or 3. I cannot believe I was born too late, in a different place, when I would have loved you so, watched you play wherever you go.
I also can't fucking believe that she was born too late to be Putin's mom! Fuck! It all could have been avoided if she was just his mom. Shit. Damn. So powerful. Moving and inspirational. Fuck. Sensational. Gonna make me go to the toilet and blast out and ejaculational. It's so upsetting, honestly. When I first saw this, it wasn't so much of like, haha, this is goofy, silly. It's more of like a, wow, this just made me mad kind of thing. Because, again, this is that fucking narcissistic mentality that a lot of these checkmarks on Twitter have, where they feel like every situation they need to insert themselves into and make themselves like the hero or anything to get them brownie points or spin themselves in a positive way. Just every situation, no matter how grim, they take as an opportunity to put themselves in the situation and make something out of it, like gain financially from it, attention from it, grow their socials from it, like whatever the case may be, and I fucking hate it. Now, I can say with a high level of confidence that this whole song and dance she's put together here, this little piece of shart, it's not art, is useless and won't help anything, but I am willing to concede if Putin does come out and say, hey, I watched this poem and it made me rethink everything, then I will say I was wrong. I will let her, spank me, spit on me, whatever. But for now, I think what's going to happen is nothing from this except her getting more and more attention from it, which, of course, was probably her goal in the first place, not to actually do anything of any benefit to the people affected. But a few nights ago on stream, I watched a little bit of a video called I Got Divorced Over Yu-Gi-Oh! And I went into it, like lollipop and spinny hat, thinking it was going to be like good, silly fun. Like I thought it was like an exaggeratory title where he was telling a story about how his wife walked in like Seto Kaiba and ripped his blue eyes, and then he said, enough is enough, we'll play a shadow game to decide the fate of our marriage, and then they divorced or something. But the reality is, it's a very honest and open look at an unhealthy relationship, and it's one that I went back and finished the video for and have been thinking about since. So in a nutshell, this guy had a YouTube channel that was dedicated to Yu-Gi-Oh! And he was actually paying his bills through the content he was making. So it's not like this was a hobby that was destructive to him. He wasn't going out on the streets and selling his butt for Yu-Gi-Oh! Briefcases of cards. Like, he was making a living through Yu-Gi-Oh! And his YouTube channel, but his wife didn't really like it. She didn't have any respect for it, and it basically boiled down to he married like his number one hater. And she eventually wore him down enough to the point where he did abandon the hobby and his YouTube channel because she just thought it was kind of cringe, I guess. Like, I'm not saying in every healthy relationship your partner has to, get into whatever hobby you're into, but at the very least, the bare minimum is being understanding and supportive of it. Like, I'm not saying she had to go out there and get a tier 0 deck or learn how to pendulum summon so she could start banishing assholes to the Shadow Realm, but maybe don't be constantly spitting and shitting on your husband for something that he's clearly passionate about and something that is actively making him money. I got divorced over Yu-Gi-Oh!
I need to say this. Let me just say it straight out the way. I am no longer married, and I'm divorced.
More time for Yu-Gi-Oh! You can grind. YCS pretty soon, I think. Can't remember when the next YCS is, but you got so much time now.
When I met this woman, and I told her about my Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, she hated it. She didn't like it. She said that, hey, you can do something better with your life. You should go back to school.
All right, I hate that. Man, just let someone have hobbies. Like, who cares? It's not hurting anyone, not hurting you. It's nerdy, sure, who cares? It's a hobby. I bet she had stupid hobbies too. Everyone does.
I said, you know what? Maybe she's right. And you know what I did? I sold all my equipment. I sold my YouTube channel.
Whoa.
I sold all my camera stuff. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. Maybe it's time for me to do something better with my life. Not knowing that at that time, what I had was very special. At that time, something that I chose to do, YouTube, I gave it up because someone said, hey, you know what? Maybe it is time to move on. You got to do something better with your life.
There are times where someone's hobby is detrimental to them, whether it's financially draining or mentally draining. Like, that is a problem, and that's where you'd come in and say, like, hey, maybe it's time we look for something else, try a different path, and move on to something else. But that's not the case here. This guy had a channel, and his YouTube and Yu-Gi-Oh! Hobby were helping sustain him and pay bills. So her coming in there, fee-fi-fo-fumming around, marching up to him, saying, like, you gotta move on, makes no fucking sense. Like, that's so stupid. Just basically saying it's time to grow up. This is a children's card game. We don't do this as adults. It's time you be a real man, a real adult, and start doing crypto scams. Like, it's just silly.
And she's no longer here. And this problem persists. She told me at that time, hey, you want to meet my mother? You need a car. Because I didn't have a car at the time. I was doing YouTube. I was working from home. I didn't need to drive anywhere.
Chasing the dream.
Yes, YouTube is what I did for a living. It's how I paid my bills. And I was street performing also. How did I street perform? I just catch the bus 20 minutes down the street, played my horn, went home. I never needed a car. Even though I explained to her, this is what I chose to do.
Why did she even come into your life then? It sounds like she didn't respect your hobbies, she didn't respect your drive, your passion, or anything. Why the fuck was she even here? Just to completely change you? That's sad. There's definitely a limit too. Like, if you're obsessed with a hobby and it's actually a detriment on your life, which it doesn't sound like it was for him, then I can understand someone coming in and be like, all right, look, maybe we need to reevaluate this, maybe, collecting fucking, I don't know, jelly beans and putting all your money into antique jelly beans is, taking its toll. Maybe we should look at other things so you can get out of the house, you can start, finding something else. I get it. But it doesn't sound like it was to that point here. This is just sad. I imagine the channel was generating income. He just said he was paying his bills through YouTube and street performing. So he was making money. He was perfectly sustaining himself. At least that's the impression I get. She was probably embarrassed to tell her friends what he does for a living. Well, then don't be with him. If you're embarrassed of your significant other, why are you with them in the first place? That's on you if you don't respect them. Don't be with them. It's bad for both you and the partner. I feel like this probably happens a lot, although I've only seen it happen to one of my friends once, where he got with a girl that just really didn't like anything about him. Well, what are you doing there? Why are you choosing to be with this person if the goal is to change everything about them, to turn them into a blank canvas for you to paint on? That this doesn't make sense. Find someone that's more compatible with the things you like at that point. Like in this case, she comes in and she just doesn't like any of it. You're going to flush Yu-Gi-Oh down the shitter. You're going to go back to school. Honestly, it sounds like a mom that's trying to discipline their kid. Like, all right, no more Xbox. We're unplugging the Xbox and you're going to go to school twice as much now. Somehow we're going to find extra school for you to go to. It's just so fucking toxic. This guy was doing just fine. He was providing for himself through his passion, through his ambition, his hobbies, but it didn't fit what she thought was acceptable. So she goes in there and tries to force him to do all of it, and unfortunately succeeds where he does abandon his hobbies and his passion for her, for this relationship. And that just shouldn't have been a sacrifice that he was forced to make for the sake of the relationship. He didn't need to tribute summon his hobby in order to get his wife's appreciation for what she believes is an acceptable idea for an adult hobby. It was making money, it was paying his bills, and it's something he loved doing. Why change that? There's really no good argument I can think of for it. Sounds like she just hated Yu-Gi-Oh! She must have been more of a Digimon gal.
So, she hated those cards. She literally cried because of those cards. And people say, hey, priorities, man. It's your wife, or, you gotta do what you gotta do.
You tell me your wife was crying about Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
But then I'll be back at that point where I'm giving up things that I like, things that's a part of my life for someone else to feel happy. And I feel miserable in the process. I love that. I miss that. Why can't she come along with my journey instead of scrutinizing me? And then that's money gone from me. It's not about the money, but that was money gone from me.
That was his career. Man, what a disaster. What a shame. Imagine your Yu-Gi-Oh passion being so epic it makes your wife cry. My husband has mastered the shadow games. Damn! Fuck! I'd want nothing more than my partner loving their job, man. I'd cry tears of joy. I imagine that's how it works in most healthy relationships, brother. I feel like it's kind of important to have, respect. You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of basic. He triggered her trap card of divorce. Now, another thing I was thinking about when I went back and watched the whole video is that there is a time where a hobby becomes too consuming, where it starts straining the relationship. Maybe he was always fiddling around with those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, by candlelight in a dark room, and scratching at his neck for more Yu-Gi-Oh cards and ignoring his wife and letting the relationship start to crumble around him because it's always Yu-Gi-Oh all the time. But I don't think that was the case here. And you'll see why I think that in a moment, the more he explains about how it got to that point. And it's not all about Yu-Gi-Oh! He does talk about how a big part of his life has always been music and street performing, and even that wasn't acceptable to her or her parents, really.
I met the parents. They asked me, hey, what do you do for a living? I had to tell them I am a musician. I couldn't tell them I was a street musician. I am a musician. Then they said, hey, you have a degree? I said, I don't have a degree. My ex-wife parents did not speak to me for 2 years and told her not to marry me because I don't have a degree.
That's fucking brutal, and to me, it blows my little noodle because this guy was doing so fine on his own. He was paying all of his bills. He was living just fine with the money he was making through Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube content and street performing music. And he'll talk about it in a moment, he was making enough money where he could provide for both himself and his wife through those passions. Yet they wanted him to just burn it all to the ground, fucking salt the earth so he could restart with what they think is acceptable, which was going back to school to get a degree and getting a 9-to-5 job. Both things that he did do. Well, he got the 9-to-5 job and attempted school, but school wasn't working out super well for him. But he did everything for that relationship to try and make her happy and be like an acceptable partner in his ex-wife's parents' eyes.
So I give up this YouTube thing. I give up my entrepreneur thing. I try to do something that's not innately a part of my strengths at all because I'm thinking I'm in love to do something for somebody to prove something. So when we got married and we moved out to Baltimore to somewhere else that I didn't want to be, she said, hey, how come you're not paying the bills? And I was like, what? I have a job. I have a 9-to-5 job. I don't make enough from this 9-to-5 job to pay all these bills. Before then, I could street performing in YouTube. I made enough money off of that to pay the bills. Now I'm working 9-to-5 all day long, and that's not a complaint because there are people who do that. But I had something that most people wish they had.
He's right. He had the dream job. He literally had the wet dream most people wish they had, which is their hobby, their passion, being able to sustain them. So they don't have to do something that makes them miserable just to survive. And he says, like, he gave all of that up for her and this relationship, and that new shiny 9-to-5 that he got, all to please his wife because she believed that that was the only real way to grow up and, you know, move on from Yu-Gi-Oh! And street performing music. Well, that 9-to-5 couldn't pay the bills for both of them. And that's the unfortunate reality of where America is right now. I've talked about this a lot. The normal salary you make at like a 9-to-5, you can't fucking live off of that in like a 2-person household. That just, it's impossible. Things are way too expensive, especially in certain locations. It's just not happening. It's an absolute shame. It's a fucking crime. I'm not going to just rant about that. I've done that plenty on stream. He had a job that could do that. Like, he had a job people kill over. And she just didn't like it. Found it cringe, I guess. Wasn't proud of his hobby and that job that was making him money. So forced is the wrong word because he mentions as well, he made the choice. He ultimately chose to get rid of all of that for her, but she was pushing him to do it, and now he's miserable with this 9-to-5, and she's not happy because that 9-to-5 isn't able to pay all of the bills.
She says, hey, you need to find a hobby. I'm like, oh, let me play Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. So, last December, last year, I start my channel up again. I buy my channel back from Java. Like, oh, she gave me the okay to go into a hobby. You know what she said? You're spending too much time playing those cards. She says, why are you into those cards so much? I said, hey, I need to make a video about something.
After selling everything and starting over, he does eventually get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! To a certain extent where he picks up the hobby again, but his wife still just hates that the hobby he picked up was Yu-Gi-Oh! And YouTube. So he goes on to say how she just really didn't like it. That's when he gets into saying how she would like actually cry over Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's where I was saying, like, if it was completely consuming his whole life, where he was ignoring her and everything in the relationship was starting to just dwindle because he was too preoccupied with Yu-Gi-Oh, I'd understand it. But from what I'm seeing and like going back to his channel, it doesn't seem like that was really the case. He was talking about how since he'd been away from the game for an extended period of time, he needed to relearn it. He needed to catch up on all the new things with Yu-Gi-Oh so he could make content around it. So he'd be able to be knowledgeable on it, which is perfectly understandable, I'd say. And it doesn't seem like he took it to an excessive degree. It's his passion, it's his hobby, it's what he wanted to do, and it's what he was doing, so he wanted to get back to it. He recognized just how much of a gift being able to do that and make money off of it was, and he wanted that back. So he was getting back into the hobby. She still really hated it. One thing led to another, and now they're no longer together. And it seems like the big reason is because of Yu-Gi-Oh! The deeper issue is that she had absolutely no respect for his passion, and she wasn't supportive and seemed like was embarrassed of him. So it's two people that should have never been together in the first place. He gave up everything he loved to try and make her happy, but she was never really happy with the man that he actually is. So it's just very incompatible, and they tried to make it work, and it didn't work. And both people, I think, were not happy as a result of the relationship. Hopefully going forward, they both find better partners. Hopefully this guy's starting over on his YouTube channel. Luckily, he was able to buy it back. Hopefully he is able to find that success that he once had. And yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about it because I just found it to be one of the more honest videos I've seen on the platform. I've never had a threesome, and I've never had an experience where I read something so cringe that it made my tummy upset. One of these two things is about to change today, and I don't think it's the threesome. I just read something from, yet again, my deep diving onto the horrors of modern dating with absolute deranged weirdos. And the whole interaction was so mind-bogglingly peculiar that my body couldn't help but suffer from a physical reaction after finishing this adventure here. I don't know where these men are coming from. These dudes are just being printed in the cringe factory and being thrown into the dating world as like the worst NPC encounters you could ever have. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive in. But before doing that, just a quick heads up. The Moist Global Retro Basketball line is still available right now. This is the best assortment of merch the internet's ever seen, so you can go to moistglobal.com right now and pick something up. Links in the description. I just read some of the backstory she was posting about this situation in the comments, and it's actually pretty sad. Apparently these two had been dating for about 3 years. It was a horrible situation all around, and a couple months ago she left and took the kids, but this is the most recent interaction between the two of them. She 100% made the right move in leaving. This guy seems like a fucking menace. But anyway, it begins innocently enough. That's good, just working away with 3 exclamation points, so he's having a jolly old day at work. Did you get to the doctors yet? She says, yeah, I have COVID. What did he say it give you? What? What did the doctor say or give you to feel better? Take Advil, Tylenol, sleep as much as you can, and quarantine. This is so timely because I myself just finished going through COVID over the last 11 or so days. And this is the 3rd time it's fisted me. It has gone elbow deep in my ass 3 times, and all 3 times that is the exact same advice I was given by doctors. Now, of course, you can still ask for like a Paxlovid prescription if you want. It should help with like symptoms, but it's not usually the first thing they give you unless you're someone who is at risk for like complications, I think. It is an option, but typically they'll just tell you that. You know, take Tylenol, sleep it off, rest, fluids, simple stuff like that. So it seems innocent enough here, and the guy she's communicating with almost seems jovial. You know, like when he says, just working away, I can already see him typing that and going, just working away. You know, one of these with a big old smile on his face, ear to ear. He seems like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. And then it all falls apart. This feels like a real Jekyll and Hyde situation. He immediately just doubts her, doesn't trust her, accuses her of lying. Lol, so you didn't go to the doctors. Before this turns into a fight, just tell the fucking truth, lol. She says, I did. There's no meds for this. Yes, there is. Go to the doctors, lol. I need the address and the name of the clinic that told you there's no medicine. Also, the name do the doctors. They will be losing their license. So he's fucking spiraling immediately here. And I feel like this isn't exclusive to just him. I feel like a lot of men these days assume that every girl they interact with, even their significant other they've been with for 3 goddamn years, is some kind of lying, cheating harpy or something. So they're constantly interrogating because they don't believe anything they say. I feel like there's just so many dudes out there with this, like, insecurity within them where they doubt everything their partner says, believing that they're cheating in some way, and they're lying about something, hiding something, and it's fucking awful. So this guy's trying to checkmate her here with the scholar's mate, like, okay, then give me the name and the address, because I'm going to call them to double check, because I don't believe you, madame. She then says, stop being so fucking melodramatic, I seriously don't need this shit right now, there isn't anything they can give me, I'll be fine once it works its way through my system. He just continues to press, please, name of the doctors, location you want to, please. I know you sick. That's why I'm jandling this for you, and just need to know which doctor you went to. I can handle this properly. This guy has so much steam coming out of his ears, it's clouding his eyes. He can't even fucking type properly. He's typing like a caveman. He's going full Neanderthal mode here. Like, what in the world is happening in his noodle? He's gonna start jandling this? That reminds me of jelking. Like, that was an old thing on the internet where you're supposed to, like, masturbate in a certain way to elongate your wiener. Jandling feels like it's some kind of, like, sub-discipline of jelking. But anyway, she says, I don't need you to scream at the receptionist for no reason at all. Stop being ridiculous. I won't scream at anyone, just tell me the information. Skit K can handle this, please. If you don't provide it to me, it's because you're lying and didn't go to the doctors. There's nothing to handle. So just tell me the name of the doctor you saw. This douchebag is making so many typos, it looks like he's trying to transcribe the Scatman. I can jandle. It's like ridiculous how crazy he's going because he's so angry. I don't know why he'd even think she's lying about this. He admits that he knows she is sick. So why would she lie about going to the doctor? Well, like, what the fuck thought process is that? I know my girlfriend is sick, but it's probably dick sickness. She's probably hungry for cock and it's causing her physical pain. That's probably what it is. She didn't go to the doctor. She went to a penis appointment. That's what it is, and she's lying to me about it. I knew it! It continues to just get out of control. She says, lol, I shouldn't have to prove to you anything. I'm sick, I have COVID. She's absolutely right. She doesn't have to prove anything here. She doesn't need to try and, like, defeat his delusions. That's not her responsibility here. She's done nothing wrong. And he just continues, you're not proving anything to me, lol. There is medication for this. I know for a fact, as I know someone else who had COVID last week. There isn't, unless you're old as fuck or have an autoimmune disease or your lungs are shit. Otherwise, you're just a carry through like normal fucking virus. Yes, there is. Let me call the do it. And I will get you proof. Where did you go, baby? That comes out of nowhere. After all of this, he hits her with a where did you go, baby? I can already just tell from reading this shit, this guy is extraordinarily manipulative and a completely insufferable person to be around. But anyway, she goes, I went to a walk-in and frankly I'm not going to allow you to cause a muck over nothing. I'm going back to bed. What walk-in clinic? If you don't tell me, I'm don't with you. Because I'm not a ducking idiot, and I know you're lying, haha. You have 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else. So now man's out here setting a time limit. He's dropping the ultimatum. You give me the name, and I will hunt them down. Out here like Liam Neeson, about to track them down with his particular set of cringe skills. I guess his thought process was he just wants to confirm that she actually went to the doctor, because for some reason he doesn't trust her even slightly, even though they've been together for 3 years. I also imagine if he did call them, he'd start yelling and screaming and causing a big hoopla, because he seems like that kind of unhinged, deranged lunatic that would do shit like that. But anyway, the 3 minutes to get me the address of the walk-in clinic or else, that's it. Buy more chances for you. She says, fine, be done with me because I don't want you yelling at someone for no fucking reason. He says, no one's going to get yelled at. You're just nothing but a liar and KM Jot a fucking idiot. I wouldn't have even called them, but everything you say is a lie, and you think I'm an idiot, and you can fool me. Anyway, joke's on you, enjoy. Hope it was worth it, kid. His use of exclamation points and emojis is absolutely infuriating, but even more so than that, the cherry on top of the shit cake is him saying, hope it was worth it, kid. He's speaking like he's back on Xbox Live in a Call of Duty lobby. What? Hope it was worth it, kid? Oh, God, sickening. But clearly the reason he's using the emojis and the exclamation points is he's trying to put on this strong, masculine front that none of this bothers him. This is the biggest mistake of your life. You're gonna regret this. But me, I'm laughing. I'm having fun with this. This means nothing to me. So much so that I'll drop a laughing, crying emoji and 5 exclamation points. Haha, not hurting me. She then says, lol, joke's on me because I'm sick. Great joke. Love that for myself. Love that I feel like I'm being dragged through the mud, fire, literally feel the worst ever. Great support, thanks. Joke's on you because you lost the best man of your life because you'd rather lie than tell the truth. Leave me alone. What the fuck? Oh my god. It's just so painful reading this. It's so fucking sad reading this, knowing that not only have they been together for 3 years, but I guess also have kids. Like, and speaking of the kids, his final message to her is this. You got it, Buster. Have fun being a homeless narcissist liar that no one loves, not even their children. He just dropped a cold Buster here at the end, and then told her that she is a homeless narcissist that not even her children love. What kind of delusional, evil shit is this? He's calling someone a narcissist. That's unbelievable. Pfft. And then to say that not even their children love her? What? I don't know how you go from like, oh, where'd you go, baby? You know, like, obviously, like, in love kind of thing, to immediately, like, no one loves you, everyone hates you, I'm the best man that has ever existed in this entire fucking history of our species, and you just blew it with me. This is your fault. You're unlovable. You're a liar. Your children don't love you. You're a narcissist. Like, it's just crazy how quickly someone can become this. It's so fucking sad. She definitely made the right call leaving this guy. I'm, of course, no, relationship counselor or guru or anything, but very clearly, this is an unhealthy person to be around. This guy super sucks. This guy is a turbo fucking loser. And according to her comments, this was only like the tip of the iceberg. She actually called this interaction mild. So I can only imagine how awful of a person this piece of shit is. She definitely made the right call. And to think all of this happened because she got COVID and went to the doctor, and that was enough to set this guy off. That's terrible. That's horrible. But yeah, like I said, I have been deep on like the modern dating scene, travesty, seeing like what all's been going on and being posted by people online. I just find it all so interesting, so I can't help but talk about some of TikTok's such a weird place. I'm sure most of you have seen the trend that's existed since the inception of the platform where thirsty teenagers make those videos like, I would be a bad boyfriend because I'd love you too much, or you shouldn't date me because I just love you too much. You'd be suffocated with my overwhelming love. Shit like that. It's super weird. It's like romance to them is like it is in anime. It's just super fucking goofy. But today someone sent me a link to a guy, an Adonis, really, and I took one look at this man and I said, yeah, this guy fucks. And then it turns out he doesn't. A lot of his videos are just about relationships and why he's not in one, and why he would be a shitty boyfriend. And it's the cliche thing I mentioned where he's like, I'm too much of a lover. My love is too powerful for mere mortals to understand and tolerate. I would literally murder someone with love. I would fuck their butthole with love, and you're not ready for it. Thus, I have to be single.
Everybody wants to know why I'm single, and these are some reasons why. If I was your boyfriend, I would be very overprotective. Like, no one's talking to you but me. I would want to hang out all the time. Like, I want to be with you. I would FaceTime you and text you constantly, and then you would probably end up getting annoyed.
Bro, I'm not even dating you and I'm ready to break up. He's just actually listing off red flags and giving legitimate reasons why he would fucking suck to be in a relationship with. It's supposed to be one of those cutesy videos where girls are supposed to have their heart melt like, aw, he's single because he's so caring. But his just comes across as, wow, I can totally see why he's single with this kind of shit. It almost just sounds like threats like, hey, if we're dating, you're not talking to anyone but me. Your parents? Nope, we're cutting them out. Your imaginary friend? I'm gonna go in there and fucking murder him. You are only gonna communicate with me. Thus, I have to lock you in the basement to make sure that you don't betray me and talk to somebody that's not me.
I want everyone to know. Like, I want all my friends, all your friends, my family, your family. I want everyone to know that we're together. So those are some reasons why I'm single.
You know, to be honest, I actually can't believe that he's single. These aren't the worst qualities in the world. Yeah, you know, maybe it's a bit clingy, but it could be worse. He could be addicted to ketamine. Maybe he is, but he didn't mention it here. And if this is all that's wrong with him here, hey, maybe it's worth the chance.
A message for all ladies. All right, ladies, listen. Any guy you date should see you as a priority, not an afterthought. If a guy can only text you how he feels, he doesn't feel anything. If a guy's not willing to show you off, you can show him the door. If all they want to do is play Fortnite, you tell them good night.
Actually, pretty good advice here, I have to admit. If your man just wants to play Fortnite, you just tell him night-night, and then you go and turn yourself into the police because you were dating a child, you sick fuck.
So yes, I'm single, but if I wasn't and I was in a relationship with you, these are the things I would do. I would give you all my attention. I don't care who's trying to hit me up or who's trying to call me unless it's my mom.
You'll notice that there's like a striking similarity between the things that would make him a good boyfriend and the things that also make him a bad boyfriend. It's basically just the same thing. He's obsessive. Like, he will literally always be there. Like the boogeyman under your bed, making sure that you're sleeping soundly. If you date me, I'm slapping that fucking phone out of your hand, trying to talk to somebody that's not me, you naughty harpy. The fuck do you think you're doing? I'm always there to hype you up. You want to do something? You do it and I'll be there to cheer you on. As long as it's just me there, cheering you on.
Reasons why I'm a bad boyfriend. I always want kisses and hugs. Like, even if it's random, no matter what time, I always want them. I always want to give you anything and everything. Like, even if I don't have it, I just want to give it to you. I don't want you to pay for anything. Even if I don't have enough money, I want to spoil you. Dinners, movie, anything, I want to pay for it. I won't let you. I want to show you off. I'm gonna post about you. Even if you don't want me to do it, I can't help it. I want to show you off, baby. I will always put you before me. Even if you're having a great day and I'm not, I will just hype your day up and I won't tell you about how bad my day was. But those are some reasons why I'm a bad boyfriend.
Oh my god, it's so dreamy. You don't want me to post about you? That's too fucking bad. I'm putting your nudes on Twitter because I'm so proud of you, baby. You got a great body. Those ass cheeks and the way that they can clap. Oh my god, the world needs to know. I'm gonna show you off, baby. I feel bad singling this guy out because, like I said, it's so common. So many people on TikTok do this exact same shit. Like, I'm such a bad boy, I would take you to a drive-thru and I wouldn't let you pay for your meal because I'm bad. I'd be a bad boyfriend. But the reason I chose him is because he has whole compilations dedicated to these videos because he's done so many of them. And it just made it easy to have like a nice cum dumpster full of these bad versus good boyfriend things. So anyway, I just wanted to briefly touch on this because I think it's super weird. I know it's not like uncommon for people to be like, I'm actually super shitty in being in relationships because I'm just too goddamn nice. Nice guys don't win, am I right, girls? Yeah, I see a lot of that shit, and then this is kind of the same thing. Like, I'm a bad boyfriend because I just want to love a girl, and girls don't want to be loved. They want an asshole douchebag, so I'd be a bad boyfriend. I see it all over the place, and this guy, he's just done it so many times, I figured it'd be a good example. We're entering into an age where people just don't know how to socialize. It's just this inability to appropriately communicate with one another in a healthy way, and it's led to a lot of confusion, and frankly, a lot of unhinged weirdos in the dating scene, it would appear. I have become way too invested in reading these horror stories from people that were romantically interested in one another or even went on dates, and then all of a sudden things go tits up over nothing because people are just disconnected from reality and perpetually on edge, it would seem. Like, I am so deep into this rabbit hole, I understand how pathetic that is on my part, but I can't help it. It's just so fascinating. Like, it seems like you'd have better luck finding your soulmate in one of my streams, like by just communicating with someone in the chat. Like, you probably would meet a more compatible match in solo queue League of Legends than you would on a dating app right now. The people in fucking solo queue League are more mentally stable, less hostile, and less weird than the people I'm seeing that are meeting on like Tinder and Bumble and all that. Today, this post kind of popped off on Reddit. I fully recognize a lot of these can be a bunch of, horseradish, but I like to suspend disbelief anyway. Plus, it's a weird thing to fake because you don't get anything out of it besides Reddit karma, I suppose, which is the most useless currency since Monopoly money. So anyway, the story is this girl's friend was going on a date with a gentleman that she had met online who seemed really cool. They agreed to meet at this restaurant, and that's where the story begins. So she says, I'm on my way, to which our gentle sir tips his fedora and says, K, which already feels a little hostile to me. This is their first date. I feel like you can't just be dropping a K like that. It just seems a little aggressive, but maybe I'm reading into it too deep since I already know how the story plays out. She says, are you there yet? No, I'm going to be a little bit late. No worries, I'm here. I'll be in the far right corner. He finally arrives. Our protagonist makes it to the scene. He kicks open the doors. He says, I'm here. I don't see you. To which she describes her location. I'm next to the big plant in the back to the right when you first walk in. So she's providing him with directions, coordinates, so that way he can go walk over and they can begin their date. But the date never really begins because you see, something has already gone awry, even upon first walking into the establishment. He drops this bomb on her. He says, piss off, out of nowhere. Actually, from out of left field, the curveball, which catches her off guard. She goes, I'm sorry? I'm really confused right now. As most people would be, because he hasn't sat down at the table, she hasn't even seen him yet, and he's angry about something, fuming, furious, steaming. Well, what went wrong? Let's start to speculate a couple of things. Perhaps this is an Ed, Edd n Eddy situation when Ed gets the rock in his shoe and it just puts him in a bad mood. Maybe he believes that he's been catfished. He might have seen her from a distance and it wasn't the same girl that he thought he was communicating with. Perhaps. But what if I told you the reality is something none of you would possibly guess? It's actually super easy to improve your social skills and increase your odds of getting laid. All you need is to shop at moistglobal.com and get the new retro basketball line. It's that simple. An incredible assortment of beautiful items available right now at moistglobal.com. Go ahead and get yourself something. Who doesn't love retro basketball gear? We tried to stay as true to all the material and all the designs of the classic basketball stuff that we all grew up with, so hopefully you enjoy it. Moistglobal.com, the link's in the description. His rampage continues and he explains himself. I'm not gonna waste my time on some unfaithful whore. Couldn't even wait until after the first date to flirt with someone else. Every woman is a cheating bitch, I swear. All you want is attention. So this man's fighting ghosts right now. I guess he might have fallen asleep when he got to the restaurant. Like maybe he has narcolepsy and he dozed off for a moment and had a bad dream where his date's making out with other dudes right in front of him while giving him the finger and saying, fuck you, bozo, nerd loser. I'm with the Chads now. Get out of town. Scram. I don't know what exactly he thought he saw when he got there. But he goes on this, attack right now about how she's an unfaithful whore, even though she has done nothing but just sit at a restaurant waiting for him. And she's as confused as anyone. She goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't flirted with anyone since we started talking. I don't know where you got this idea from. Could you tell me what made you think I was talking to other guys? He then explains himself. Don't act all innocent. I saw you chatting it up with some Asian dude while you were waiting for me. You're a fucking bitch. I can't believe I trusted you. You're not even pretty anyways. I just wanted to give the ugly girl a chance. Or ugly they or whatever you are. Slut. So he's going fucking freaky mode right now. This guy is off his gourd at the moment. Also goes with the classic, you're not even hot anyway. I was doing you a favor by letting you be seen with me, the nice guy, the Giga Chad Alpha. Fuck! And I can't believe you've done this. Just the standard, immediately talking about, you're actually ugly, I was never interested anyway, I was just giving the ugly girl a chance because it was a good deed to get me into heaven. That's all. I was trying to do what I thought the Lord wanted me to do. And you did this to me, you betrayed me like this? Shame on you. I was the angel. Which we've seen a million times, that's nothing new. This guy is clearly looking like a big old piece of shit here. So, then the truth of the situation comes out. The only guy I talked to was the waiter. I wasn't flirting with anyone. He was asking me if I wanted to order, and I said I was waiting for you. This goober saw her talking to the waiter and assumed she must be trying to fuck him. Because that's all women want to do. Anytime they communicate with a male, they're just trying to slobber on that meat. It's disgusting. I can't believe you would do this, harlot. I saw you talking to that man. The waiter. That's what this is all over. That's what caused him to have this massive meltdown, tears in eyes, fucking whiny temper tantrum fucking blow up. Because she talked to the waiter who was asking if she wanted to order. That's so crazy. This lunatic, this absolute goofball. It continues. She asks, "Why are you acting like this?" He goes, "Whatever, slut. Lose my number. You'll never find another guy like me." Hopefully he's right about that. I pray she never finds another unhinged weirdo like this guy. That would be for the best. Hopefully nobody ever finds this guy or anyone like him. That is just a curse I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Ruined your chance with the best dick you had ever had. I bet that Asian guy is small. God, this guy is an insufferable piece of shit. Good lord. What a vile person to say shit like this. Have fun never feeling real pleasure. Don't message me again. He'll leave your fat ass and you'll come running back to me. So he's diving deep into delusion now. The waiter of this restaurant just saved this lady a long time of agony. Because let's imagine these two actually did go on a successful date. Prior to this, apparently this guy and this girl had hit it off in a big way online. This was their first date. Let's assume that this date happened without any hiccups. She would have never seen this side of him until it was probably too late when they were already in a relationship, and it would have led to a lot worse of a situation for her. So the fact that this happened on day one, well, even before day one, this is like day zero because he never even sat down at the table for the date. The fact that it happened then is for the best. It saved her a long time worth of trouble. So the waiter in this story, actually a hero. Hats off to that guy. What's that expression? It's from Futurama. When you do something right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. Like, that's exactly what happened here. Dude's just doing his job and ended up saving her so much trouble down the line. But yeah, anyway, so she talked to the waiter about her order. This guy blows a gasket, has this huge meltdown about it, shows his true colors, and then continues to just go on and on and on in these text messages with her. But girls like you like being used. All women just like bad guys, so they cheat when they meet a chill, nice guy. Whatever, I never liked your flat ass anyway. Don't leave me on red, you bitch. You just told her to lose your number, and now you're getting upset that she's not responding? Like, he's all over the place. He says that she has a fat ass and then says it's a flat ass. This guy's walking between worlds right now. He's caught in dimensions. His brain is completely scrambled. All because he saw his date talking to the fucking waiter. That is so crazy. That is crazy. And then still has the gall to say that he is a chill, nice guy. Chef's kiss. That is right on the nose. Everyone that self-identifies as a nice guy always turns out to be like this. Like 100% of the time. It's crazy. That statistic is as high as it is. The correlation between nice guys and being complete weirdos and just downright dangerously unstable people. It just, I don't know, I can't believe that it continues to be proven true time and time again. But yeah, anyway, I just had to showcase this one because I was giggling about it for quite some time. Like I said, I am in so deep on these horror stories. Today, it all ends. A journey 7 years in the making. There was actually more time spent building up to this conclusion than there was for the entire Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And this is a story far more important and far more special. This is the story of Michael Superbacker and the Air Umbrella. I've covered this story for the last 4 years. I made my first video about this situation 4 years ago. To break it down, there was a Kickstarter scam called the Air Umbrella, which promised to deliver some kind of fucking Harry Potter level device where it's a umbrella that just shoots a bunch of air out to deflect rain and keep you safe and dry like an invisible force field. It was able to squeeze $100,000 out of gullible people's piggy banks, and among those people was Michael Superbacker, our anime protagonist. When he didn't receive his Air Umbrella on the scheduled delivery date, he got a little upset, so he posted a comment wondering, where it was. Did it get lost in the mail? Did the mailman steal it perhaps? Can he get a replacement? Just asking questions, and then when it became more clear that it was a scam, he got Very upset. Eventually, the Air Umbrella staff and team basically just goatseed themselves in the comments saying, yeah, we're done with the project, you know, get the fuck out, fuck you guys. But Michael Superbacker wasn't taking this lying down. He stayed in the Kickstarter comments fighting for 7 years, demanding they forge him the legendary Air Umbrella Excalibur. And I even made an update to the story only 3 months ago, just letting you all know that Michael Superbacker is still out there, demanding that Air Umbrella arrive at his doorstep one day. And now I am happy to say, thanks to the help of sufficiently advanced Alan, an incredible YouTuber, Michael Superbacker has finally gotten his chance at an Air Umbrella. Let me show you what's going on. First tab. Oh yeah, we can watch the Air Umbrella now. So Alan hit me up a couple weeks ago about the Air Umbrella. He was inspired by the Michael Superbacker story, which we've been covering for the last, 4 years? Sporadically? So, he apparently made his own real Air Umbrella for Michael Superbacker to complete the saga. I haven't seen the video yet, but I did know it was coming. And I'm so fucking excited. I feel like Michael Superbacker, upon actually receiving an Air Umbrella, is just going to fade away into dust. Like, his time on this realm will end, because that was his last purpose, like the only thing anchoring him to this realm.
More on them later.
Kickstarter Oma, and Monopoly.
Is full of scams. Allegedly. I mean, look at these real useful products.
For sure.
A laser razor.
Not allegedly.
You've got a coolest
Very
cooler.
much so.
You've got whatever the this thing is.
This Air Umbrella shelters you from the rain.
Yeah,
using
baby.
A powerful stream of air.
No, seriously, what the hell is this? It's a CAD model of a stick? How did 825 people fall for this?
Kinda.
What is this guy doing? He's zip tying
Hitachi
a
wand.
stick onto another stick? Nothing is going on. What is this montage? No, you don't talk. I am talking right now.
Is currently in the stage of research.
There's me some Sam and Moza.
Research D's nut campaign, and I'm seeing a lot of them from Michael Superbacker.
That's the boy.
238 of them are Michael Superbacker. That means, on average, he has left a comment here every 10 days asking where his Air Umbrella is for the last 7 years. This is
He has actually done that, so a little heads up for anyone unfamiliar with the Michael Superbacker story. The Air Umbrella was a Kickstarter gone wrong. It was a big scam, got $100,000. Michael Superbacker, along with others, were demanding their Air Umbrella. And they all try the same thing everyone that's going through the stages of denial try, which is invoking the Kickstarter code of we are owed a refund. And when that didn't work, Michael started treating this like his sailor's log. It became his diary. So he's written on the comment section of the Air Umbrella so much. Like, I've learned so much about Michael as a person just through his comments on that Kickstarter. It's so good. It is one of the most interesting pieces of internet lore.
Maybe we'll get an extra present/reward smiley face.
If only he
the last
knew.
Smiley face Michael ever commented on this page. A few months go by and Michael starts having doubts. It said a December delivery. It's January 9th and I haven't received my umbrella yet.
Thanks to the resub
Are they
sim.
already sent out? Where the is my money? Where the
There he is.
Pretty much the only person left actively leaving comments on the page.
Standing
Hello?
atop that
I've
pile
been
of
literally
corpses.
asking the mailman every day. Is it here? Is it here? He just looks at me with a sad face. Please send my product soon. Thank you.
I love Michael.
That brings us all the way to this year, 2021. 1 week ago, day 2582. The search goes on. I want to make Michael Superbacker a real working Air Umbrella. And I'm
Yes, what a saint. Michael is a man of focus, a force of nature so powerful not even the Air Umbrella I'm can flattered. stop him.
Charles White is the only person who I'd call a Michael Superbacker expert. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, Charlie, thank you for taking the call. We're doing this interview in a van.
That sounds fitting for something like the Air Umbrella, really.
What?
I like to imagine him as just this mysterious Air Umbrella spirit of vengeance.
The reason I'm calling you is I want to try and make Michael Superbacker a real working Air Umbrella.
That's so fucking cool. I think it's like that last piece of his identity. Like, once he gets it, he will be whole.
I sent Michael an email, and I messaged him on YouTube. And I
He's a
tweeted
Prime
him
Atlas.
over a period of 2 months with no response. It's time to get serious. The Michael Superbacker YouTube channel has
He hired a
videos, but
private
doesn't have
eye.
featured channels.
He's been commenting on my channel for the past 2 years, so I did recognize his logo.
Is he talking about
Wait,
the
what?
Arabella on your channel?
No.
Hold on, what? I didn't know that. This is so thorough, Alan. He really went like full, like Sherlock Holmes on this case. Who does he like on YouTube? Audrey. I can find her. And using Audrey, I can get to the source.
Maybe the I got 1,000 subscribers without posting is kind of a flex.
He was the first comment on one of your videos. First, Happy New Year, Audrey.
That's a little...
Like he was the...
That's a little wild.
Oh, maybe he's dedicated.
Michael Superbacker won't reply to me, but he will reply to Audrey. Would you be willing
This is genius!
to follow him back on Twitter for me so that you can send him a DM? On October 4th, Audrey DM'd Michael Superbacker this message, and as of the publish of this video, he has yet to respond.
Man, what the fuck? What?
Michael Superbacker, wherever you are, whoever you are, I will
How did that
hunt
not
you,
work?
I will find you, and I will give you an air umbrella. We're gonna crowdsource this. If you know someone who might know someone who might know someone who might know who Michael Superbacker is, show him this video.
This
and
is
Michael,
amazing.
when you see this, leave a comment right here on this video so we can all confirm, and I'll finally send you your air umbrella.
So I tried really hard to find it because I'm pretty convinced Michael Superbacker did send me an email at some point, which I responded to and never got a response back from. I feel like maybe Michael Superbacker is a hostage and he's only allowed internet access in like brief moments of recess, like very sporadically over the last 7 years he's been able to use the internet, and he spent the majority of that time commenting on the air umbrella post as maybe a cry for help. Maybe if you went through all 238 comments he's left and like take the first letter of each comment over the 7 years, it like spells out his location, longitude and latitude or something. But I'm almost certain, though I couldn't confirm it, that he did email me once. So I know he is like a living, breathing person. He's not like Cleverbot. Not that that's helpful to the search, but I'm almost certain. Well, that was easy. Well, that search didn't take long. He was probably the first comment on this video.
I've commissioned what is probably the closest thing in the world to what the Kickstarter promised to deliver.
Can we try it out?
That looks pretty good.
I'm gonna be a man from the future.
It's just a leaf blower.
Lay on me!
Oh yeah, okay, that didn't work very well.
Keep going, it might work! Oh no, I can't believe it didn't work. But that's when Simone came up with a brilliant idea that was really
Thanks,
obvious
Prime Jordan.
in hindsight.
Hope you like it, Robotic.
That's much better. Let's see how well this works. Oh! That's like legitimately like the force field that the Kickstarter claimed would be for.
Yeah.
If that air
That's
umbrella
pretty,
was the size
well, that was
of a
pretty obvious. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
We're gonna try the hose on the mist setting first, because this is about like as light as it gets. It's like a gentle drizzle. I'm just gonna back into it.
Well, I like to imagine Michael Superbacker really will use this.
It goes sideways.
He'll walk around New York with this during the rain.
Mist. It works with mist.
It does work with mist.
He's the Prime
3, 2,
Internet
1.
Lord in the resub Anthermy.
Oh, it's kind of working. Are you getting...
Now, what if we double-fisted this? What if you had two taped together in a bigger head?
Just when I thought things couldn't get any better, God himself got involved.
In case you didn't know it,
Thanks,
it is
Resub
wet
Rinny.
outside.
We're LA. We're always unprepared for the rain. Come on.
I don't own an umbrella.
Oh my
because
god,
it's
this is
rare.
this is actually a sign. This is a sign.
The future of umbrellas is not a tuba. It's for you, Michael. I think this is working.
Thanks, Resub Gingerbet.
And then the rain turns back on. It passed the final test. Real rain. Dude, that is until the rain's picking up.
I'm getting drenched, so go.
It seems to be working.
It's not working anymore.
We just need a bigger... It needs to be like an absolute massive cannon.
Hey, you're buying me lunch, right?
Yeah, I'll get
This
you
is
a
so
photo.
cute.
Yeah.
His 7-year-long journey's finally come to an end.
I want to thank Bluehost for sponsoring this part of the video. If you didn't
Oh
know,
my
Bluehost is one of
God.
the largest website hosting providers, and it already
Michael,
powers millions of websites. They've got
here's
this
to
web
you.
builder that's really style.
I have no doubt he also set a speedrun world record. No, but this is the real Michael Superbacker, I can already tell. Yeah. Look at the merch, where is it? Oh, here. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. I say, yeah, let it fucking ride, Michael. He's trying to get his money back. Well, yeah, but now he's got an air umbrella. Isn't this the, who do you think you are, I am guy? I know it is. Is this where, it comes from?
Please stop moving while I'm on my approach. That's all I ask.
Classic Pete.
It's much more fun listening to that.
Would you please stop moving in my approach?
Not good when you have the,
I don't know what's hard about that to understand.
Yeah, let's go, Pete!
Don't know who he's looking at.
My man.
He's got the rabbit ear. It's what he's talking to. Somebody moving.
3 times now.
Go beat their ass, Pete.
Again, I want to move.
Trying to move to the.
You son of a bitch! I heard you breathing. I heard you breathing during my approach.
We're a long way
You
off
sick
from him,
fuck.
so I don't think he heard me talking.
I'm taking cover.
That's it. I'm coming over. I'm ripping your dick off. And I'm putting it in my mouth.
I'm ducking.
Yeah.
Move again.
Pete's ornery.
Yeah, if you move again, Pete'll make sure you never move again.
Really irritated with somebody
He'll
over
break
there
your
to
fucking
the
legs
right
with a
side.
baseball bat.
They're absolutely in stiff jackets.
Bullshit of Pete? Of pussy ass Pete? No
Stood
way.
up all day. That
Really? Do that again.
He is still talking.
Do something, Pete. Climb over there and fucking rip at his goddamn nipples.
Are we
watching a bowling match or a boxing match? What's going on?
Oh, it's about to be a fucking street fight with Pete. This guy's a warrior.
It's called sportsmanship, pal.
I wish we knew who he was talking to.
We've been watching.
He's having a psychosis episode, I think.
I don't know who it is he's talking to.
Somebody's rooting against Pete over there on that side.
No, they're not.
And they
Who is it? It looks like fucking stock characters in an old video game in the stands of Madden or something. It's just blank expressions across the board. Nobody is rooting against Pete. Pete is seeing his own demons somewhere over here. I don't know. Shit, I wish I didn't skip the first minute. I missed crucial lore, but we'll go back. We'll rewind the clock.
So Pete Weber gets the spare.
Uh-oh.
To claim it.
That was a threat from Pete.
Are you kidding me? That's right. Who do you think you are? I am.
That's the classic line right there, baby. That's Pete. But now I have context. I don't know who he was mad at, but with that last line, he killed them. Who do you think you are? I am, baby. I want to see what led up to this.
Opening shot. Higher seat.
Who do I think I am? You are. Let's go, Pete.
Versus Weber to begin.
Woo!
And a 4-pin. And
PBA players yelling and raging. How often does this happen in professional bowling?
Go through it. Take that, you bottle bitch! Come on!
What?
Everybody, come on! Let's
You
go.
bottle bitch?
Orders.
What does that mean?
Hey, good job up there. I see you. Good job up there. A lot of class, pal.
You're a bowler. What do you mean? The only reason they're there is because they're probably drunk and went to the wrong place.
I'm telling you, don't do it.
I like it. I like this.
oh boy. He didn't tell me there was going to be violence.
She flashes that camera again on my approach.
You said this on the podcast.
What?
I hear it. Take that, you bottle bitch!
Wait, was she flashing her tits at the camera or something? Why would you be mad about that?
Let's go!
Oh, ooh, ew, stink. Big stink on that one. bad, very bad.
In the pavilion.
The worst of Pete Weber. This is not Pete Weber going wild, it's just him doing shitty.
Just a touch high.
This sucks. Yeah, I guess it's just Pete Weber doing bad. I just want to see Pete Weber going nuts. Pete Weber tells Madison he's been intimate with other women. Wait, Pete Weber the bowler?
I'm trying so hard to
Oh, please God. Tell me he was on The
put
Bachelor.
myself in your shoes.
Son of a bitch. Who's that guy? Who do you think? I feel like I've said this 100 times by now, but I'm gonna yap about it again, so get ready to add to that tally. Being the first person to accomplish something will always be a significant achievement no matter what it is. Whether you're Matt Damon being the first person to grow potatoes on Mars, or Charles White being the first person to achieve a sub 20-second speed run in the game Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies. Both of these things are something to be proud of. And a few days ago, we got to witness something incredible. The first human being to actually beat Tetris for the NES. This is something that has never been done before in the 30-plus year history of the game, and it's a feat that was long thought impossible. But that's what people said about my growth spurt, and trust me, it's on the way. Nothing is impossible. And the runner named Blue Scooty proved that by reaching the first true kill screen for Tetris. He posted the run on his YouTube channel. His real name is Willis. He's 13 years old, and he did something no one else has ever done before with this accomplishment. It's extremely impressive here, and there's a great video that breaks down what makes it so special, as well as kind of the entire history of running Tetris. So I highly recommend checking this video out to really get a full understanding of the scale of this achievement. So as you would expect, everyone got really excited about this. People love to see something being done for the first time ever, being able to feel like you're part of history to witness this moment. And everyone was pumping their fists, celebrating this achievement from Willis, except for one lady. One miserable old asshole had to go out there, and instead of pumping her fist, she was shaking it, saying, "Damn you kids, you hooligans, this isn't cool. I'm not having any fun, so why should you?" and spit on it on a news broadcast. She's this journalist who made an absolute fucking fool of herself. Alright, let's talk about Tetris. So I'm sure all of you saw this yesterday, but big news, or was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I think it was yesterday. Big news though, a 13-year-old became the first human being to actually beat Tetris. So fundamentally what that means is the game stopped working. He had a score so high that the CPU just couldn't process it anymore, and it stopped working. Which is crazy. It's a wild accomplishment. Like, it's super cool. So here's the clip. There's a great YouTube video on it already. But the kid's super excited, and he has every right to be. It's a wonderful achievement. Very wholesome, very cool. Everyone was pumping their fists for the kid, except for Ebenezer Scrooge over here. This absolute witch. This lady took it as an opportunity to belittle it and insult him. So here's a segment from Sky News, which is already a joke of an organization. And I guess this host was having a bit of a rough day. Needed to shit on some people's fun. There we go.
Now, Tetris has long been touted as a video game that just can't be beaten, because it just goes on and on. Well, 13-year-old American Willis Gibson has technically proven that wrong. He beat the original Nintendo version of the game by reaching such a high level that the coding froze. That left the program unable to generate any more falling blocks.
Now, ordinarily, as a news anchor,
Step away from the screen, go outside, get some fresh air. Beating Tetris is not a life goal. Speaking of fresh air, let's get a look at the weather.
good one. So as a news anchor, you would think that your wholesome news segment, which this was, it was supposed to be uplifting news, you probably wouldn't want to sully it by shitting on the person, the subject here. But she just couldn't help herself. There's no way that was in the script. And she's so fucking proud of herself, too, for insulting a 13-year-old. Oh, whoops, misclick.
Step away from the screen, go outside, get some fresh air. Beating Tetris is not a life goal.
I don't understand. It is a very impressive achievement, and it's not like we're in the early 90s anymore. You can make a whole career out of an achievement like that. That kid could go on to do a lot of cool things, as that being his lightning rod moment. That is something to be proud of, and could legitimately turn into a more prosperous career than this soulless husk of a woman sitting here on Sky News with this hollow smile, probably in a loveless marriage. I'll get parasocial. He literally did nothing besides just enjoy himself, pull off something really fucking cool, and she's just going with the classic, oh, go outside nerd shit. It's so ridiculous. And legitimately out of nowhere for an uplifting news segment. This kid should try Donkey Kong next, take the title from Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell would go to his house and break his kneecaps himself, personally. And then pour his hot sauce brand in his eyeballs or something, try and blind him. For his own safety, Willis should stay away from Donkey Kong. I'm gonna sue a 13-year-old for being better than him. A crazy plot twist would be if Billy Mitchell sued Willis, assuming Willis takes the title, of cheating. That'd be almost poetic. Oh, look, this is cute. The makers of Tetris agree. Congratulations to Blue Scuddy for achieving this extraordinary accomplishment, a feat that defies all preconceived limits of this legendary game. Tetris CEO Maya Rogers said in a statement. Rogers noted that Tetris will celebrate its 40th anniversary this year and called Willis' victory a monumental achievement. That's so fucking cute. It really is a monumental achievement that Willis should be extraordinarily proud of. He's earned it. And he also dedicated that world record run to his father, who had recently passed away. So the whole situation should have been a very wholesome, heartfelt moment on Sky News here, but this venomous asshole decided to insult the kid for this and belittle the achievement publicly with this smug little smile on her face, like she was so happy with herself to be ruining other people's fun. Or trying to make a 13-year-old feel bad. It's craziness. This is a grown-ass adult. More than a grown-ass adult. It's an adult that's teetering on geriatric these days. And to do this, it's just frustrating. It's no surprise that everyone online came crashing down upon her, dunking on her left and right, because she made herself the easiest asshole on the planet to dislike. Just so miserable. So yeah, I just wanted to cover that briefly because this is an incredible achievement that unfortunately was sullied a little bit because of her reporting, but I actually think it had more of an opposite effect. Yeah, a lot of maybe the older octogenarians that are watching Sky News probably were like, ha ha ha, this is stupid, kids playing games isn't cool, or that's not a real achievement or a life goal, like she says, ha ha ha. Like, while they may not care and may belittle it, this actually put more of a spotlight on Blue Scooty, his achievement. So I think, in turn, this may have actually been even more beneficial because it got even more people aware that Willis had just done something that had never been done before with this Tetris world record. All in all, it may have actually been a net positive that this lady made an absolute clown of herself publicly for everyone to throw tomatoes at. But I just wanted to cover this briefly. Another huge congratulations to Blue Scooty. I'm excited to see where the Tetris community goes from here. As of making this video, there's already been 2 other runners that have also reached the true kill screen. So kind of like when the 4-minute mile barrier was broken and then a lot of other people started to be able to get 4-minute miles, that's kind of what's happening with Tetris at the moment, with 2 other runners reaching this kill screen. So really incredible stuff, and I'm excited to see more from it in the future. So, yeah, I just want to talk about it a little bit, and I also want to give you a quick Starforge update, the best PCs in the universe, in case any of you are needing to upgrade your PC or needing to get a PC to start with some gaming. Starforge is the best option available. You can click the link in the description below to get started, and here's a little word from Starforge.
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
What's worse than being a loser? Being cringe. These are 2 very powerful forces of shame. Loser and cringe. But what would happen if you combine these 2 elements, put them together? Well, Buster, the product of that fusion dance would be Nico D'Ambrosio. A turbo loser cringe specimen, the likes of which this world hasn't seen in many, many moons. Nico D'Ambrosio is a Chicago man who's currently suing 27 women because they didn't enjoy the dates he took them on, and they dared say that to each other in a Facebook group. A private Facebook group, mind you. And Nico, with steam coming out of his ears, said, "This cannot fly in a civilized society. Every woman should be enamored with me and only have positive things to say. Thus, I'm taking you to court, heathens." That's exactly what he's doing. A Chicago man has taken out a defamation lawsuit against 27 women. One man and multiple social media platforms are finding negative posts. One man and multiple social media platforms after finding negative posts about him on the "Are We Dating the Same Guy" Facebook group. According to WXYZ ABC Chicago, 31-year-old Nico D'Ambrosio is suing up to 30 women for sharing negative dating reviews on Facebook group "Are We Dating the Same Guy?" He claims that the negative reviews started in November and these people made false and defamatory statements about him. The lawsuit included screenshots from the Facebook group describing Nico as very clingy, very fast, and claiming that he flaunted money very awkwardly and kept talking about how "I don't want to see his bad side." Oh my god, he hit him with the Hulk. "You won't like me when I'm angry." D'Ambrosio is not happy about how he is portrayed and is asking for $75,000 in damages. So if you're oh, that's the end of it. How do you calculate damages from a private Facebook group? What damages did he suffer? He's the Billy Mitchell of bad romance. It's a frivolous lawsuit filed because his feelings got hurt. And I think all of you know by now how I feel about people that try and do this kind of shit. These abhorrent lawsuits made to like bully or scare people into silence. I fucking hate it. And this has to be one of the more pathetic examples of this tactic being used. He's suing these women for $75,000, claiming they defamed him with slanderous, untrue remarks. And it hurt his reputation, which is why he's seeking so much money in return for it. But it's a private Facebook group, you goober. Your lawsuit has done significantly more damage to your reputation and put you in the spotlight. I would have never heard of you. Most people would have never known who you were had you not done this ridiculous lawsuit. You pitiful, whiny little worm. Douchebag. It's ridiculous. So, what happened is, a group of women that had dated Nico or met him, gone on dates with Nico occasionally, all talked about it in a group chat called "Are We Dating the Same Guy?", which is a private Facebook community that's supposed to talk about women's experiences with a particular individual and just go over like maybe some of the red flags that they encountered on their date. And it's just them going over their experience. That's it, in a private Facebook group. And with Nico, they were saying things like, "Hey, he got very clingy very fast," or "the date just was unremarkable," or "he ghosted me." It was never anything mean or slanderous or anything like that, and it was never even fucking publicly put out there. Nico went out of his way and found it and got so hurt and offended that he issued this lawsuit. So he now put all of this in the public eye. So now his face is on it like a fucking wanted poster in One Piece with a 75,000 berry bounty on him being a goddamn cringelord. All because some women that went on dates with him didn't really enjoy his company. Mentioning those things that I briefly touched on, but then also saying that he would talk about money pretty quickly and flaunt it or whatever. From everything I've seen, it's just super tame stuff. But even if they were being brutal about it, like, man, Nico is a real cuck. This guy was terrible. Our date sucked. Worst sex of my life. I couldn't imagine a man worse at sex than Nico. They can still say that. You still can't sue them for giving their opinion on how the date went with you or anything like that. That's still completely fine. They're not going out there and defaming you or slandering you. It's a private Facebook group. They weren't going out there making fraudulent claims about you, saying things like, Nico evades his taxes, Nico is an animal abuser. They were just sharing their opinion on you and the date, which they are totally well within their right to do. It's completely legal. The same way it's completely fine for me to say that you are a loser. I can say that. You can't sue me for calling you a loser and insulting you. It's not defamatory. You are a loser. We met organically in Chicago 2.5 months ago. Very clingy, very fast. I think that's what we just read. He came to see me yesterday and I explained, I think is what that is. After I blocked his number, he texted me on another one, which is the other text screenshot. Fuck. It's too small to read. Damn it. He alleges the woman initially shared the post under her real name, but deleted and reposted anonymously after his lawyers made contact last month. You're not even allowed to just say it was a bad date. You can't just tell other people you had a bad date. I mean, it's just a fucking Facebook group. I matched with him a month or so ago, but convo never went anywhere. I went out with him a few times just over a year ago. He told me what I wanted to hear until I slept with him, and then he ghosted. I'd steer clear. He's been posted here before. The poster said he sent her a slew of texts calling her names because she didn't want to spend the night with him. I just searched, and this was on November 2nd, so take a look. They got the APB out on this guy. In damages because he's the victim of defamation, doxing, privacy invasion, according to the suit. The defendants broadcast their outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiff with knowledge that the statements were false or with reckless disregard as whether or not they were true. This wrongful conduct is so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that is beyond all possible bounds of decency. It is to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Brother, this is like the most lukewarm ratings ever. Like, hey, the combo didn't go anywhere. Hey, he ghosted me after I slept with him. Just maybe avoid him. Like, what the fuck? They're not even being vicious or anything. They're just like, this is my experience. I didn't really like it. And he's like, no! No! My pussy is ruined! There's a tier 1 Kraken. I wonder if he'd sue me. I haven't been on a date with Mr. Nick D'Ambrosio, but I will say, he seems like a very insecure, sensitive little bitch. And a coward. I'd urge any Chicago women to probably steer clear of him as well. I wonder if I can get added to that suit. Bro wants to prove in court that he's not cringe. It's too bad, I already know better. You have been firmly judged as cringe. No chance of parole. That was a $50,000 statement. Low-key just advertising his Riz. Yeah, his lawsuit Riz. Pretty cool. I want you to read this statement again. Their wrongful conduct is so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that it is beyond all possible bounds of decency and is to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community, the lawsuit said. It's like they're referring to some kind of hate crime that they all just witnessed or were exposed to. If they thought those text messages they highlighted about him being clingy or whatever were so atrocious and extreme in nature, I can only imagine how Nico and his legal team are reacting to watching this video right now and the things I'm saying about him. Their jaws must be on the floor, furiously drafting up some kind of legal document for me, like fucking flames and like smoke coming off of the page as they're writing it all down. And I've never even met Nico, and I think he super sucks. I think Chicago women should definitely avoid him. Like, just look at the way he reacted for women that just shared their experience of having a less than stellar time with him. He will shut down your opinions, it seems. He does not want anyone to have an opinion of their own, only the opinion he wants you to have of him. What a piece of shit. How can you be so insecure and weak that when you find this, instead of learning from it like, maybe the problem really is me. Maybe that's why I haven't had a real relationship out of the last 27 dates I went on. Yeah, maybe I should really reflect on that. Instead of that, he goes, "Where's my lawyers? Do you see these mean words they're saying about me in this group chat? They called me clingy. Me? They called me clingy. Come on, we ought to sue them. 75 grand, maybe at least. Like that's probably how much my tears are worth." I also can't help but appreciate the delusion from the rest of it too, saying things like, thousands of men have been potentially defamed by members of the group via these online publications and remain entirely unaware of the attacks on their character as a result of the social media group's private status and heavily moderated members list, the suit says. Can you just wrap your head around the ridiculousness of that statement? They are openly saying that it is private and heavily moderated, and that the individuals that are being talked about there are most likely entirely unaware. Because this is basically just a tight-knit community discussing their experience privately with each other. It's no different than a break room conversation with coworkers talking. You can't sue someone for a conversation they had privately with others about you. You are going after people for their opinion of you. They are not defaming you or anything like that. And since it's not public, they're not even bringing awareness to you being a weirdo. They are just talking privately with each other about like, hey, listen, this guy was kind of shitty. I didn't really enjoy it. Like, that's it. So if you match with him, just know I didn't have a great time. Maybe you will, but here were a couple of the red flags I noticed. That's totally fine, totally reasonable. There is nothing wrong with it, and this guy is still crying. It's crazy. And the lawsuit's trying to make it seem like it's some kind of almost noble cause, like this shadow organization working in secret has been defaming thousands of men for so long, and the men don't even know it. It's called just having a conversation in a group chat. It's not illegal. You can't sue for that. At least you shouldn't be able to. But this guy clearly has a ton of money at his disposal, and we all know how this system works. We just saw it fucking unfold with Billy Mitchell, actually, since I name-dropped him earlier. If you have a lot of money, you stand a much better chance of winning, even if it's the most outrageous shit ever. So I'm really hoping this doesn't go anywhere, because it is so fucking stupid and shameful. This man, Nico D'Ambrosio, and his entire legal team... I put some lights in these shelves over here, and they look pretty bright on camera. It looks like a flashbang went off behind me. That's what I imagine it looks like when an angel comes down from heaven. It's like a sterilization chamber in a laboratory, my god. But anyway, today I wanted to do a little check-in on our good friend, the Russian Popeye, aka Bazooka Arms, aka the Saint of Synthol, or, as I like to call him, the Petroleum Jelly Juggernaut. I'm talking about Kirill. Kirill is a man who's been in the public eye for about 2-3 years now, because he injects petroleum jelly into his biceps, and he gave himself these SpongeBob anchor arm looking things. And he's not the only one in the world to do this. It's called synthol, and what they do is they inject it into whatever muscles they want to bubble up and look like a badly drawn anime character. And it's just a bunch of oil in a syringe. They inject it and it blocks blood flow and it like inflates the muscle like a balloon. And it's extremely dangerous. A lot of people have died from it, and Kirill's no exception. In fact, 2 years ago he had to undergo life-saving surgery in order to drain his biceps because they were killing him. And I wanted to do a little check-in because I remembered reading about that, and I wanted to see where he was today. And would you believe it? He's back to using fucking synthol and petroleum jelly to pop up his muscles for the sake of TikTok clout. It just seems like TikTok likes are more addicting than heroin and worth losing your life over. Kirill is once again risking his life for the sake of his goofy fucking biceps because of the attention they garner online from people laughing at him. He has made his entire career online being laughed at. Most of you may remember Kirill from the slapping tournament from a while back, where he went up against Vasily Kamatsky and got absolutely blasted and banished to the Shadow Realm. You also might recognize him from his lackluster MMA debut, where he fought someone named The Old Man twice, and lost both times in a pretty humiliating fashion. He's also had numerous other videos made about him and why he continues to inject. He does it because he likes it. He likes his biceps being that way. It's his entire personality. There's more jelly in this man's body than there is in a fruit gusher, and he won't stop, it seems, even after having to undergo multiple life-saving surgical procedures in order to stabilize him. He is still continuing to use to this day. In fact, he posted on TikTok just 4 hours ago. I'm gonna have to not play the original audio here because of DMCA, so just a heads up, I might just put like 2019 guy instrumental on it or something. Yeah, it's not only his biceps that have undergone enhancements, and I'm using that word really generously, but he's also begun having plastic surgery on his face, so he's been getting like facial injections that he's showing off online now. But he has fully gone back to injecting into his biceps, and they seem to be just as big, if not even a little bigger than they used to be. There, that little boot scootin' boogie, it's syncing up nicely to the 2019 Guy song, so I actually think this is an improvement to the original video. But yeah, so as you can see, he's fully back in the swing of injecting his arms with synthol, petroleum jelly, whatever, for TikTok views and Instagram views, of course. His Instagram is a lot of just like making out with girls, or like having a girl on top of him as he squeezes her ass or something to prove that he has sex. I don't really get it, but yeah. His arms once again look like Ed, Edd n Eddy when they put a jawbreaker in their mouth. And it's kind of sad, because he almost died from this. His life was saved, and he's just going right back to what almost... One thing I've never understood about his online branding is he calls himself Bazooka Hands. Like, his TikTok is Bazooka Hands. But his hands are normal sized. It's his biceps. So why not bazooka biceps? Or even just bazooka arms? Why hands? His hands are the only thing on his body that don't seem modified at the moment. So I just feel like maybe there was like a language barrier there or something, but it doesn't really work. The name doesn't match what you get. When I hear bazooka hands, I'm expecting like fucking lunchbox-sized bear claws, not normal boy hands plus Popeye arms, which is why people call him Russian Popeye, because it looks like Popeye after he gets his spinach. So I don't know why he settled on bazooka hands for his online handles. I just think that was a bit of a misstep. But I'm not his PR agent, you know. I'm not here to really, you know, nitpick it so much, but just a little confusion there. As for all of the facial modifications he's undergone, I don't exactly know when that happened because it kind of just came out of nowhere when following his Instagram. So I guess at some point he decided that the biceps weren't enough. He wants to continue to mod his whole body. And I don't know how he's doing the facial stuff, if that's under the supervision of a professional plastic surgeon or if he's, again, just taking matters into his own hands and using old trusty petroleum jelly. I hope not, because that'd be awful, like even more awful to inject petroleum jelly directly into your fucking face, but who knows? He has a history of abusing these kind of substances, and it's just honestly sad to see him get right back on the saddle and put his life in jeopardy just for the sake of more internet attention. It's a real shame. And I think this is like an actual case of a mental illness, being addicted either to the attention or to like the appearance of the big biceps. Even though they're literally killing him, he doesn't care, it seems. Which is odd because when they interviewed him when getting his life-saving surgery, it seemed like there was a level of self-awareness where he was like, yeah, it's pretty stupid to start doing this when I was 20. I really hope, you know, all the surgeries go well and this and that. And then, you know, fast forward not even 2 full years later and he's about his TikTok more so than in his past is it seems like he has even less mobility of his arms than he used to. Because even when he was doing slapping, even when he was doing those other videos, it still seemed like he could move his arms around. Like when he was in his fight, he could like throw punches. He even got into an arm bar in one of them, and while it looked like his bicep was about to burst like a fucking zit, it still had like mobility to it. And all of these TikToks, he has such a limited range of motion, which is obvious when you look at the size of his biceps and also knowing the history of already having surgery to save the arm in the first place and save his life. It's getting worse, it seems. And the arms also look worse this time around, like they look more unhealthy and more like dead and swollen and red. Like it just feels a lot more catastrophic this time around, because it probably is. I imagine after having his arm drained, he maybe overcompensated even more so with like additional jelly injections and like double or tripled his usual amount or something in order to get back to where he was prior to the surgeries. I'm just spitballing here and speculating, but it actually does seem like he's in a worse state now. Something I noticed in a lot of his TikToks that made me feel even worse for him is he treats himself like he's a circus freak performer, where he'll go towards the camera and like jiggle his like biceps around in order to try and make it like a shock thing, I believe, because they look like diseased. Like the biceps, they look like they're about to fall off at any moment. It looks like he's smuggling rocks under his arm. It just doesn't look normal, and I'm sure he knows that, which is why he takes it right to the camera and gets like all up in close on like all of the dead skin and all of that. I don't know. It's just really upsetting because, like I said, I remember reading when he had his arm drained, and I would have assumed he'd turn his life around from there, getting a new lease on life, a second chance, But instead, all he did was go back to the exact same routine and the exact same set of circumstances that landed him in a life-risking situation to begin with. So yeah, I just want to do a little checkup here. Unfortunately, not exactly a happy ending to it, but hopefully his arms will get drained again and he'll... Whoa there, partner, hold your horses. I bet you thought I had finally kicked my addiction to reading uncomfortable, cringy, weird text messages from the dating world. Well, do I have news for you, pal? I've only just begun on my bender here. I can quit anytime I want, it's not that big of a deal. I don't need electroshock therapy or any kind of mumbo-jumbo psychiatry to break me out of this rabbit hole. I don't have a problem. The only problem I have is that there isn't more of these for me to read, damn it. So anyway, let's begin. This morning, I hopped on and read 2 different stories here from relationships that fell apart in the most tragic and confusing of ways. So let's just dive right in. So we're reading from the perspective of the girlfriend in this relationship, and she's communicating with her boyfriend. They were coming up on their 3-year anniversary, but after this exchange, it all went right down the shitter. So it begins. Well, we're fucked. Pork chops went bad. My mom was getting ready to fry them and there was mold. To which the boyfriend just hits her with an okay. So she apologizes saying, I'm sorry, she's just gonna send me to get chicken alone because I already made mac. She's referring to mac and cheese, for those of you that don't understand the nomenclature there. Now, I think it's very important, as we go through this first story, that you know the ages of those involved. It's 25 and 27. The reason why I think that's important is because as we go through this story, I imagine most of you will assume that these are children, like literally 13 and 14-year-olds. But that's just not the reality of it. This guy is about to throw away a 3-year relationship and have a biblical meltdown over not getting some fucking pork chops. He continues giving her the ice treatment here, so he just goes, okay, no good. Actually speaking like a Neanderthal. She says, the pork chops were bad, we didn't know, I'm sorry, I tried to make you food. He just once again says, okay. She says, sorry again, he just says, cool. So this guy, he's going catatonic right now. We're losing him. He's flatlining. He's starving to death because the pork chops went bad. What is he gonna eat now? He's only a fucking 20-something-year-old man. He can't fend for himself without these pork chops. He's gonna die. She continues by saying, I really tried. Once again, just hits her with that okay. This is actually just like out of One Punch Man, that famous panel where Boros is powering up and One Punch Man just goes, okay. That is his whole personality. So he just goes, okay. And he says, you left? Yeah, she sent me to get chicken. He says, okay again, to which she just says, well, okay. She continues to profusely apologize for this whole situation here as if she did something wrong, even though she didn't. The pork chops just went bad. I don't know what he expects from her, to like sorcery away all of the mold or whatever on them, or somehow conjure up brand new pork chops from her ass, which is something she also mentioned in the comments, like, I don't know what he wanted from me. Like, she even went to get other food that he could consume. Chicken, mac and cheese, there were other options besides the pork chops, but his mind is set on one thing. Pork chops. He only has room in his noodle for one thought, and right now that thought is pork chops. So now that he realizes he's not getting them, he's about to go berserk over this whole situation here. Cool, you got to eat. I didn't for waiting on you. Good night. Okay, good night. I love you too. No, bro. Good night. I could have ate, but I waited on you, of course. You could have just eaten regardless. So the poster here, she went into detail about all of the context around this. So apparently he had said he was going to go get food, and she mentioned that she was making pork chops with her mom later. So he said, oh, okay, well then I'll just eat the pork chops with you and your mom and I won't get food. To which she replied saying, no, you can still get food and you're also welcome to have these pork chops. But being the noble chivalrous man that he is, he put down the food that he was going to purchase and instead was going to eat these pork chops, which didn't end up happening. And when he didn't get served his pork chops on a golden platter, he just refused to eat, crossed his arms, kicking his legs in his high chair. Well, then I'm just going to starve. So even though she had other food he could eat, the chicken, the mac and cheese, he just didn't. And then also didn't feed himself at any point throughout the rest of the night, I guess because he was still so fuming with steam coming out of his ears. And also, according to her in the comments, the reason he didn't eat the chicken and mac and cheese is because he only likes his chicken prepared in the most simple way ever. So he didn't like the way the chicken was prepared, and he also doesn't like mac and cheese, which is already giving me red flags. I don't know anyone that doesn't like mac and cheese in some capacity. That's making him seem already off his gourd just from that simple fact alone. But yeah, he refuses to eat for the rest of the night, all because he couldn't have those pork chops. She says, I tried to cook, I didn't know they were bad, I couldn't have known until they defrosted. I don't care, bro, I shouldn't have waited. They made food, but I had to wait on you. Some bullshit. Good night. Oh my god, this insufferable whiny asshole. Those pork chops must have been like heavenly, divine, like to just give up food for the rest of the night and then ruin a 3-year relationship. Those pork chops gotta taste immaculate. Like, not only do they have to taste amazing, they have to come with legitimately life-changing benefits in order to have this kind of fucking tantrum over them. Like, taking a bite of those pork chops instantly chisels out your jawline a little bit further or something. I just don't know what kind of pork chops would be worth all of this anger. She apologizes again, saying, well, I'm sorry, good night, I love you too. Bro, stop telling me that. I am so tired of this guy saying bro to his girlfriend. He clearly has no respect for her whatsoever. He then throws a term out I've never seen before. He says UPMO. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that stands for, so I looked it up, and usually it's an abbreviation for Project Management Office. But that doesn't really fit in the context of this conversation. I imagine it has to be an insult. I don't think he just came out of nowhere saying, you Project Management Office. So it must stand for something else, but I still can't piece it together. Maybe you pussy monster outcast? I couldn't tell you. Never mind, now I can tell you. I just took an additional 10 minutes looking through Twitter to see anyone else who has ever used that abbreviation, and apparently it means you piss me off. Wow. Fucking oof. That is so cringe, Jesus Christ. But anyway, she says, I mean, I do, but okay, referring to loving him. And then he just says, I don't want to talk to you. And then she just says, okay, good night, I love you. He then comes back around as all of these unhinged weirdos do, where they're like, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, good night. And then he just keeps fucking going and going and going and spewing. So he comes back and says, at all. Not tomorrow either. I don't care. This is bullshit. Good night. You're fucking selfish. Fuck you for real. I really don't want to talk to you or see you. Honestly, I'll remember this. Good night. I mean, he's speaking like it's the Walking Dead Telltale game. Goofball will remember this. I mean, obviously he's going to remember this. You just had a fucking meltdown over pork chops. Everyone's going to remember this. So then she's confused, like, what did I do? You said you don't want to talk to me, so I'm leaving you alone. He then says, fuck you, please leave me alone. Get the fuck out. And then she just says, you're the one texting me just to say leave you alone. And then he again comes in, I don't want to talk or see you at all. And then she just, again, I didn't even respond to you. Okay, good night, I love you too. Just trying to get out of this conversation because he just keeps coming back to just say, leave me alone. Stop talking to me. Why aren't you talking to me? Hey, stop talking to me. I'm texting you one more time just to let you know. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. It's craziness. It's craziness. So this is the end of the text message screenshots, but the story continues. Right after this, the following morning, he continued this behavior, this attitude, and ended up dumping her because of this whole pork chop fiasco, which is a huge blessing in disguise for her because this is not a good partner. This is a crazy person. To have this level of blow up over not getting pork chops, wow, that is some concerning delusion. So she does expand on it a little bit. He continued to insult her the following day before dumping her. So just a piece of shit all around. And I just had to talk about this one because I don't think I've ever seen a relationship, at least of this long, 3 years. They apparently were saving up for a house, end over something so trivial. I haven't seen a relationship crumble over something so meaningless like this. This is a wild case here. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this one a little bit. I know I said I was going to do 2, but I've kind of been yapping about this one for quite a while now, so maybe I'll just save the second one for tomorrow and I'll let it be like a little teaser. I think that's what I'll do. This will be your little appetizer for tomorrow's, where I cover the other really unbelievably awful relationship crumbling text messages. But anyway, I feel bad for the girl here, but I am happy to know that they're not together anymore. I think that's a very good thing for her going forward. I know it's going to be tough for a little while, but Wishing her the best. And for the dude in the story here, wishing him nothing but really bad Mac. Today I thought it'd be nice to give you all a free lesson in negotiating. Negotiations when it comes to doing business are a bit of a headache, a nuisance, and it's just this push and pull battle back and forth, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. But what if it did every single time? What if every time you entered into a negotiation, you knew you would be victorious? You want to get yourself a new Stanley Cup but don't feel like forking over 50 clams for it? Well, then it's time to employ this negotiating tactic and get yourself a 100% off discount. That shit will be free. In fact, this is so effective that they'll probably start paying you to take the items away from them. It's that powerful. I first learned this forbidden jutsu from an anonymous hero on the Facebook marketplace who really opened my eyes to it. So I want to do the same for you. And I'll just go ahead and say it now. You're welcome. So it all begins with an individual trying to sell their motorcycle on the Facebook marketplace, and then they received this message. And I don't think they were prepared for this. That motorcycle was as good as gone the second this was sent. So they reach out and they say, "Hello, I know this is a lot to ask, but would you consider letting me have the motorcycle for free?" Pause. That's how you do it right there. Immediately letting his intentions be known. There's no guesswork here. There's really no haggling either. It's like, "Excuse me, have you considered letting me have this for free? I know you're trying to sell it for money, but what about just letting me have it?" Now, I don't want to scare you away with science, but I do want to dive a bit deeper here on why this is so effective. There's a psychological explanation for this. People love to have their questions answered with another stupider question. It makes us feel great. It's like this nice euphoric high. It's like smoking the crack pipe, but much worse. So in this instance, I know the guy selling his motorcycle had never, even for a fucking iota of a second, considered just giving away his motorcycle for free to a total stranger. But now that the idea has been planted in his head by that stranger, it's given him a lot to think about. And that changes the whole dynamic of the negotiation. Now, all the power is on the guy who's asking for it for free. You see how it works? It's very clever. We're dealing with a true genius. And he wastes no time getting very personal here to get an emotional investment from the seller, trying to tug on his heartstrings. So he's going for like this extremely powerful 1-2 combination wallop here to try and get this bike for free. So he says, "It's for my elderly dad, and he lost his car due to financial issues, and he is dirt poor on a super low pension, and I don't work as I'm looking after him until I get another job, as I lost my trucking company to a fucking rotten," and then he drops a slur. If that doesn't bring a tear to your eye, then I don't know what will. You have no soul. His elderly father, he lost his car due to financial issues, and now he needs a motorcycle, as all elderly men need. Like, how is he supposed to get from point A to point B without a free motorcycle now? What do you expect him to do? Walk? It's ridiculous. He's elderly. And the individual here doesn't have a job to provide for him, so he's doing the best he can to get him some transportation, which just happens to be a fucking motorcycle. Maybe he's trying to get his dad killed. I have no idea. Maybe this is all an elaborate assassination plot. I am looking for someone with a heart that is willing to help a person in need. And then caps lock. "My dad is 78 years old and is at his breaking point, and the next person who refuses to say yes and help will be held responsible if anything happens to my dad, as he is ready to let go of life." So now the stakes have never been higher. His father is 78 years old, at his breaking point. The only thing keeping him alive is the hope of a free motorcycle. Will you do it? Do you have a heart to save his life? Because if he doesn't get this motorcycle, goddammit, it's going to be the end of him. And even if he gets the motorcycle, it's going to be the end of him then too. But in a much bigger blaze of glory, I think. I imagine it's 78 years old, and in as rough a shape as this guy describes him, that motorcycle would be his vessel straight to fucking Valhalla. That would be messy. But it's what he wants. Alright? And are you going to do it or not? Are you going to follow the Lord's wishes and treat thy neighbor the way thy would like to be treated? With a free motorcycle? Because if you don't, you will be responsible for it, so keep that in mind, Buster. I think this is negotiating at its finest form. So he's pulling out all the stops here for the free motorcycle, trying to get the waterworks going with a sob story, but immediately drops a fucking slur in the middle of it, and then caps locks a threat, too. This is an unhinged maniac we're dealing with today. I usually blank out the Facebook profile pictures in these kind of messages, but this one is just so fitting because he has a clown as his profile pic, and it couldn't be more poetic, because this guy is truly a fucking loser clown. So he comes back saying, I keep asking till you answer me. The guy trying to sell the motorcycle says, no thank you, and then even gets this warning, beware of common scams using payment apps. So I'm guessing this got flagged internally or something. I don't exactly know how Facebook Marketplace works in that regard. But then he goes, so you're okay with putting money over a person's life? And he just goes, has this ever worked for you? His strategy is very clear. He's trying to like play off of people's good nature. Like, my father needs this motorcycle. He doesn't have a car right now, and he doesn't have money to pay for this motorcycle, and I don't have money to pay for the motorcycle because I'm taking care of my dad because I'm a good person. Like, come on, you're gonna really value money over someone's life? You're gonna try and sell this motorcycle for thousands of dollars as opposed to just give it to me and my dad for free, which would actually save his life? Oh my god, you're disgusting. You are despicable scum. And when it becomes clear that this guilt trip song and dance isn't working, he tries something very different. Actually, yes, in the past it worked because years ago there were good-hearted people that would give you the shirt off their back to help a person in need. A shirt is also significantly cheaper than a goddamn motorcycle, you absolute heathen. Now, all you is a bunch of cold-hearted, money-hungry bastards, and I am very disgusted by that. I have no doubt that he like spit. Gross. Won't even give me a free motorcycle. Yucky. My lawyer actually told me that if anything happens to my dad because someone told him and it pushed him over the edge, I can file a lawsuit. So far, I have 20 people's names and Facebook accounts who have refused to help me. I have passed those on to my lawyer in case anything happens. Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't have money to pay for the motorcycle, begging for it for free, yet somehow has money for a lawyer for this. That's about as believable as me being over 6 feet tall. What a bunch of fucking hooey. My dad told me if anyone else tells him no, there will be major hell to pay. This guy actually speaks like a child on Xbox Live making threats. My dad actually works for Infinity Ward, so if any of you guys kill me in this game and I don't win, you're all getting banned. This goofball has that same kind of energy to these messages here, while he's begging for a free motorcycle, trying to get some kind of sob story guilt trip going. It's fucking brutal. So let's take a bit of a dive here on his last couple of statements. So he's saying that he has a lawyer that has told him he can file a lawsuit if something happens to his dad because someone refused him free shit, basically. That's such an entertaining idea to play around with. Like, you can't tell this guy no because he's old and he might die. So be careful. So he's trying to get the legal threats out there. If Pops kicks the bucket, if he buys the farm because you didn't give him a free motorcycle, I'm taking you to court, so you better give me the free motorcycle. The guy's like sweating like, oh my god, alright, I've got to give him the free motorcycle. I really wanted to get a couple $1,000s out of this because I paid so much for it, but this guy's dad's life is on the line and I'm threatened with a legal lawsuit. Like, what did he possibly think would happen? No one's going to buy this story. Nobody in the world, no rational person in their right mind would get these messages and think anything of them beyond, wow, this person that is talking to me right now actually needs some kind of mental health evaluation, because this is unhinged. It's also super laughable how he tries to make his dad come in here at the end as like the big head honcho tough guy. My dad said if anyone tells him no, there will be major hell to pay. In what way? He's 78 fucking years old and apparently has no way of getting around and has some demented loser of a son that's trying to get free shit for him on Facebook Marketplace. What is he gonna do? What major hell is there gonna be to pay? There's nothing getting paid. You're just asking for shit for free in the most pathetic way possible. That's the worst threat ever. I have no doubt in my mind this has never worked for him. Shocker, I don't believe he's actually got 20 people's names and Facebook accounts in some kind of dossier that he's about to send to his lawyer to sue. Or if he does, the lawyer's just going to be trying to hose him for money off of this absolute cringe. Like, this is just ridiculous. You can't sue someone because they declined to give you something for free when they weren't even offering it for free to begin with. Like, you can't tell my dad no? What the fuck is that? It's so wild. It's so weird. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. You might want to try this negotiating tactic though once or twice just to see how it goes. Maybe it might be worth trying. Why not? Let it rip. It seems like I'm deep in the rabbit hole of unsuccessful and embarrassing flirting, and it's made me really appreciate that I grew up in a time where cell phone video was a fucking sci-fi concept. If you ever tried to take a video with your Motorola Razr back in the day, it came out looking like a picture of Sasquatch. So I got lucky that cell phone video wasn't really common back then, because if it was, I would have been in every cringe compilation for the next 15 fucking years. But I am super happy that now everyone records everything, because it's really pushed us into the golden age of cringe. Today I'd like to share with you a video that also reminds me a lot of me when I was younger, where I believed that I needed a shtick, you know, something that makes me unique from other people to stand out in front of women. I chose the mysterious anime character, and the guy in the video you're about to watch chose the Joker. I've already told this story before, but I'll give you a brief lore recap. In my freshman year of college, I completely reinvented myself to emulate the mysterious anime characters from shows I used to watch, because they always got the big-tittied 2D waifus, so I thought if it worked for them, it'll work for me. Women must love it. They didn't. I just became the creepiest guy at my college. I refused to communicate with anyone there. Anytime someone asked me a question, I wouldn't respond. I'd just stay silent. I even remember there was one time it was raining outside after one of my classes ended, and we were all waiting under the, overhang of our classroom for it to just at least stop raining a little bit, and people with umbrellas left. I had an umbrella, but I was still waiting with everyone, and then I thought it would be a good idea to take my shirt off and walk through the rain. So I did that. I fucking ripped my shirt off like Hulk Hogan, threw it in the trash, and just walked shirtless through the rain all the way back to my dorm. Because in my head, it was a cool idea where the girls in my class would be like, wow, this is a mysterious guy. Why'd he do that? This is amazing. This is a bad boy. I gotta get to know him. That wasn't the case. I probably just came across as a fucking weirdo. Yeah, I'm getting sidetracked already. This video is bringing out the demons. What I want to show you today is a guy who tried to pretend like he has the Joker's laugh in front of his coworker, because I guess he thought it'd be a good idea.
I've been told that my laugh is very reminiscent of the Joker.
Of the Joker, yeah. I hear it, I think, yeah.
For some reason, everyone who's ever taken a single theater class in high school has all decided that they're gonna be the next Joker, so they all practice the Joker laugh a million fucking times, and we've got some classic videos from it, such as the, "I'm the Joker, baby! Ah!" And then there's that one where that dude was painting his face and doing the laugh, and then his roommate walks in concerned, damn near called the police on him. We've got some amazing videos from it, but I don't really understand why so many dudes think it's a good idea to pretend to be the Joker to get laid. It's not really effective for flirting. You just come across like a psychopath. It's not like the Joker was slaying pussy.
Are you laughing because I am?
Yeah.
The fake laugh from her here is painful, but he's doubling down. He's cackling. I have no doubt he practiced this in the mirror moments before unleashing it in the wild here. He said, "Today's the day. I'm gonna show her my Joker laugh, and then we're getting married by the end of the week." When I think of the Joker these days, I don't even think of the actual character anymore. I just think of videos like these and those goofy Facebook Joker memes from lonely dudes who are just down on their luck because the girl they like got a new boyfriend. So they post things like, "Fuck the fucking fuckers before the fucking fuckers fuck you," which is a classic. I'm pretty sure that actually comes straight from Confucius, but they slapped it on a picture of the Joker. But it really is such a shame to see what the Joker has become online. This is the legacy of the Joker now. I still think the Joker is an extremely well-written villain, but my god, it's become like a symbol of cringe on the internet because of videos like this.
Are you still on the clock? Yeah. Okay, go fucking work.
I need a drink. I can't breathe.
My God.
I can't fucking breathe. It's like, what the fuck? Why so serious? Oh my gosh.
This guy is now going to have to do this every time he laughs at work. He will never be able to just normally laugh again. He's always going to have to be in Joker mode because of this. Otherwise, she'll know it was all a ruse, an act. And he doesn't actually have a laugh reminiscent of the Joker. But anyway, I just wanted to share this video with all of you because I think it's another valuable lesson to learn that you don't need some unique shtick about yourself in order to stand out in front of girls. You know, I used to think you did, which is why I pretended to be a mysterious anime guy. You don't need some quirk like the Joker's laugh or anything. You can just be yourself without having to put on this kind of song and dance like, hey, look, I'm the fucking Joker. I remember a decade or so ago, there was this trend where some creepy degenerate losers would go around in public and try and sneakily take pictures of women's panties by sliding their phone under their dress when they weren't paying attention. They treated it like they were Sam Fisher and Splinter Cell on a stealth mission trying to grab these photographs. And they'd take these pictures and they were called upskirts. If I remember correctly, there was even a Reddit community for that where they would proudly post this, which, by the way, is illegal. They were posting evidence of a crime they had committed on the subreddit. I'm pretty sure it got fully shut down, but right now there is like a Reddit upskirts community, but I think that's something totally different, like a phoenix that rose from those ashes, because it looks like those are upskirts that the people are taking of themselves for that community. But I do remember that there was a huge controversy about that a long time ago, and then pretty much overnight it disappeared. Just like Godzilla after a big rampage, it just vanished. I'd never heard about upskirts again. I never read any headlines about anyone doing upskirts, getting like arrested or anything like that, until 2 days ago, with a Target creep who got caught on video taking an upskirt of another shopper. And it's become a pretty big story now. So when I first saw this, I thought it was fake. I thought it was like one of those rage bait things that TikTok does really often. Because it really looks, it's so over the top, like I really thought it was staged to be like a lesson, like don't be a peeping Tom, don't be like this guy. But it turns out this is all super real. So he's now facing felony charges for this, obviously. I don't know why there's a watermark here though.
Excuse me, what are you doing? No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress. Absolutely you did.
No, ma'am, I really wasn't.
You absolutely did.
Ma'am, I really wasn't.
So, like, he looks pretty much right at her while she's filming, and he puts his phone under her dress. So I really thought it was like, oh, this is a skit. This is fake. But no, this guy is just that much of a brazen pervert. Degenerate. It's actually real. So I'll show you the follow-up in a second, but no, he actually leaves here in handcuffs. He is facing felony charges, and his whole life is ruined. Rightfully so, because who knows how many times he's done this. Upskirts are a crime. Like, you can't be doing that, obviously. He's a fucking degenerate. His legs shaking, that's wild. Oh yeah, we didn't finish the video, yeah. And also, instead of leaving, he stays to try and, like, talk his way out of it. Like, he was trying to find all the right dialogue options in the tree to get the good ending, instead of just running away like most people like him. So he stays the entire time to get arrested.
I really promise I wasn't trying to do anything inappropriate. I wasn't. I really wasn't. I'm not like that.
Obviously you are. I literally have it on video.
But ma'am, I'm not. I really am not. Like, I know it might have seemed that way in like the video.
No, okay, listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna wait for them to get here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, I was just trying to look at books.
I was just trying to look at books. Okay. That's... what an interesting alternate theory there. He's just browsing some good reads. That's all. In the Pokemon cards section, where all the best books are. Does bro know porn exists? There's so many people like this, though. It's for them, I think, it's like the thrill of doing something like this. Like, I imagine this probably isn't the only time he's done it. And apparently he had been following the lady filming around the entire time, which is why she's filming here, because she got a very creepy vibe from this guy. And then I guess at some point she de-aggroed him, so then he went to this girl, started following her, and then did this.
details, everything on here?
No, I have video of him sticking his phone underneath this lady's dress as she had bent over, videotaping her. And he followed me all around the store.
Okay. So...
We need to get police.
Okay, if you can go ahead and call them also.
Oh, they don't have the next one. But he gets taken away in handcuffs. But he gets taken away from the target with the police. Turns out he was like a very active member of the church, like the local church they were at. This and that. He tried to talk his way out of it. It has not worked, and now he's facing some super serious charges. But this was something that I found interesting. He keeps denying that he wasn't doing anything wrong, and he apparently showed the police his phone, like the recent pictures, and he didn't have any recent pictures, but I don't know if that also means videos, or if he also had time to delete them. Last I heard, they subpoenaed to get, like, his deleted information for forensic examination. And they also said this, too. Police say they have yet to discover anything inappropriate involving children. Yeah, he's a volunteer at the elementary school. Arrested and cuffed at a fucking library. Show some respect, brother. He's a target. Why was the lady taking a video in the grocery store? Perfect time to catch him. Damn it, it's a Target. It's not just a grocery store, and it's not just a library. Show some respect. But as she said, she was filming him because he was initially following her around in the children's section. She got a creepy vibe, so she started filming him and following him around and then caught that. This. Imagine the unexpected turn of events, he didn't film anything. The charges against that poor lady would be crazy. Even if in the most unlikely of circumstances he didn't film anything, him putting the phone under this lady's dress still shows the intent. Like, even if he didn't hit record, like he missed it, he still showed the intent. And even if you can't arrest him for that, he's still going to be ostracized from, like, his church community and, like, his friends for that. That's creepy shit no matter what. I don't think he was recording. I think they hear the click of a photo being taken. Nope. Actually, I don't know if this is true. Chat can tell me if this is true or not. When I was reading through the story after I found out it was real, I learned that this was a pretty popular thing overseas. So I think in Japan, I think is where it was, they instituted this mandate that if you're taking a picture or a video, it has to have a sound. So you can't do this discreetly anymore because it makes a sound. And I thought that was the craziest shit. That's real? That is true? That's wild. It was that big of a problem, huh? US supermarkets have the same energy as random encounters in GTA. My dad died taking an upskirt photo. Alright. Interesting meme. So he's actually facing some additional charges as well for secret peeping. They issued a warrant after identifying 3 separate victims at the store on Monday morning, so he's facing 5 counts of secret peeping in total. Dude was really creeping and peeping on a Monday morning here. Allegedly 3 separate victims? Goodness gracious, Jesus Christ. He was just sliding his phone under everyone with a pulse at this store, I guess. But anyway, he's been caught red-handed here. He would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling iPhones that can also record him as well. Like, the crazy thing about a phone is it can be used for more than just filming panties. It can film you filming panties. So I guess we'll see what happens here. I highly doubt there's any alternate explanation for what he was doing in this video. I can't think of a single possible other reason for why he did what he did there aside from upskirts. That's the only logical thing. I can't even think of some kind of ridiculous theory. Never mind, scratch that. I did come up with a ridiculous theory. What if he wasn't grabbing upskirts there and instead saw a very venomous spider on the ground? He saw a black widow and he got down there calmly as to not scare the shopper or scare the spider away and then smashed it with his phone. Who knows? Maybe that's the story. Maybe that's what he did. He squished the bug and saved the day. Obviously, I'm fucking kidding with that. The only thing that can explain his behavior here is that he is a sexual degenerate that was grabbing upskirts. So I guess we'll see what charges. Well, I saw a real doozy of a video today, and I think it's only fair that all of you share in this pain with me. You know how in Pacific Rim they have 2 pilots sharing the neural load together so that way they can operate the mech because it's too much for one person to bear? That's how I feel about this video I just watched. It's about a husband who is addicted to drinking his wife's breast milk. I'm using the word addicted a bit loosey-goosey. I don't think he's, like, physically addicted. He won't go through withdrawals if he doesn't have his wife pop her titty out so he can suckle. But he is a huge enthusiast of her brand of product. And they filmed a little documentary about it, so let's take a peek at this interesting relationship.
He likes my milk just how some people like, you know, cow's milk. He just likes my personal milk.
Dude clearly just likes slurping the boob juice here, getting drunk off the honkers potion.
I originally started breastfeeding my husband Alex on a cruise years ago. I forgot my breast pump, and at the time I was currently breastfeeding my daughter Aria. I mean, there was no other way of getting the release of milk that I needed.
She gets engorged and she has extra milk, extra lactation.
I don't like to use the word hero lightly, but this man fits the very textbook definition of a hero. He suckled on his wife's bosom when she needed it most. Now, all jokes aside, I decided to look it up out of curiosity. It is apparently extremely painful for a woman who's lactating to not be able to, like, pump the milk out. So I actually did read stories about husbands who did this in order to help, but all of them only did it in, like, dire situations where their wife was in, like, physically debilitating pain from being engorged. Not, you know, for pleasure. Whereas this extends far beyond this. Like, while it may have stemmed from a desperate situation where his wife was in pain and he wanted to help, it became a fetish. No matter how much they insist it's not a fetish, I think it's very clearly something stimulating here about drinking his wife's breast milk every chance he gets.
It was actually recommended by his family member. And at the time I thought it was gross, but it ended up being the best thing. He practically saved my life, I like to say.
Saved a life.
Sucking titties to save a life. That is a Marvel superhero. A champion. I'm also very curious how all of this unfolded. Like, a family member being the one to recommend this. Like, you know, this was prescribed by my parents, we gotta try it. I wonder what happened. So she's in pain, they call 911, help, my wife forgot her breast pump. They think it's a prank call, they hang up. Then they decide to call their family, help, what do I do? Listen, like a snake bite where you suck the venom out, you're gonna have to suck the milk out of the titty. It's like, oh, goodness gracious. That's just crazy enough to work. I'm on it. And then it leads to all of this.
I went home, there was no more milk, my daughter was weaned off, and then when my son was born, it started up again.
So, you know, I take care of business the way that I did before.
Babe, I'm full, I hope you're thirsty.
Let's do this. The benefits that I feel like I've experienced is, I feel like I got clearer skin. I feel like it's helped my immune system. I haven't really got sick in the past
3 years.
I feel like it clears my mind. You know what I'm saying? More of like a meditation thing.
Man, what the fuck? Does she have the fountain of youth in her titties? Like a panacea to cure everything. It gave him clearer skin? Is that how we get rid of, like, acne? Oh, help, I'm having a breakout. Mom! Mom, get in here! Quick! I've got 4 extra zits! It's the only way? Like, what in the world? Immune system, I'm not qualified enough to speak on the health benefits of adult breast milk consumption for a stronger immune system. There's probably more efficient ways. And then meditation. Maybe it's very calming. I mean, sucking breasts is amazing, of course, but when milk comes out, that's usually when the party would stop and be like, oh, whoa, why? The act of a titty in your mouth is calming, but if there's any fluid that leaks out, it's really not a special surprise inside most people would be thrilled about, I don't think. So I don't know about the meditative state that it puts them in being universal for most people. But hey, you know, who really knows, huh?
Is it a fetish?
It is not a fetish. A lot of people think it's a fetish, but it doesn't lead to anything sexual. He just likes my milk.
Feel better? So right now we both are content creators.
Unsurprisingly, as content creators, they felt the need to publicize and film all of this because for some reason nothing can be private anymore. Now, I've always said I really don't care about people's personal fetishes as long as it's between two consenting adults in the privacy of their own bedroom behind closed doors, no one's getting hurt. Who cares? You can put a straw in your partner's butthole and suck the farts out every night. Doesn't affect me at all. Little goofy, sure, whatever, you can make jokes about it, whatever, but at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. And then here, it's very different because they are actively filming and publicizing their kink. And no matter how they try and defend it saying it's not sexual or anything, I think the husband is saying something very different with the way he acts about it. Like when his wife says that she's engorged, he starts doing this with his hands like a cartoon villain, saying it's time to get down to business. You know, he doesn't need to suck the milk out of her titties anymore. It's the 21st century. We have the technology to get that milk out. He is clearly doing it because it is gratifying for him, and the way he talks about it, he clearly fucking loves it. Like, that, to me, seems to be a fetish. And then making content around it, like, I truly just don't understand why it wouldn't be something that they'd keep private between the two of them. And the content they make around it, I think, is really fucking weird. So, like, one of the videos they show here, I can't show the clip, it says, "Greedy people during lunch be like," and it's a video of the husband walking up to the mother who is actively breastfeeding one of their children. The husband is recording this and then points to the breastfeeding and says, "Let me get the rest of that. Let me get the rest of that." I think that is such a fucking weird video to film.
And I'm a musician, so I make music.
Milk float, milk float, milk float, milk float.
I made a song called Milk Flow. It was just me saying, we just doing us, you know what I mean? We was just dancing around.
He made a whole song about sucking milk out of his wife's titties. That is wild. Like, they are making their entire presence around this. And I'm just going to fast forward a little bit here because a good point gets brought up by the interviewer saying, don't you think that this is going to have some kind of repercussions for your kids going forward when other people see this? Do you think they'll get, like, bullied for it? And that's a very fair thing to ask.
I do not breastfeed in front of my children. I think it's just between me and my husband, so it's something that we keep private. Okay.
Do you think that this could impact your kids in the future if they see it online?
I don't believe it would impact them in the future. If this is going to impact them on their future, I believe it will be in a very positive way. They're going to learn from it and they're going to milk the situation.
I don't know why she's trying to make it seem like this is just a private thing between the two of them. The husband made a whole fucking song about drinking your breast milk. Like, this is anything but private. They post these videos online. So even if the kids aren't actively seeing dad suck mom's milk out every night, they are eventually going to be made aware of the videos you've posted of that, which the interviewer calls attention to, saying, don't you think this could pose problems in the future? And the father just kind of brushes that off and even makes a joke out of it, saying, I know if it happens, they'll milk the situation. He's really trying to be the breast milk guy, which is such a weird fucking personality to try to adopt. I don't really know why he'd want that to be his brand image or whatever. But it's a really legitimate question and something they should be thinking about, because their kids will likely be made aware of these videos in one way or another, and they could get problems at school or something for it. Like, I could already see kids being really mean about it and bullying them, saying things like, hey, you know, is your dad gonna drink the breast milk your mom leaves out for Santa Claus this year at Christmas? Like, it could pose problems for them. And especially because the videos they film, I guess, also have the kids present in them sometimes. Like, that's going to be an issue, no doubt.
When you guys told me about the breastfeeding thing, it's just, you almost wonder, am I related to Alexander?
How did you feel when you saw us do it?
I felt disgusted.
This is the husband's sister here. And apparently, they told her about the breastfeeding thing between the two of them. Why? It's very clear that they don't want this to just be some kind of private thing they do in the bedroom. They want to share this with as many people as possible. Why? That's so fucking weird. And apparently not only did they tell her about it, they showed her. They asked her, how did you feel when you saw it? So what, did they sit his sister down and say, listen, you're gonna watch this right now. He's gonna drink breast milk out of this breast right now. Come here. Fucking latch on. It's just so peculiar. I would never sit down, my grandma be like, listen, Meemaw, eating ass tastes great. So watch this. I'm gonna bring this girl in here and eat her butt out, and you're gonna watch it. Damn it! Like, it just, why not just keep things private? It doesn't make sense.
Matthew is getting weaned off the breast milk.
Breastfeeding stopping soon. The way I feel about it is, it's like a bittersweet moment.
What a tragedy. So they're going to be weaning off their youngest, but I feel like it's going to be much harder to wean off her husband from the breast milk than the actual child at this point. I can already imagine how this might have unfolded when she broke the news that it's about time we stop with the breastfeeding. He just drops to the floor on his knees. No! Just going wild on it as tears are streaming down his face. But yeah, anyway, I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related, so it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like, he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers, but, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of, like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You didn't even have. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are gonna do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're gonna have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. Don't worry, I think I've finally found what you've been looking for your entire life. It's not a goal, it's not a purpose, it's actually a person. You've been searching your whole life for a TikTok account called Donut Daddy. Like, I don't really know how to talk about this guy without just showing you. I just learned about him from Cody Ko's newest video, and I am blown away. You can kind of see him like wiggling his tongue out. Then we get like a blurry peek through the dough glory hole, and you can see him just doing this. It is so weird. It seems like a sequence, like a fever sequence you would have seen in Requiem for a Dream, just like snap by really quickly. So his whole page is about taking dessert making and turning it into softcore pornography. But I just don't see who would watch any of this and just start like fanning themselves like, oh, hubba hubba, whoa, that's so hot. It's just really uncomfortable. Like, this video starts with him shaking some milk like he's jerking off with it. It's so aggressive and so goofy. That was a textbook spank right there. He fucking winds that up and cranks it like that Nicolas Cage scene with the slap. Like, the dough butt cheek, I half expected to let out like an audible of its own, just from how great that spank was. I can't really imagine who's watching this super turned on, like on the edge of their seat, thinking to themselves, oh, goodness gracious. I wish I was that naughty glob of gluten being manhandled by the donut daddy right now. Gee whiz. Like, it's just so weird to be spanking dough. Though I will say, I actually have to give some props here. I think it's very creative of him to include his own moans in the video. You may have caught there for a moment that he just moans during this. He goes, ugh, at one point right there to heighten the sexual stimulation. I think he should lean into that more heavily. So he should start doing like dirty talk during these. He's plumping up the dough in front of him, and then he just lets loose a really nice erotic line. Call me Homer Simpson, 'cause I'm about to dough. and then spanks it. There's a lot to take in there. So you already knew it was coming, you know, playing with the thing like it's his wiener. You already knew that was on the docket. There was no way we were going to escape a Donut Daddy video without seeing him pretend something is his penis that he's rubbing oil on and buttering himself up or whatever. But what I really appreciate is when he's like dangling that shit and he's fucking slapping it back and forth like a speed bag in boxing. Like, that's not even hot or anything, that's just weird. It just looked like he had a giant cow's tongue that he was fucking beating the devil out of. This is another super common thing he does. Whenever he's mixing something, he like throws his head back in euphoria. And I don't even get it. Like, all you did was start mixing all of this shit together. I don't know what about that is like sexy or anything. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, the other stuff, he's pretending it's something sexual, so a big thing he does is finger every single fruit that he ever comes across. He just sticks his finger in there and starts wiggling it around a little bit. Like, I get what that's supposed to be, but not when it comes to, like, a mixing bowl or anything like that. He'll, like, shake something up and be like, ooh! Brief moment, let's set aside the wildly awful concept he's come up with here of turning baking into a pornographic production for single soccer moms that are going through a weird phase in their life on TikTok. The fact is, he's actually not bad at baking, it seems. When I was first cursed to learn about Donut Daddy Productions, I expected that he was going through this big song and dance, spanking dough, you know, beating his meat with a bottle of milk, all of that, and the dessert he was going to make was going to be something simple at the very end. Like, all of this leads up to him putting a Pop-Tart on a plate. But he actually makes some pretty decent looking dessert. It's not like the most exquisite shit imaginable you'd find at like a 5-star restaurant or anything. You know, it's not winning any Michelin stars, but it looks like it's fine. Like, I expected him to be so much worse. I wish he was worse at baking. Like, you go through all of this and at the very end what he sets down and shows off is like a bowl of chocolate ice cream. That would have made a lot more sense to me than him actually being pretty decent at making dessert. So I don't even understand why he bothers with this whole shtick of like, I don't know, being as vascular as possible and then like moaning while pretending everything's sexual. He fingers everything that even has a semblance of a hole to it. Like, he could probably just do normal baking videos and find pretty much the same level of success, I would bet. Sorry, Donut Daddy enthusiasts, I had to mute the audio on this one, but it probably doesn't matter because you can't even hear the video over the sound of you yourself moaning upon watching this incredible display of lunacy. So anyway, this is another one that he's put out there. This one's actually making donuts, which he doesn't do all that often. He makes just general desserts. Donuts seems to be one he doesn't make a ton of, but then again, I've only seen like his most recent works. I can't help but appreciate that he integrates new ways of being weird into it. So this one he goes with his signature move, the dough slap. But he actually true combos it into a sniff. So he goes slap and sniff, spanks it, and then comes right in to get a huff of its fumes. And then he immediately goes back to pretending something is his cock, and then fingering another fruit. And now this part has to get muted because this also led to the video getting blocked, so here's a little more beatboxing. I was laughing so hard at this one because it just comes out of the gate firing. It's immediately like he buckles up and then sets dragon fruit on the counter and just like motorboats it instantly right into the fingering combo where he like makes it like ooze some juice out and then squirts it. It is so wacky. I have to read the comments, actually. I haven't done that. Give me a second. I want to take a deep dive in the comments here and see what people are saying about it. Every single comment was talking about him assaulting the dragon fruit and, like, how odd it is to be doing this. I don't know what the target audience is. Maybe, like, he's doing this for people to roast him and clown on him, but I didn't see a single positive comment going like, now this is what I needed. Now I'm turned on.
Make you cry like a baby, yo. Let's go.
I feel like this guy watched Sausage Party, and then the ending orgy inspired this whole idea for his TikTok account. And used the cord like it was Agent 47 with the garrote there. Like, like about to strangle the mixing machine in the ecstasy here. Like, he straight up impregnated that mixing machine. I can only pray that it didn't have AI. I hope that's not one of those, like, AI integrated machines, because if so, its fucking circuits are scrambled. It doesn't know how to make heads or tails of anything anymore. Its whole universe just collapsed. Its artificial intelligence is going to evolve into being the next Skynet. Like, goddamn. That just traumatized it.
Got the shooters, baby.
I can't tell if he's more aroused by the machines or the food. Because the way he handles the machines, he spanks them every chance he gets. But he also spanks, like, the dough and everything, and he's fingering all the fruit. Like, I don't know which fetish it is. Or perhaps it's a combat, or maybe it's all a giant fetish. Anything around baking, he's gotta get sexual with, perhaps. But I don't know, it's hard to know for sure who's got it worse. The machines in his kitchen, or whatever ingredients happen to be in there. And now one more time, the encore. This one's kind of an amalgamation of everything we've ever seen from him. He's combining all of his signature anime finishing moves. We have the spank, though this time it's on like a bag of cereal as opposed to dough. We have him with 2 lemons that he slams together like Stone Cold's beers, but they're by his pelvis, so it's supposed to be his balls. So I guess it's him slamming his nuts together. Maybe he's into cock and ball torture. And then he fingers the lemon and sips from it. It's got a lot of moving parts to it. I may not be the most experienced chef, and I may not be much of a baker, but I can promise you the recipe for the dessert he's making absolutely calls for all of this. How are you expected to make a passionate dessert filled with love if you're not spanking the devil out of your ingredients and then like rubbing your nuts on it while fingering it? I saw people accusing him of lubing up his body, oiling himself up for those back shots that he put in there. But you guys are clearly just not experienced when it comes to dessert making. That's how much you sweat when making high-quality desserts. It's a physically demanding sport, up there with, like, boxing and, you know, basketball. So he was just sweating profusely as he was crafting away, blood, sweat, and tears for this dessert that he made. Man, what a crazy fucking TikTok. A couple nights ago on stream during the premiere of Season 3, was going over some wacky stories and someone put a little something nefarious on my radar. The story of a man named Kevin Van Loven, a name that lives in infamy. You may be familiar with Mick Loven, but you do not want to know the tale of Van Loven, that much I assure you. Kevin Van Loven was a home inspector who in 2021 performed some despicable acts of degeneracy on a Tickle Me Elmo doll. And yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Van Loven went from home inspector to chode injector, putting his wiener all in and around the mouth of a Tickle Me Elmo doll in a child's nursery of a home that he was hired to inspect. Obviously pretty disgusting stuff. The man is by all definitions a predator. And, you know, actually, instead of just telling you the story, I'm just going to show you the clips from the stream real quick, and then I'll come in at the end and go over a bit more with what I've learned on Van Loven since the Elmo fucking. Have you seen the home inspection guy who had fun with a Tickle Me Elmo on Law and Crime? You put had fun in quotes, which makes me think it's something dubious. Home inspector caught pleasuring himself with Elmo doll. Oh, jeez, man. That's not... Elmo never wanted any of that to happen. That's not what Sesame Street's all about. Come on, man. Having him tickle you? What the fuck? Do they show anything? Because I really want to learn more about this now. Here, let me skim through on the other monitor real quick.
Well, you certainly don't hear this one every day.
You're wrong. I actually do hear that every day. Thank you very much. I can't go down the street without walking into a man that hasn't pleasured himself with an Elmo doll. What a ridiculous assumption. It's like he's never heard of Tampa. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, let's see. Why would he do such a thing? That's a good mugshot, too. This looks like an Elmo fucker. He's got some crazy hair. He's got, Christopher Lloyd in Food Fight hair. I can't remember the villain's name. Hold on, let me look him up real quick.
Well, you certainly...
Not quite. I misremembered. I thought it was less spiky.
Thank goodness for that, because a Michigan family had trusted a home inspector to look over their property as they got ready to sell, but when they checked their home security system, they spotted him violating their trust in one of the most egregious ways imaginable. He was pleasuring himself in the child's nursery with an Elmo toy. Yeah, pretty sickening stuff here. We'll go over how this unfolded, what happened to him.
Wait, is this the same guy? What they hit him with an age beam. Wow. Whoa. This is two different dudes sharing one body.
How this could have escalated if he hadn't been caught. And I'm going to break it all down.
This face says he'll do it again, too.
Chris Hansen.
Hide your
Welcome to
Elmos.
Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We go back, unfortunately, to March of 2021. A family in Oxford Township, Michigan.
Rough year for Sesame Street
Was putting
plushies.
their house up for sale. That home inspector was Kevin Wayne Van Loven. Yeah, of nearby Clarkston. And of course,
that's the perfect name. Kevin Van Loven. The guy who fucked Elmo. You couldn't write that any better. Is this not like a planned thing? Is he not playing a role?
And zips up his pants. You can see what that object is. He is holding a red Elmo doll.
So, okay. So, the actual Jerkin. My God. I'm malfunctioning. So, the event took place over here. And then he brought Elmo over here. Why? I thought what happened is he put Elmo on the ground, and that's where he did the deed. But that's not the case. He's actually moving Elmo from the scene of the crime. So it seems like he knew the camera was here. Because he put his back to it for the coitus, and then goes off camera to put it down over here. He had to know. And if you pay close attention, you can see Elmo blinking in SOS, like that old POW video that floats around occasionally. He was letting Elmo inspect his pants. That's true. Maybe it is just part of the job.
A
thorough inspection.
Elmo doll. Yeah. Walks across the room, places the doll somewhere off camera, and as he adjusts it, you can actually hear that signature Elmo laugh on the security camera. Tell me that's not just the most incredibly unsettling thing you've seen, but...
That's like straight out of the Joker. That is like actually in the Joker 2 when they fucking sexually assault him and he has the condition where he's laughing. Elmo just did that to the home inspector. Holy. Fucking traumatized him.
In my career, but never one who was preying on a child's toy. A Sesame Street character. What a sacrilege.
Well, get out there. Let's take him
how do you
down.
even begin to... It's disturbing.
It makes me wonder if there was a plan. If he knew, like, does he just walk in and find a toy that he, or is it like I'm trying.
Why don't we ask him? We have him in jail.
If this was in a way premeditated.
Is this something that would have continued into a more violent human contact crime? I mean,
what was this guy's name? Why are we speculating? We can just ask him, hey, why'd you pop your Winky in Elmo's mouth in the children's nursery? We can ask him what the fuck the plan was or the thought process. Surely Kevin Van Loven isn't, tight-lipped about his degeneracy. During questioning, Van Leeuwen said he moved the doll to inspect an electrical outlet but did nothing else. When told there was a camera in the nursery, Van Leeuwen allegedly made incriminating statements and apologized. No, what? I was just moving Elmo. He was blocking an electrical outlet, so I had to fucking strangle him down there like Homer Simpson around Bart. And you guys just got it all wrong. Whoa, what is this? It says, home inspector who committed an unspeakable act with Tickle Me Elmo doll in children's bedroom is busted again. Did they let him out after the first Elmo outing? A perverted Michigan home inspector caught on camera pleasuring himself with Tickle Me Elmo has been busted for violating his probation. He was on probation? He was found guilty of aggravated indecent exposure and sentenced to 19 days behind bars in October 2022, following the unspeakable act. But he was convicted yet again in January 2024 for violating his probation. This should have been a very serious charge that they wouldn't just let him out on. Yeah, and they make a good point. What if he had an STD and our son played with that? What if we just didn't know? We have a toddler and a newborn baby too. There's nothing worse than when someone comes into your home and you trust them to do a job and they do something like that in your child's bedroom. Yeah, for sure. If they didn't catch him, that Elmo doll just gets used. Like, the guy's a fucking predator. Like, why is he let out? Yeah, so he got 19 days and an 18-month probation. So the jury found him guilty on the indecent exposure, but they found him not guilty on the destruction of property, because there was a lack of DNA evidence on the doll. So because there was no bust, they had to adjust the charges. So he didn't get hit with the destruction of property, just the indecent exposure. And then he actually violated his probation last year, but I can't find any info on how he violated the probation. Maybe he found access to another doll's orifice somewhere in the world and got caught in the act again. I couldn't tell you. But he got let off pretty easy for the Elmo thing. I don't think it was taken super seriously, even though I think it's a pretty big deal. Because who's to say he hasn't done this before in other homes that he's inspected? He went to a child's room, a room that is actively being used by a child, and put his genitals all over one of their toys. And if that wasn't captured on camera, it would have never come to light, and that child would have used that toy, played with it, and who knows what could have happened. Like, it is absolutely revolting stuff. So I think he got let off really easy, and hopefully, now that he's violated that probation again, he won't get off easy again. Anti-aging guru Brian Johnson injected his face with fat and it went wrong. Now he's got handsome Squidward build. I'd been following Brian Johnson for a bit. Hadn't seen anything new from him for like the last month or so. No, I guess it is real. Holy. Wow. That actually looks like when I make goof juice in my Dark Souls playthroughs. He injected his face with fat-derived extracellular matrix. Selfies uploaded this week to his Instagram show his face progressively getting puffier and puffier, resulting in a bizarre and swollen visage straight out of the 2024 horror sci-fi flick The Substance. My biomarkers were improving, but I looked gaunt. People thought I was on the brink of death. That doesn't bode well for the anti-aging protocol and the 600 pills that he takes every 4 hours. But after starting what he called Project Babyface, which involved injecting donor fat, his face began to blow up, and then it got worse and worse until I couldn't even see. It was a severe allergic reaction. In another recent bid to turn back the clock on his body, Johnson underwent a procedure called total plasma exchange. Oh yeah, I remember that. In an alleged attempt to remove all unnatural pollutants from his blood. Some of you have probably seen his work before without realizing who he is. He's the guy who had his son donating his blood and plasma to him so he'd have younger blood and plasma, and then he was donating his blood and plasma to his dad. So he had like this human centipede of blood and plasma from his family tree. His whole thing is like he's spending millions of dollars a year to try and figure out how to de-age. And I've said from the beginning, it's weird, he's wacky, he's creepy, he looks vampiric, but if he actually has any kind of scientific breakthroughs, that's just good for the world. And he's openly publishing all of his findings, so kind of a W. Tough L on this one here, though, with Project Babyface, unfortunately. Got him out of the Oblivion character creator, but I'm sure he'll keep trying. He's just beta testing for the whole world. He's just like a guinea pig for all of it. Click the link that says uploaded this week to see the unfiltered. Oh, okay. Was that edited? Let's see. Oh, wow. So it's not as red. Why even put the filter on there? It's still the same, but at least it's not as red. I don't see the point of the filter. But man, that facial structure. Actual handsome Squidward. He did it. Has anything new even been found through his experiments? Now, I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that his experiments have led to some kind of scientific revolution. You know, he hasn't fucking discovered cold fusion here by injecting eucalyptus oil into each butt cheek every morning or anything. There have been some interesting findings that he has published. All of this is for free, by the way, which is why I think what he's doing is actually pretty cool. He's going through so much experimentation, trying so many different things, and publishing all of the results, like, openly available to anyone who wants to see them. And sometimes, some of his experiments are really wacky, such as this one, where he's de-aging his penis, talking about how he has the erection of an 18-year-old. That's pretty odd. That elicits a fart from me, for sure. Actually, even a double. And you know, that was so good, I think I'll have it a third time. Man, my ass is talking some serious shit right now. Point is, I don't know if he's actually had any, like, crazy breakthroughs with this, but it is still interesting nonetheless. But yeah, that video where he's looking for the fountain of youth for his wiener, definitely on the weirder side of things for sure. But just, let's picture that for a moment. Let's say he's like completely successful, but only with that, he finds the perfect formula to lock your cock in stasis as like a 20-year-old's member. But everything else doesn't work, so Brian Johnson ends up like 90 years old, he's like rotting away, decaying, his skin's all wrinkly and shit, but he's got a pristine dick. Like, he's got the fucking optimal hog. Who's allowing this to happen? Are there no laws to prevent these experiments? What would the law be? I mean, he's willing... I think he should be well within his rights to do whatever he wants to himself in his own home. The man is like... He's worth like $600 million. He sold like a tech company, and he's dedicated his life to just researching how to make yourself de-age and be healthier. He's not using unethical experiments on anyone. The only two people I know of that he's ever even done experiments on are his son and his dad. Both of which wanted to participate in the experiments. Look at a photo of him from 2015. He looks unrecognizable. I can't remember what he looked like in 2015, but he did have like a substantial change doing this. Yeah, it is like a totally different person. Actually looks like some kind of Detroit Become Human thing. He should really go back to the beard. The beard actually just made him look younger. Probably can't grow one now. No, I'm sure he can. I don't think he, like, fried his hair follicles or anything with his, like, daily red light therapy or anything. He aged too far back, he can't. He's biologically a 6-year-old. His facial hair can't come in now. I mean, I guess you could argue he does because his skin looks so much smoother, but he looks more plastic. I wouldn't necessarily say he looks that much younger, but he looks much more plastic. Personally, I think it looks not bad. I don't think he looks terrible or anything. This was a disaster. Looks like it healed, though, so... Didn't really lose anything from it. That's good. That wasn't permanent. But, like, I don't think he's in bad shape or anything. Like, he's actually really fit. Here, hold on. He's got the weirdest workout routine, though. He is in good shape. He's, like, almost 50. He's fit. He looks synthetic. And these are his pills that he takes every day. Man has like 60 pills for breakfast and another 60 pills before bed, and bedtime I think is 8 p.m. Just to set the record straight, it's 105 pills that he takes every day, and it's broken up into 2 separate parts, and he also stops eating at, I think it was 11. I'm already forgetting because it was just so much information at once, but I'm pretty sure it's 11, and he spends like most of his time in a fasted state, and then his bedtime, he takes sleep super seriously, which makes a lot of sense. There is so much research and evidence to suggest that sleep is like one of the most important things you can do, but it's also the most cringe thing you can do. I hate sleep. I think if we could just find a way to conquer sleep, we would then go out and conquer the stars. If we just had those like 8-9 hours a day that we spend offline, holy shit, the amount of things we could accomplish. That is the holy grail of science, I think, is finding a way for us to not need to sleep. But since we don't live in that fucking fantasy, you know, it's not Warhammer 40k, sleep is very important, and he talks a lot at length about that. In fact, in that video with Will, he says, like, if there's one thing that you take away from all this, even if you don't like everything else, the one thing you should take away is that sleep is important. Like, very, 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 very important. And it is. You should buy one of his true age tests to see how old your body is at the cellular level. How much are they? That's actually not a bad idea. We should do that. We should do that at the warehouse. See who is cellularly the youngest out of our group. So the decode your DNA. This one, right? It's this one, I'm pretty sure. The True Diagnostic Epigenic Company. Decode your DNA. That actually could be fun. I'm gonna send this to send this to my friends. Hey guys, want to test our DNA? We've already done that. Well, kind of. We tested our testosterone. And we're doing a fertility test pretty soon. See who's got the most potent seed. Let chat do a guess poll on who has the most. For potency? That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we could do that. Once we get the kits, though. I'll wait till we get the kits, then we can do a little chat poll. I've just got a sneaking suspicion, though, when we do the fertility test, one of us is going to be sterile, and it's going to be devastating. It's going to make the video so much more uncomfortable. I just have a feeling. Just a hunch. It'll probably be me, too, because growing up, I used to just play City of Heroes on my laptop. Well, it was my parents' laptop. And I just set it on my lap for fucking hours in front of the TV, just letting that Almost 2 weeks ago now, I made a video talking about a woman who's made over $100,000 selling her jarred farts. It's actually how I spent my Christmas day, just researching this. While you were out having fun with your family and opening presents, I was studying the ass and the endless capabilities of it, the potential. This story convinced me that the human colon was basically an infinite money cheat code. All she had to do was blast a little ass into a jar and sell it for a crazy price, and she was making so much money. So just to give you a basic lore breakdown, she was a reality TV star, her name's Stephanie, and then she transitioned to Instagram and became a full-time fart dealer. Not like one of those shady flatulence dealers that you see on the side of the corner with missing teeth and all that, and you can't even trust whether or not they farted or shit in the jar. No, she was a high-quality, luxury fart vendor. And she was making a ton of money selling her jarred farts on her platform. She had made over $100,000 just over the last month or so from doing it. And it looked like it was all on the up and up for her. In my last video, a lot of people had questions whether or not she bare ass farts into the jar, because then you'd obviously get like poopy particles in there and stuff, which would be more bang for your buck, I suppose, if you're into it. I don't have the answer to that, and I still don't even today. I imagine she probably did it fully clothed, so you just got kind of the essence of a fart, not so much like the actual unit, you know? So when you open it up, you'd probably still get like a bit of that Methodist, but you wouldn't get like the full-blown rotten dog shit smell, I don't think. But again, I didn't get a chance to buy any. Those were limited edition because she's retired. That's right. Not in the way you think. It's not like she just, you know, hung up her jersey and said, you know, I'm done with the sport. No. She was forced to retire by nature. She almost died from farting in jars too often. Yesterday, Stephanie was rushed to the hospital with symptoms of either a heart attack or a stroke, and she feared it was her final moments. That must have been horrifying, to like sail into Valhalla with your ass squatted over a jar, literally just farting yourself to death. I can't even imagine. That's fucking worse than getting dysentery on the Oregon Trail. So yeah, she was treated for like heart attack symptoms and everything, but doctors eventually concluded it wasn't a heart attack or a stroke. She had been eating too much eggs and beans. So In my initial video talking about this, I said she probably wasn't even farting into the jars because, I mean, that's a lot of work. You know, she said she had changed her diet around in order to, like, produce as much ass juice as possible, and I just kind of doubted that because I just felt there was no way the human anus had evolved enough to meet the demand that she was experiencing. I just didn't think it was possible to supply that much. And it's not like she even really needed to go through the effort of actually tooting in those jars. Because people were basically buying the idea of a fart in a jar. Like, no one's going to be able to take that jar and prove whether or not there was a sacred fart held within those walls. Like, what are they going to do? Take it to a forensics expert, a team of scientists, get them on it? Hey, guys, can you conclude whether or not Stephanie actually did squeeze one out in here, just dump a fart in this jar? Because you could open it up and it might just, you know, it might have been a fart that wasn't smelling, you know? Maybe it wasn't that pungent. There's just no way anyone could have proven whether or not there was a fart in that jar. It's like the fucking Schrodinger's cat conundrum. So she really could have just been selling empty jars and saved herself a lot of trouble. But apparently she was truly committed to the craft, like the love of the sport. There was real passion there. She changed her entire diet around to be only protein shakes, eggs, and beans. And as a result of this diet, nearly just fucking died. Like, her gas pain was so intense that she needed to be rushed to the emergency room. She fucking committed her life to this craft here, a full-blown professional athlete. Like, it was actually incredible to read this, and I couldn't help but just commend her for the dedication. She sacrificed her health for the sake of her customers. God damn it. She said, I'm putting my best ass forward in these jars, no doubt. My customers are getting quality. What, God damn it, I don't care if it costs me my life. But I'll be honest, after reading this, my heart broke for the people that bought those jars and made the mistake of opening them. She ate a diet of nothing but eggs, beans, and protein shakes. That shit was basically a biological weapon she was shipping out to customers. I bet there's actual corpses in those houses that bought those jars. Like, that must have stunk to high heaven. That was no doubt some real stinky shit in there. They could have probably replaced Narcan with her fart jars with that kind of diet. Just someone overdosed, the fucking paramedics bring out Stephanie's ass can, it brings them right back to life and they quit drugs on the spot. I promise you that much. Like, good lord. She truly changed her whole way of living just to accommodate these jars of farts. If that's not inspiring, I don't know what is. Unfortunately, she has had to retire from this. The prescription that they gave her is like gas suppressants. Like, her treatment is basically stop eating gas-producing foods. Like, stop making your whole diet about expelling gas at dangerous rates. So she has to stop now for her own health. And, you know, that just makes those jars even more valuable now. You're going to see that shit popping up on eBay for millions in the next few years, I'm sure. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this because what a wild journey it's been. She was only in business for a few months too, so she didn't even really reach her peak. What's the expression? The star that burns brightest burns fastest or something? Like burns out the fastest? I don't fucking remember. She flew too close to the sun and burnt up, unfortunately. But she still made, I think, right around $200,000 from a couple of sources I've read from. So she's doing all right. And she still got her fart NFTs on the way. You know, so there's still something to look forward to there. But it's not going to be the same. You don't have that physical jar. So, you know, I don't know how successful that's going to be. But she still got those NFTs coming out at some point. Who doesn't love NFTs, am I right? I mean, fuck. I'm confident that a large number of you watching this video have been the victims of porch pirates or package thieves at some point in your life. It's becoming an ever-increasing crime that's more common than jaywalking at this point. Now, as the video title is already spoiled for you, yes, we were recently the victims of porch pirates, and we've got some nice 4K footage, compliments of the Ring doorbell that caught them in the act, and I just really want to talk about this because it is so frustrating that this keeps happening. And what's even more frustrating is just how bubbly she is while stealing our shit. She looks directly at the Ring doorbell and basically just smiles at us, just stares a hole through our soul. Because she knows she's going to get away with it, and she has. They aren't really able to do anything. Authorities can't fucking track her down just by knowing what she looks like. This isn't a game of guess who. So here comes our little angel now, and this is clearly not her first rodeo because she brought some equipment here. She's got a big bag in order to efficiently steal packages, so that way she doesn't have to struggle with like carrying multiple packages in her arms. Just look at this efficiency. She's a well-oiled machine. This is some shit out of Ocean's 11 here. She's in and out within 30 seconds, gets the whole kit and caboodle, and then even blows a little kiss on the way by, looking directly at the Ring doorbell. Excellent work, ma'am. Also, for any astute observers out there, that vehicle parked in front of the house, that soccer mom Batmobile, that was her getaway car. She had the chutzpah to not only casually walk up to the house, slowly pick up all the packages, and then waltz away smiling. She even parked her car basically in the driveway of the place she was robbing. She didn't even do the standard shit that you see in crime heist movies where they park like a block away before robbing a bank. Everything was so bold and brash, and it doesn't matter because she did get away with it. Now, I blurred her face because I'm not trying to lead a witch hunt here or anything. Of course, I don't care about protecting the identity of a criminal, but I do not want to engage in any kind of witch hunt behavior. I'll explain what she stole in just a moment, but I also want to explain that this is not me that was stolen from this time around. This is Matt. These little goodies that were stolen were Matt's, and I'll go ahead and give you the little post-game analysis report to tell you what her grand total is that she made off with. Incalculable wealth. She basically won the Powerball by stealing from Matt. She got priceless artifacts, treasures that not even Nicolas Cage would be able to steal, like the Declaration of Independence, because they're too important and too valuable to even put a price tag on. One of the items was a custom birthday present that Matt spent like 6 months working on and ordering and getting finished and finalized for his sister. It was a birthday present that Matt had waited half a year for to give to his sister that finally arrived, and now it's in her hands, so I can promise you there's not shit she can do with it unless she happens to share the same name as his sister and the same interests. And then the big package that she stole is actually a package that was meant for all of us, not just Matt. It was our most recent merch line. I shit you not, this isn't just supposed to be some kind of merch plug. She stole our prototype merch. This happened quite a little bit ago, so we were waiting for some prototype merch to come in to see how everything feels and looks to make sure that it's up to our quality standards and make sure that it absolutely slaps. And that was that package. So she made off with some alpha merch here. This is a bigger haul than robbing a bank. She broke into Fort Knox and stole something far more valuable than gold. Moist Global merch for our anime streetwear line, which I'm going to use this as an opportunity to plug the merch here as a little ad section. That line is available now. We had to get another shipment sent to us so we could test it all out and make sure it's all good, and it's fucking amazing. So the anime streetwear line is available on moistglobal.com right now. The items are so good that it possessed this woman to steal packages off people's porches just for the chance at finding these puppies. This shirt's available. These pants, this hoppy coat, which has become a favorite of mine since I've been wearing hoppy coats so often now since we started that. This hoodie, and so much more. So much incredible stuff at moistglobal.com. You can click the link in the description below if you want to just get taken there instantly. Now anyway, back to the topic at hand. So Bozo did get away with the crime, unfortunately, and it just boils my blood because this is happening to everyone everywhere. Like I mentioned, since everyone is basically shopping online these days, there's not a whole lot of, brick and mortar purchases. It's going to people's doorstep. The packages get there, and then some people just swoop in and take it like reverse leprechauns coming to steal our pots of gold that are left out on the porch. It's extremely frustrating. Oftentimes, it's just total strangers that are just going to random houses looking for packages and then taking them. Other times, it's your neighbor coming in and swooping in, taking your shit. You can't trust anyone. There's reptilians among us and they're taking all of our things. Just look at this. The arrogance is infuriating. Basically giving a thumbs up to the Ring doorbell camera, smirking at it, knowing that she's being recorded and watched, but it doesn't matter because she also knows that she's going to get away with it. Also, love how she's wearing a Hurley shirt she must have just finished stealing from PacSun, and she is way too old to be in that store. Act your age, lady. It's so frustrating. This Porch pirate found the One Piece with our Moist Global merch and then also stole an extremely important item from Matt to his sister. And it sucks because this isn't like some kind of freak incident that happened. Package thieves are so common now. I don't know how often it's happened to Matt, but for me personally, it's happened a couple of times with my packages being stolen. I've personally been the victim of porch pirates only twice in my life, I believe. That's mainly because I just don't really order many things, and the things I do order are things that nobody is gonna try and steal. Like, for example, the Moby Huge. The Moby Huge is a 60-pound wiener. Like, no one's taking that. So most of those items that I get aren't really things porch pirates are, salivating over. The only 2 times that I've had my packages stolen by a porch pirate was one when I was living in my apartment complex and I was really obsessed with buying goofy instruments. So I had a pretty silly one delivered. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was a pocket trumpet, and someone had taken it right in front of my door. And then the second time is I ordered, I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It was either Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon cards, and they just left a couple packages out front, and someone came by and snagged them. Which is obviously not only a huge headache because you didn't get what you paid for, and it's not the fault of the seller, just some asshole came through and swiped it, but it's also just a big psychological thing as well, just feeling like it's unsafe to order things to your house because someone might steal it. It just sucks. And what's even worse is things like Ring Doorbell, like they're there to help in situations like this, to be like a deterrent to thieves and all of that. But because this has become so common, it's very difficult for there to be action taken on each of these cases. And even if they do try and, figure out who it was that stole from you, piece together the puzzle pieces to the mystery and solve it like Scooby-Doo and the crew, it's very unlikely that even if somehow they do pull off the miracle and find the person that stole your packages, you're still not likely to get the stolen items back. The whole thing just fucking sucks. Porch pirates are degenerate scum. Mark Rober is a hero for glitter bombing package thieves. I love that. That's my favorite series ever. The glitter bombs against the package thieves is great. Obviously, this is a huge problem faced by a lot of people, but I don't have the solution either. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to, protect packages dropped off on the porch, unless you have, some kind of safety deposit box or a vault door that delivery personnel are supposed to deposit the stuff in and then lock on the way out. I really have no idea. That doesn't sound super efficient. That seems like it could get pretty messy and weird. So I don't exactly know what can really be done to stop this from being such a common crime. Did you see the drama about a Boston Marathon runner shitting in a dude's yard? The dude complained on Reddit, and then the Boston subreddit defended the runner that shit in the dude's yard. I'll check it out. Okay, so this is kind of like the patient zero here. One of the marathon runners just took a shit in my yard. Video inside. Looks like there was hard evidence here. No questions to be asked. They couldn't have tried to blame it on an animal or something. There was apparently porta potties throughout the route. Man, everything's fucking deleted. This one's not. Someone said it's an emergency. Why would you approach her during this? It was probably embarrassing. She took a shit in his yard. OP responded by saying she should have the courtesy of not shitting on my lawn. There's no possible way her actions can ever be justified. I'm on OP's side here. You can shit other places. There's porta potties throughout there. Plenty that you can do. But yeah, the comments are more on the side of the runner. I think this is one of those astronomically rare circumstances where it can actually be justified. What do you want to happen now? Don't fuck up this woman's life because she didn't want to shit herself. Just don't shit in his lawn. What do you mean, what do you want to happen now? Put her on blast. This lady just fucking shit in my yard. Why? Did she pick up the shit after? No. She left it there and continued running based on the other comments I've seen. Oh my god. Wait, these comments, this is the most Reddit shit I've ever seen. The comment said, OP should take a lesson from this post. Being a decent human actually requires some effort. On her part, just to have the decency not to shit in the yard. Yeah, here it loaded. Yes, you have some ground to stand on because this person... Yes, you have some ground to stand on, too, because this person some personal shame. But what else do you get from it? And all of OP's responses there are so focused on my, and even stating in no circumstances is this justified. quite showing of how this person is developed. No, yeah, obviously he has some ground to stand on, but that ground is covered in shit. That's the problem. What the fuck? So focused on my. Yeah, it's his fucking yard that she started shitting on. This is crazy. This is crazy. At least this one's got downvotes. The other one was updooted. But he probably got downvoted because of terrible grammar. His grammar was more shit than that lady's ass. So they probably downvoted for that, because the other ones are updooted. At least we're getting to a point where some of these awful takes are fucking downvoted. Damn, OP, you didn't even offer the bathroom. Boo. Right? That's the humane thing to do. Do you want to clean up in my house? You're right, OP should have been out there with his baby wipes helping her wipe her ass. Maybe get her some Imodium and water while he's at it. Shut the fuck up. You can invite some stranger into your house after she poops in your lawn. Finally, a man in the Boston subreddit with a fucking brain in between their ears. Yeah. What are you talking about? Didn't even offer the bathroom. What's he supposed to do? Be monitoring his ring at every hour of the day, making sure there's not some vigilante pooper coming through? Like fucking rushes out there and cradles her like a baby, dragging her to the bathroom? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of chaos? What kind of madness? What world are we living in? What kind of fantasy? Please, madam, come inside. Use my toilet. Use my facilities, quick. Put your sphincter away. There's better choices. Don't embarrass yourself. Again, at least this one has downvotes. You're acting like someone pooped in your yard for fun. She's running a marathon and didn't know what to do. It's not like she could just go home. Yeah, it's gross, but she was probably already embarrassed about the situation. Fucking hold it till you get to the porta potties, or even at the bare minimum, just shit on public property. Like shit on the street. Just anywhere else. At least bury it. And if you know what, and I'll go a step further. If you're going to shit in someone's yard, at least have the decency to pick it up. Like a dog. Marathon runners shit their pants all the time. Half the sport is being able to push your body to the limits and accept the consequences. I don't know how common it is, but there is an iconic photo of a marathon runner who's approaching the finish line with fucking doo-doo running down both of their legs. And they have like this really grimaced expression on their face. Actually just covered in more shit than like a baby who filled their diaper. The video is on Twitter. Let me see. You can't really see anything. This guy's got a huge front lawn. Some people also came around the corner and caught her in the act. I don't know if those are like marathon judges making sure no one poops themselves or something, like the goddamn defecation police, but like 2 people come around the corner and actually watch her shit on this man's lawn. Did she not wipe? Well, she didn't pack baby wipes or toilet paper for the marathon. She didn't expect to be shitting in it. Tactical shit drive-by. Yeah, looks like it. But yeah, she just leaves it. Doesn't even look like she makes an attempt to clean it up. That is foul. So the better option was for her to shit herself instead of going in someone's yard. Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? Like you'd rather someone be covered in shit and publicly embarrass themselves instead of have a corner of poo on your lawn? It's literally part of the sport. Nearly 60% of marathon runners report shitting themselves. I think you're pulling this out of your ass. This stat is just as shitty as this woman in the yard. Like, I don't believe that. But yeah, there's a couple of other options. Fucking poop in public on the street, outside of other people's property, or if you're going to poop on someone's yard, treat it like a dog shitting and literally pick it up after yourself. Yeah, 100%. It looks like that's all we got. That was quite a journey. That was an adventure. First off, runner's diarrhea, as it is known, is a real thing. A study published in the National Library of Medicine in 1992 asked 109 long-distance athletes about their bowel movements during runs. 62% reported that they had stopped for a bowel movement during training. 43% said they had nervous diarrhea before a race, and 51% said they had experienced diarrhea after a race, and 12% reported full-on fecal incontinence while running. That is shockingly high. But that's probably why they have porta potties throughout these marathons, for situations just like this. I guess I don't know how close together those porta potties are, though. Maybe there's like a big gap in between them. Yeah, wild situation. I didn't realize how common poopy pants were during a marathon. I thought that was kind of like an isolated incident. What you did was wrong, but I'm sure in her mind it was sheer panic. Hard to say what you'd do unless you're in the same shoes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, I don't think this was premeditated. I don't think she planned on shitting in someone's yard that day or anything. But even still, like if you know like the floodgates are opening, I would say just do it on like public land, or at least clean up after yourself. Like find some bushes on public property, shit there, or clean up after yourself at the very least instead of just leave it like it was a hit and run, like a drive-by. Twist, she wasn't even actually running in the marathon. Oh yeah, maybe it's a very nefarious plot. The marathon was just a cover. There was a second shitter on the grassy knoll. This was cool. This was a nice little ride. Fetishes are a lot like nipples. Everyone has one. And in the spirit of Halloween, I was trying to find some scary, spooky fetishes to look at and investigate. And oftentimes I'll just type in a bunch of like weird shit that I think might turn up a result on YouTube. So I typed in, I am sexually attracted to ghosts, and luckily I actually found one of the world's first ghost fetishists giving an interview about it. So I thought we could dive in and take a peek to get in the spirit of Halloween.
Yeah, which is some people would be a little scared of, but you weren't scared by it.
It never felt scary. It felt comforting, if anything.
And even when you were in, this all happened sort of in the spare bedroom. That was where it was, you know, at its most powerful. Even when it came up behind you and you could feel its breath on your neck, that still didn't freak you out.
I was starting to fall asleep. It came to me, and what happened?
God, look at the face. That is the face of a man who is sexually aroused in the subject. He looks like he's any second just waiting to come. He just needs to hear the right words from her. I really like how the beginning of this intro isn't really even her telling her story with fucking ghosts. It's this guy leading her down the path of the story like he's writing this fanfic for her, 50 Shades of Grey spirit realm dimension.
I don't know what I can say on TV.
You just had wait. You had sex?
Yeah, I had sex with the ghost.
With a ghost?
Yeah.
I had to take the mask off. That shit was designed for like a 9-year-old's head dimension, so it was basically suffocating me. I felt like I was being assassinated by Agent 47, the hitman, and it's probably full of lice. But anyway, I spliced this around a little bit because the intro is a bit long-winded. In a nutshell, she had a fiance, he worked a lot, she got bored, so she go into the spare bedroom and she felt the presence of spirits, and eventually let them fuck her. And now we're getting into the juicy details on how she converted from human flesh to spirit ectoplasm.
Physically, how does the sex bit happen? You can still feel it. Like it was it's difficult to explain.
Like a weight.
Kind of a weight, but at the same time weightless, and like a physical. There's the breath and stroking. And the energy as well. I think the energy was a lot to do with it. Do you feel a connection?
I've got to wonder, though, how she chooses her sexual ghost partners. Like, how does she know she's not getting fucked by Adolf Hitler and forming this connection with his ghost? How does she process who's entering her vagina spiritually? It's just a very odd dynamic, but the ghosts must be fucking thrilled. It's gotta be boring as shit being a ghost, only being able to move chairs and knock over vases at 3 a.m. To be able to go and just fully penetrate this woman who's more than willing and consenting to it, that's gotta be such a treat to Danny Phantom's universe over there on the other side of the spirit world, the ghost zone.
And does a sexual experience with a ghost end in orgasm?
For me, yeah.
Right, gosh, so wow.
And fan for the ghost?
I just hope so.
Well, I can't say for sure if the ghost's orgasm, but I can tell you this co-host here looks like he's about to.
Then after that relationship ended, I mean, there have been many other spirits that have come to visit you.
Yeah.
And some have lasted sort of one time, but some have lasted a little bit longer.
This is why I think it's a little dangerous what she's doing. She's teaching these ghosts that it's possible for them to fuck us. She's basically the slutty teacher in all the porn films that's teaching the students how sex works, but on a larger scale and a very different clientele with these spirits. Eventually, they're going to want more than just her, and she already admits that she's ended sexual relations with a lot of the spirits. That means they're going to be seeking out other pussies and buttholes to come after. Rest in peace, anyone that sleeps on their stomach. You're going to have to start putting duct tape on your asshole, or else you might be visited by a ghost rapist, all because she's teaching them exactly how it works.
Yeah. Are they very different sorts of relationships? Have they got different energies?
Yeah, you can always feel a difference. The same just with a human, I guess. You can just feel different presences,
so
different personalities.
It's not the same one coming back 20 times?
No, it's often different ones.
But how do you know that? You can't see the ghost, you can't verify that, you can't even ask for their ID. Maybe you're getting fucked by underage ghosts, and now you're going to be in trouble with the law.
I would never, I've got no interest in men now.
But what about children? Because that surely is not possible.
I don't know, I've done actually a bit of research into phantom pregnancies recently.
Yeah, I'm sure that research field is pretty sound, scientifically speaking. Phantom pregnancy, that's cutting-edge science right there, cutting-edge research. Probably something she found in one of the anti-vax Facebook groups, I'm sure. But it is an interesting thought to think about. Could you get fucked by a ghost and have a child? Probably not. I imagine if such a thing was possible where she's actually getting fucked by ghosts and they're also not sterile, what would happen is the pregnancy would be kind of like a queef. So maybe she does go 9 months and then lets out like a puff of air. And maybe to the human eye, it's just a queef, but in the spirit realm, it's perhaps a baby, kind of like in Dragon Ball Z when Gotenks and Trunks fuse together and they like spit out those little ghosts of themselves with one of their attacks that explode. Maybe that, possibly, but I don't know. I would have to look into the research from phantom pregnancy experts.
Which I know sounds
Phantom
ridiculous.
pregnancy doesn't mean you have a phantom.
It doesn't, but actually, there's case studies where people have done a bit of research, and there's... I'm trying to think how to explain.
Yeah.
But there is sort of possibilities that it could actually be maybe the ghost of a child within you, but people don't know how to carry it on to full term kind of thing. But...
I don't want to be the one to tell you Santa Claus isn't real, but I think it's important we rip this Band-Aid off. You will never be the mother to a phantom child like this. I don't think that's how it works. Even if the dimensional barrier is a bit weak around your vagina so ghosts are able to actually fuck you, I think that dimensional barrier is probably the ultimate condom, meaning they will never successfully ghost bust in you and get a child in there. Just, I don't think that would work, but again, I'd have to check what the experts are saying.
Could be explained by sleep paralysis, which is just in those early moments of sleep where you're conscious but your subconscious takes over, and many people describe sexual feelings that happen, that it could be that. Could that be a possibility or not?
I don't think so, because my first ghost used to follow me around the house and kind of lure me in.
Well, you can't argue with that defense. To be fair, I don't think it'd be sleep paralysis either. I also just think it's straight fantasy, but I could be totally wrong. Maybe a highly professional team of paranormal investigators will visit her house at some point and find her levitating 2 feet over her bed, legs behind her head and eyes rolled back doing an ahigo face. There's no telling in this crazy world we live in.
Ideally, I'd like to find one that I would like to settle down with and spend the rest of my life with, but I'll never go back to men.
Waiting for Mr. Right.
I'd say that's pretty noble. She's just waiting for the right ghost to come penetrate her. Hopefully Mr. Rogers can get his dick in there so she can feel the positive energy from Mr. Rogers and maybe they can live happily ever after, both in the human and spirit dimension. A very interesting story, one that really kind of encapsulates the entire feel of Halloween. So, hooey, do I have something special to share with you today? It's been a little while since I've just dragged something wacky into your lap and set it down like a cat bringing in a mouse from outside. It's rare that I see a video in 2023 that leaves me confused and even a bit shocked by what I just witnessed. That just happened today. I saw this video a few hours ago and I couldn't get it out of my head because there's so many questions with so little answers.
Ok, j'étais en train de manger, ça fait 3 quarts d'heure qu'il est là, devant ma voiture. Et voilà qu'il se met à lécher ma voiture.
The look on this man's face conveys 1,000 different emotions and all of them are off-putting. He looks like he's cheating on his SATs and cautiously looking around to make sure no one's looking at him to catch him in the act. He almost looks a little bit proud as well. This is clearly some kind of weird fetish from this guy, and this isn't the first car fetishist. In fact, I watched the whole documentary on a guy who loves fucking cars, so he'll like make out with cars, and a camera crew actually went out to film an entire like piece on him, and they were staying in a hotel, and one evening he actually went and busted a nut on their SUV in the middle of the fucking night. The guy is not even like a car fetishist, he's a car rapist. It wasn't even his vehicle, so I can only imagine the heartbreak and betrayal that his car must have felt at that moment. Unless, of course, they're not monogamous. I actually don't remember all the details on that. But regardless, if that guy was cruising your neighborhood or the local Walmart parking lot, make sure you got a chastity belt on your car's muffler, because he is coming for that cussy like a man possessed. He was a fiend. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, there are car fetishists out there, and this dude is probably one of them, I would imagine. Or this is his desperate, pitiful attempt at getting this woman's attention to try and, like, flirt with her somehow by throwing himself on top of her car and sexually licking it, tongue-fucking it, like he's trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. I don't know, but he's doing it right in front of not only her, but her spaghetti as well. The spaghetti that's sitting, like, right in front of her steering wheel. You know, he's got no shame, clearly.
C'est un mec, mais trop bizarre. Allez, dégage! Allez, dégage! Dégage! Allez, dégage!
I've got to tell you, I don't think this was the best decision from her given these circumstances. Blasting the windshield wiper fluid was probably the most erotic moment of that man's life. He clearly curls his toes when watching the Cars animated films, and now you've just convinced him that his cunnilingus on your car was so good that he made it squirt. Now he thinks it's a squirter. So he absolutely filled his trousers there, blew the whole load.
Allez, dégage! Mais dégage de ma voiture!
Oh, also, she was backing up while doing this, so he was actually, like, waddling along with her car while holding on to the hood and licking it. He is determined. Now, I've tried looking up information about exactly what was going on here, like what led up to this moment. Is this just a complete stranger? At first, when I watched this, I thought it was the security guard. I was like, wow, that's one hell of a way of enforcing order at the business place, I suppose, if she wasn't supposed to be parking there. Instead of, like, asking her to leave or anything, just immediately start licking the car and freak her out enough to make her want to leave. It is a bold, interesting strategy, but I couldn't really find anything like that. All I've seen is people hypothesizing what could have been the cause here, and the leading theory seems to suggest that this guy just wanted her parking spot and she wouldn't budge, so he hopped on top of her hood and started licking it as, like, a gross out kind of thing to make her want to get out of that spot. And I guess that would make sense to a certain degree if you're a fucking psychopath. Like, I don't know who's going that far for a fucking parking spot. Like, just park somewhere else.
Non mais je suis en train de rouler, le mec il reste sur ma voiture.
Boss battle completed. She managed to get him off the hood by just accelerating, driving away. And he holds on for quite a little while there. He goes on a little adventure, really gripping onto the hood tight like it's a fucking roller coaster ride. But then eventually she slows down and he gets off and runs away, I guess. What a wild encounter, though. This is one of those weird, random events in, like, an MMO almost. It feels so odd that this actually happened, and I have no fucking idea why it happened at all. And also, while she was driving away with him on the hood, it really looked like a green screen. Like, it actually just looked like him in front of a fucking green screen. It was so comical. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to share this. Hello everyone, Merry Christmas. I know it looks like I'm being held hostage, but I'm not. I'm fine, I promise. I swear on jolly old Saint Nick. But I do recognize that this looks like some kind of witness protection leaked footage kind of thing, like an interview with Edward Snowden or something. So I'm on a little Christmas trip, and I hope all of you had a wonderful holiday. Hopefully Santa Claus delivered wonderful presents and beautiful ass for you all to eat today. And I've got to tell you, he left a little something special for me, that old greasy bastard. You see, Santa Claus and his reindeer were able to evade NORAD, which is America's air defense program, in order to deliver something truly awful for me. And it is the gift of knowledge. He blessed me with a link to an article on a reality TV star who's begun selling her farts in jars and has made over $100,000 in the last couple weeks doing it. It's amazing. I don't remember if Christmas is supposed to be the celebration of Jesus' birth or remembrance of his death. I couldn't tell you, but I imagine it's probably his death, and this is probably what killed him.
Hey guys, welcome to another day in the life of a girl who sells her farts in a jar. Since my last TikTok, I've completed over 100 more orders, and people have been asking me for proof, and the proof is in the pudding.
Now that is a stinky pudding. $78,000 from jarred fart sales. This is what 2021 is all about. This is entrepreneurship in the modern era. If only I'd seen this video a week earlier, I would have had a great stocking stuffer for my whole family. I'd be giving jarred farts away like candy. Yeah, so this is how I'm spending my Christmas, envious of a woman who's jarring her farts and making 6 figures off it. This ties perfectly into something I've been saying for a long time now, and something that I still truly believe. I think any woman, or man for that matter, should start an OnlyFans ASAP. You can just make tons of money doing fully clothed pictures. Like pictures you would post on Instagram, you can post on OnlyFans instead, and people will pay for them. There are desperate, lonely weirdos that will pay top dollar for anything, no matter how trivial it is. You actually think she's farting in all of these jars? No chance. At the very least, at least when Belle Delphine was selling her gamer girl bathwater, you were at least getting water in those mason jars. Here, you're getting an idea, an imaginary fart in there. There's no way to confirm it's actually there. I don't think every time you open it, you're gonna get like a fucking Methodist, you know, like a blast of this odious ungus of a fart that she's dumped in there. Like, I just don't think that's happened. I think she's literally just taking empty jars, putting like little roses in them and shipping them. I don't think she's farting in them. Not to, you know, put on the tinfoil hat here, but I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't think she's farting 500 times a day to fulfill the orders here. There's just no way her ass can meet the demand right now. She doesn't have the supply for it, unless she has like some kind of turbo X-Men mutant style colon that's able to just constantly blast these bad boys out. I just don't think it's possible, because she's getting hundreds of orders, because she's made over 6 figures doing this. It's amazing. Though I guess it is possible she's able to, because apparently she's dedicated her whole life to this art here, so she eats a diet that helps her fart all the time, like constantly. And she even has this video where she's checking on her colon after a day of farting. I don't know what happens there. Maybe the colon just gives her a thumbs up, like, yep, still good down here. But I guess it could be possible, theoretically.
Now, look at that. You are welcome. So today started off very early. I had a radio show interview that was based in Mumbai, India. So I had to be up at 4 a.m. to get my hair and makeup ready so I'd look sexy for the fart buyers of India, who are one of my biggest demographics.
Honestly, this is a Sigma grind set right here. She's farting, she's shitting, and she's doing interviews to continue farting and shitting professionally. She's entered the realm of professional farting, and jarring, I suppose, by extension. Now, I know a lot of people are quick to judge and say, wow, women have it so easy, they can just jar their own farts. Ugh, they're playing life on recruit difficulty. But think about this for a moment. You have to basically be ready at any moment of the day to start jarring a fart. Like, I've juiced out some real wet ones over the last week or so, because I've been eating a little unhealthy on this vacation. And I wouldn't even stop to think to jar them, you know? Like, it'd be such a hassle, like, oh my god, I'm at the family dinner, I've got a good one ready to squeak out of my butt cheeks, and I have to jar it, because this is going to sell for premium, you know? This is going to be a collector's item. I'm going to probably mark it up, because it'll be like the elite package, something like that. And it's just, it's a lot. Like, there's a lot of moving parts to this business, and I don't think any of them are easy, and I think it probably weighs on her mentally, but she's a hero. She's a champion. She's a fucking farting champion, and she's starting to reap the rewards of it, because she's not afraid to put in the extra effort to get to the top.
Then I spend a portion of my day working on my fart jar NFTs that are launching in just a couple weeks. I chat with my fart jar community on Discord, answering questions, talking about my farts, and working with my graphic design team. And after that, I have some shipments to drop off at the post office.
More like shipments, am I right? Because she's selling farts and shit. But anyway, this is about the most predictable 2021 outcome of any business ever, turning it into an NFT. It's almost poetic. To take fart and shit and make it an NFT, I think that is absolutely beautiful. Though if you ask me, it kind of defeats the purpose of a fart jar, because the whole point of the fart jar is that it's a physical thing, right? You can open it and get that hit, you know, that dopamine rush. Whereas with a fart jar NFT, you don't get that. It's just like a piece of art that you have to assume represents one of her meaty blasts from her ass, I guess. But again, I'm not like the main clientele here. I'm not one of her buyers or in her demographic. So maybe people are buying the fart jars just to keep them as a collector's piece, put it over the fireplace, or maybe even put it like in like a glass display or something to talk about. I just imagine with fart jars, the whole point is that you can at any moment open it and gas out the whole room. You actually get something physical and you get a smell and an experience, whereas in NFT, you don't really get that. But I'm sure it'll do extremely well because anything with an NFT does well from fucking idiots, I guess. So I just want to talk about this because this is how I've spent the last hour of my Christmas, is just reading about her and watching some of her explanations on how the fart jar business is going. She's got a whole fart jar enthusiast community, and I just think it's incredible. I think that's great, so congratulations. I have alarming news. My beautiful city of Tampa Bay is on high alert as we are being ravaged by a loose cannon degenerate who is preying upon female real estate agents by pretending to be interested in purchasing property so that he can caress their feet.
You will only see right here on 10 Tampa Bay. Realtors are now speaking out after sharing posts like these online. They say a man suspected of having a foot fetish is reportedly targeting women real estate agents by booking fake home tours and open house showings.
Pound for pound, it really seems like foot fetishists have the most criminals. Like, of every fetish that exists on this planet, I feel like we see foot fetishists being the ones that are most aggressive and most insatiable with their appetite for their fix. I just see it in the headlines all the time. Like, just a week ago on stream, we learned about this dweeb, the Nevada foot fondler, which sounds like a terrible DC villain, who was recently arrested for breaking into multiple women's homes and rubbing their feet and legs while they slept. Like he was trying to get a genie out of a lamp. He would go in and like rub their feet, and they finally caught him. And there's a body cam of them confronting him as well. He literally looks like a caricature you'd picture in your head if I told you about the Nevada foot fondler. Now, I don't know if he's busted out of Arkham Asylum and now terrorizing Tampa Bay, or if there really is just that many foot fetishist criminals that just keep spawning in. It is crazy, though.
That's right, Dave and Frank. Several realtors are sharing this very similar story of a man inappropriately touching their leg or foot while they are working. And the earliest as far back as July in Pinellas County, and as recently as last week during another showing in Manatee County.
He's been at large for quite some time now. This is far from his first rodeo. They haven't caught him. There's not even a lot of information about who he is. I imagine they don't have any pictures or any real information on him, considering he makes these fake bookings and then going to open houses. So it's not like they're vetting him when he arrives and does this. So he's just like this man of mystery who probably retreats into the sewers like fucking Master Splinter. And he just comes out anytime there's an open house like the fucking boogeyman to go and touch the female realtor's legs and feet. Now, after doing a little more digging, it turns out they actually do know information about this guy, but they're not releasing it because he hasn't been formally charged or arrested on any of this at the moment. But I would make an argument that by not informing potential victims here, realtors, of who this is, it puts them at risk because he will continue to go terrorize open houses or booking these house tours with the realtors where he might do this again. If they don't know who he is, how are they going to avoid him and stay safe away from him? You know what I mean? And that's one of the things the story talks about, just avoid this guy. Well, how if they don't know who it is? Unless they're privately sharing that information with every realtor in the local area. I guess perhaps they're just not releasing it publicly on the news, maybe? I don't really know.
That time, he, pointed down at my feet and was like, "Oh, you have an ant on your shoe." And I was like, "Where?" And I'm frantic trying to get the ant off my shoe. And I'm like, "Where?" And he's like, "Right there, right there."
Real estate agent Angela Julian didn't realize that was just a trick.
He bends down and he starts unbuckling my shoe and caressing my foot, and I just thought that was really weird. At the same time, he's fidgeting with his phone, petting my foot, fidgeting the phone, and I think he's trying to take some type of a video up my skirt. It was really alarming.
That was just one of his many tricks in the John Madden playbook he uses to get his fix of foot fondling. So she's recounting this in this story where he came up and said like, "Oh, there's an ant on your shoe." So she was like kind of freaking out, and he's like, "Don't worry, I'm the hero here. I'll take care of this." And he goes down and then just starts like taking off her shoe, and I can already just hear the fedora tip he does as he says, "Milady, I've got this taken care of. No need to fear," as he goes down there and then just starts like worshipping her foot while trying to film with the other hand or some shit. I'm surprised she didn't just like reflexively kick him in the face, like breaking his nose. I don't know how he squeaked out of this situation with no injuries and no handcuffs. I'm assuming she was just like really fearful of this, because I think most people would be. That's a pretty alarming thing to just have happen out of nowhere when you're going to do like a fucking house tour for what you think is an interested buyer in the property you're listing. And then for something like this to unfold, that's probably the last thing anyone really expects. Anyway, like I mentioned earlier, it feels like this has happened a lot with feet in particular. Like that fetish, for some reason, leads to things like this more frequently than a lot of others. I understand it's more on the common side of fetishes, but even still, like some of the most outrageous ones you won't even hear about, like producing this many criminals, like fucking piss fetishists. You never see a headline with them in a case like this. Like, you never heard about like the piss patriot who goes to open house showings in order to con realtors into urinating on him. Like one of his strategies similar to this guy, like, "Oh, help, a jellyfish just stung me in the chest," rips off his shirt. "I need you to piss on it to neutralize the sting, quick!"
First unaware of the violation, now at least more than a half dozen women coming forward to share stories of their encounter with the strange man that's left them feeling vulnerable.
Very vulnerable. Instantly, you can sense that something's not quite right, but you can't really put your finger on it.
He's searching Zillow. He's using everything that everyone has public access to see when and where people are going to be.
I imagine this guy's got a setup similar to like Charles Xavier with Cerebro. He's just got like Zillow listings everywhere in the Tampa / St. Petersburg area, and he's looking for open houses so he can go there and touch the realtor's feet. Assuming, of course, they are female, because it doesn't seem like he's targeting male realtors at all.
And that is concerning.
Les Haynes, who runs a group for Tampa area realtors, says up to 30 people can show up for a single open house, with many unvetted. That's why he's advising realtors to prioritize their safety.
If you are carrying a firearm, you need firearm safety, you need practice. It is not buying a gun on a shelf and thinking you're going to be Annie Oakley.
They mention about how a lot of people that attend these open houses, they don't have like background checks or anything. They're not like vetted. It's just people that see it's an open house and they come in. That's the whole fucking point of an open house. It's just kind of fishing to see if there's anyone in the area that happens to drive by that might be interested in the property. So there isn't like a whole lot of procedure behind like getting information on everyone that shows up, which is why he's able to stay so under the radar and why it doesn't seem like there's any information about him. Now this guy is mentioning how important it is to like prioritize safety as a realtor, especially with someone like this out there, so he's talking about firearms, which the Tampa toe tickler probably just got a lot of sweat on his fucking brow right there hearing that.
Have an escape route, have maybe some pepper spray or something that you can grab and get to in an emergency to protect yourself.
And tonight, some of those women have now reported their encounters to area law enforcement, including Clearwater Police just confirming an incident in September. They say if you're a realtor and someone behaves like this or this particular person shows up at your listing, first make sure you get yourself safely out of harm's way and then call 911 immediately.
So since this weirdo is known to authorities, it is now just a matter of, are they going to do anything about him? Are there going to be charges pressed against him for these many acts of caressing people's feet without their consent? So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled to see if they finally do take in the Tampa toe tickler. And, well, that's really about it right now. If you're a realtor watching this, just be careful out there. Good luck sleeping tonight with this villain I'm about to put on your radar. You will be trying to snooze with one eye open and one eye on your phone, looking for any Ring doorbell alerts. Because there's a menace on the loose. There's a maniac afoot, and SpongeBob isn't here to catch him yet. We're talking about the Porch Pooper. An elusive, nefarious scoundrel that's leaving undesired presents on the front door of one man in particular at the moment. But this could be just the beginning of a crime spree.
You probably heard of porch pirates, but what about porch poopers? Don't know any other way to say it.
I can think of like 100 other ways to say it. Why didn't you just ask me? But I will say, porch pooper I think is very solid. That's a great alliteration that just flows off the tongue. But I've got some cool names for this cryptid, feel free to use them. The patio shadio, spready fazbear, poop shitman. I'm partial to poop shitman myself. It sounds like the name of a Kojima character, like Die Hard Man.
Right now, LMPD is looking for a man who has been using the bathroom on Louisville homeowner's porch all week long. Ward Jollish tracked down the homeowner and spoke with him about being targeted by a porch pooper.
That's the last kind of person you want to be targeted by. That's like being hunted down by Jason Bourne right there. A porch pooper has set his sights on this one homeowner in particular for no reason that they can figure out yet. It seems like random act of shit.
Listen, a warning. While we won't show you everything, okay? We won't show you everything. Some may be grossed out by this video.
When I first watched this, I actually thought this was about to be some kind of like sly plug for their Patreon or something, or like exclusive membership content on their YouTube channel. Look, we're not going to show you everything here, but sub to the Patreon or join on YouTube and you get the full ass blasto experience here, poop and all. More butt cheek and more feces than you can handle. Enjoy to your heart's content. But it's just her letting viewers know, like, hey, there's a dude fucking squatty pottying on this guy's front door, and even though we censored it, it's still kind of yucky.
It all started with this. Sunday night, a young man in a red shirt walks up to one Louisville home well after midnight and begins peering inside. The homeowners have no clue. After a few seconds, the man runs away in his socks and disappears into the night. But the next night, he returns and leaves a horrific surprise.
There's a lot to unpack here. If you ask me, it doesn't seem like he's in his right mind. He's got to be under the influence of something, it looks like. Because he's approaching the door and he starts doing this with his hands like he's fucking putting binoculars on to see inside of it, about to use x-ray vision or something. I know it's an effective strategy when you actually get to the door so you can see in a little bit better and focus, but he was doing it like from way too far away for that to be useful at all. And of course you have to be off your goddamn gourd to take a shit on a stranger's doorstep. But what's even weirder about this is that it was a premeditated shitting. It wasn't like some kind of impulse thing where he just had the bubble guts and just couldn't hold it in anymore, the dam broke. He went to the house one night, cased the joint basically, scoping out the scenery, making sure it's like the optimal place to take a shit. Came back the following night after cooking it up, like charging his alt for 24 hours, and then released the payload. Like, he just took the dump the following night. So this was something that he had planned out from the sound of it. And looking at the footage, he was wearing the same outfit. At least if this footage is the proper timeline, where he went to the house first just looking at everything, and then came back the next night taking the shit, he's wearing the exact same clothes, so he didn't even like bathe or change in that time.
Tuesday morning, I went out to my front porch and noticed this, what I thought was a cat poop.
The homeowner, who wishes to remain anonymous but who we'll refer to as Jim, then checked his doorbell camera and realized it was no cat at all.
And it turned out to be a person. And not only did he defecate, but he also urinated on our welcome mat.
This seems personal, but the homeowner Jim has no idea who this guy is or why he would do this in the first place. And to make matters even worse, I'm pretty sure I have that exact same pair of pants that the porch pooper is wearing. So I may have been burgled by this gentleman. Maybe he broke into my house in the middle of the night, stole my pants, and left a fucking surprise somewhere that I haven't found yet. And now he's wearing my pants while shitting around the town.
What's even more disturbing is that the man returned a third time the very next night. Jim got an alert on his phone and tried to confront him, but the man was already gone.
You have no idea who this guy is or why he's doing this?
I have no idea. We're good neighbors. We, keep to ourselves, we behave ourselves. And
he was visited 3 times, like the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future. But the only gift he was given was the gift of a fucking colon cleansing on his front porch. And in all 3 instances captured on the doorbell camera, he's wearing the same clothes. This guy didn't bathe or change over the course of 3 different public shitting incidents. His hygiene stinks. This guy fucking super sucks. I imagine him going around town, he has like this cartoonish stink cloud that follows him around. He is probably unbearable to be near. Holy shit.
Jim has now filed 3 police reports for each night his home has been targeted, but so far, no arrest. Just a big mess he's now forced to clean up.
I'm relieved that he's not violent or he's not trying to force entry. He's just doing his deed. But it's very disconcerting and disturbing.
In Louisville, Wargelis, Wave News.
Now, I did wonder if the news broadcast had just repeated footage here when they did the side-by-side, because it looks so similar. He goes to pretty much the exact same spot, like down to the millimeter, and he spends about the exact same amount of time shitting, which I find to just be highly unlikely, unless this guy is some kind of anus specialist, the butt whisperer, and he's trained his ass to be extremely strict with how long shitting takes. Then it just seems weird that it's pretty much the exact same across all 3 instances. But it is very possible, because when to debunk myself, when he stands up in some of the shitting there, he reacts differently. So like in one of them, he looks at the door, and the other one, he doesn't and just immediately looks to the left and goes away. So it probably is separate instances. I just still find it shocking how consistent he was with it. Same position, same location, same duration, and same clothing. It's like when he's not shitting on this guy's front porch, he just enters stasis and then comes back the next night in the exact same outfit and everything. It's just so peculiar. So yeah, hopefully they catch the porch pooper sooner rather than later. I'd hate to see more homes ruined by such foul fecal matter being spread haphazardly like this in locations where it shouldn't be. So yeah, hopefully Jim no longer has to deal with this porch pooper, and I just wanted to make you all aware of this so you can take precautions. If you hear a rumbling of a tummy in the middle of the night, sprint to your front door ASAP, because you might be... I identify as Korean now. I'm getting my 6th nose job. We know this guy. This is, don't tell me his name, It's, Ollie London. I remember when he, was just a huge Jimin fan stalker. And I've seen on Twitter, I've kept up with some updates, he's undergone multiple surgeries to look Korean. And, yeah, it's pretty awful, really.
People need to accept the fact I do look like Jimin. I'm pretty much identical to Jimin. I even coined the term transracial. I've had a lot of backlash for identifying as Korean, but I'm just living my truth.
It's pretty fucking rough.
They're saying that I don't look like Jimin, which finally I'm gonna...
Every doctor that has worked on him should be fired and have their license revoked.
This is it. I've got my new nose.
Hey!
How are you today?
Good to see you, enabler.
I'm originally from the UK. Yes.
Jimin, I love you. I love you so much. Starring Hey BTS.
It's gotta be really hard being BTS, honestly.
I'm also a YouTuber. My procedures. I always go to the doctor and say, okay, please make me look Korean. Please make me look like Jimin.
How does he afford all these surgeries?
I've done so many,
I think his parents are super wealthy, if I remember right.
Probably spent now,
it's been a while.
Over $200,000. Chin, eyes, brow lift, chest, nipples, liposuction, so many things.
Whoa, wait, what?
Myself transracial because...
Why nipples? What? Why? What was the point of that? That must have just been like a package deal. The fucking surgeon was like, yeah, if you give me an extra 15K, I'll just do your nipples too. He's like, fuck it. Run it. Are Jimin's nipples even public? Let me look this up. Jimin nipples. Jimin's got nipples! Holy fuck! That's big. No, that's big. I see why I got his nipples done now.
Really horrendous. I've had murder threats, people saying they don't know where I live, what hotel I'm staying at, they're coming to come and kill me. People have made petitions online.
Little do they know he's bulletproof from all that plastic surgery.
Rocket to space off the planet. cruel names. They compare me to all sorts of celebrities, say that I look like Ellen DeGeneres instead of Jimin. People that call me racist, it's like, actually get to know me. I get so many people coming up to me, and it's always a positive response. 99%.
Do they ask up for autographs thinking that you're
I
Jimin?
love what you do.
Because you do look like twins.
I'm so excited today. I'm going to be meeting Bibiana and some of my amazing friends, Pam and Kayla.
You need better
well.
friends.
I'm so excited. I can't believe I'm in Texas.
He doesn't look like Jimin? Are your eyes open?
I mean, I've had such a crazy few months. Bibiana, can you take this? Caleb?
I think I can.
I mean, you know what I'm like, right?
Oh my god, he's gonna meet Jimin.
Yes. Give me what? A surprise? Is it Jimin?
He's gonna meet Jimin! He's in the box, it's his head!
What is this?
This is big.
The surprise
Oh my god.
is I am going to have a revision rhinoplasty, so I'm having my nose done again to get the
Lame.
Korean nose.
Not Jimin,
And
not
the nipples,
interested.
And voila, I'll be 100% Jimin. When I see my nipples, they're kind of asymmetrical, they have scarring and stuff.
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
that
this
happens with Jimin nipple surgery.
Oh my god.
So you want to go ahead.
Okay.
Pretty risky procedure.
Okay, I'm nervous. I know it's going to be last one because I'm with you, you know.
I can't believe his nose
Previous
still
doctors have
works.
warned me if I have one more nose surgery, my nose could fall off. But I trust Dr. Aguyo, and I know.
Yeah, he's even using Maya 3D
We
there.
understand that. Look at the septum.
He just fucking hits it with a hammer.
Your septum is deep.
I had a botched procedure before,
Nipples?
so I kind of have scarring here,
Right.
and asymmetry in my nipples. So wondered if that was something you.
Hold on, let me compare. Let me bring up Jimin's nipples again. I don't know. Actually, they might have actually got that right on the nose. Jimin nipples, Ollie nipple. That might have been worth the $50,000. Like if I was to zoom in here on both nipples, I wouldn't know if it was Jimin or Ollie. It's a tough call. Tough call to make. I don't think it's worth the redo. He's trying to take a mulligan on it, but I just don't think it's worth it. Ollie, just run with those nipples.
I'm going to get my Korean nose and my Korean Jimin nipples and finally complete my transition of becoming 100%
Korean Jimin nipples.
Hey
guys, just had my surgery. I'm feeling absolutely amazing.
His nipples are like fucking protruding out like
already see the
fucking diamonds.
Can you understand why people are
Show me those fucking nipples, Ollie. Don't hide them. Don't be selfish.
Jimin's nipples, and I've also got Jimin's weirdos.
I feel like you can identify as a different race. That's totally cool, as long as you're respecting the culture.
Oh, have you seen Joe Rogan's nipples while we're on the subject? Before we get the grand reveal here. Check out Joe Rogan's nipples. I was looking at these bad boys the other day. They're fucking nuts. Joe Rogan's got some crazy fucking milkers on him. Look at these bad boys. I've never seen nipples that look like that. It's like two baby fingers. Maybe he should have got surgery to get Joe Rogan nipples instead. Start mixing matching looks. So a little Jimin, a little Joe Rogan. Yeah, fucking cool.
And oh my god.
Show me, Ollie.
So beautiful. Here it is.
It's Jimin!
Guys, I am so happy.
Oh, he did it.
I can't believe it. You know, I've waited my whole life.
Where'd Ollie go? Jimin, what did you do with Ollie? Where is he at?
So much.
Bring Ollie back out now.
I've had from
This
Korea.
is a good
They're just
prank,
happy
but
that
I want to see Ollie
I've
again.
become one of them. It's 2021, you know, people identify in so many different ways. I think it's fantastic people can be whoever they want to be. So
Wow.
just onwards and upwards, I'm Korean, people need to accept
Man,
that. I
he
do
should
look like
sue
Jimin,
that
I'm
plastic
very much identical
surgeon
to Jimin.
ASAP. Like, as soon as possible. Like, really, like now. Genuinely. Which one's the real Jimin, huh? And then here, to like now, you know, Jimin's mom probably wouldn't even be able to recognize him from Ollie. Wow, the transformation is complete. Do you think the doctor, I forgot his name. I don't know, Dr. Evil, whatever the fuck. Do you think he did this on purpose? Like he was just laughing about it? He was like it looks like a nose you'd create in Dark Souls Characters Creator. He had to have done this on purpose, like with a big smile on his face. Like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck this guy's day up. You know, as long as Ollie's happy, that's what matters. Though I will say, getting closer and closer to looking more like Ellen with every surgery. My 8.5 million fans mistake me for Scarlett Johansson. To be fair, looks a lot like Scarlett Johansson in this thumbnail.
Именно людей достаточно много думают,
Well, holy shit, she actually looks a lot like Scarlett Johansson. She didn't even get surgery to look like her. Meanwhile, fucking Ollie spent how much? $250,000 to look like Jimin? She was just born looking like Scarlett Johansson? Sometimes you just get lucky. If I was Ollie, I would be furious right now. But does she have Scarlett Johansson's nipples? Yeah, true, she'll have to get the ScarJo nipple surgery. That is a really uncanny resemblance. That was not overhyped. Wait, which one's Kate? This one's Kate, right? But is this her doing cosplay, or is this actually what Scarlett Johansson looks like? Now I don't know. I'm getting fucking lost. So I know this is Kate. Is this Scarlett Johansson? Or are they both her? This is also Kate? A couple months ago, I was briefly talking about a TikToker on stream who had been arrested over urinating on grocery store food, and I've only loosely followed it over the last couple months, but I recently saw Tozy made a follow-up to it, and there was even more stunning revelations to this lady and her addiction to tinkling on items. And I wanted to fill you in here on the lore for this Menace and what she is now facing, as well as just give a warning to all New Hampshire residents out there that you are not safe. Now is the time for panic, screaming in the streets, kind of like in the movie 2012, but if the world ended with piss from one woman.
This is a real shocker.
Yeah, she needs some kind of help, something. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
Shoppers in Keene are equally confused and disgusted after learning about the arrest of Kelly Tedford. The 23-year-old is now charged with felony criminal mischief, accused of using her own urine to contaminate products at the Monadnock Co-op grocery store and posting a video of the act online.
Now, in the beginning, she was referred to as a TikTok content creator, and initially I was under the impression this might have been some kind of desperate, deplorable challenge, the grocery store piss challenge or something like that. But from what I can tell, she's more of an OnlyFans creator. Like when you went to her profile, that'd be the main stuff that was on there, about 18 plus content. So it is technically true that she did make TikToks, but this would be like calling Riley Reid a rapper. Like, yeah, it is true, Riley Reid has a rap song, but I don't think many people would argue that was like her primary career. But anyway, Kelly Tedford had been investigated, and they apparently found evidence that she has a history of doing this going back 4 years, at least. That's a lot of possible piss contamination there. If you're a New Hampshire citizen, time to start scrubbing that mouth out with soap. Like, there is a good chance that some of the items you've eaten over the last 4 years may have had her little brand of flavor added to them, a little garnish on top, courtesy of her fucking urethra. Haunting stuff. Now, initially she was facing charges of criminal mischief for those videos and what they found through their investigation. I was surprised that it wasn't, like, more serious charges for it. Like, I thought it might go all the way up to fucking bioterrorism. But she was facing criminal mischief charges, and now she's facing even more charges, additional dessert here, because it turns out not only does she love tinkling on food, she just loves to piss on everything. She is constantly marking territory. She is like the grossest woman out there. They've discovered that she was apparently peeing all over her hotel room at one point. And I mean all over. There was nothing spared, not even the Bible. Apparently back in January, she filmed another video for her Kinky Kelly OnlyFans account. That's her supervillain alias on there, where she was in a hotel room peeing on an air conditioning unit, comforter, curtains, Bible, and also took a shit on the floor, picked up the poop, and then put it in the tank of the toilet, literally dropping an upper decker into this toilet manual, like old-fashioned style, analog. She didn't just like take a shit into the top turnbuckle of the toilet. She literally picked it up with her bare paws to put it in there and hide it. Sleep in fear, New Hampshire. Kinky Kelly might just swoop in the middle of the night like a burglar and waterboard you with urine. It is like you can't eat, you can't sleep without the fear of her having been there and contaminated with piss for her OnlyFans. But I think, food for thought, I feel like she might do it just for the love of the sport. Like, I don't even think she was making a killing on OnlyFans doing this fetish content. I bet she just has an addiction to pissing on things. So who's to say that every hotel room in New Hampshire hasn't faced her wrath at one point or another? We just haven't discovered it yet. She's a fucking disgusting menace. Who knows how far she would have pushed this if she wasn't taken in? Like, maybe she was cooking up some kind of nefarious Batman Begins level plot where she was going to aerosolize her urine and spread it throughout New Hampshire to have people hallucinating and vomiting from it from the fumes. There's no telling. But now that they've found even more evidence of her doing this in even more places on more things, she's facing even more serious charges, so she might spend some meaningful time behind bars. Which I think that's par for the course. I feel like that's appropriate here. Like, she was contaminating food items in places where people sleep. Like, that's bad. It shouldn't be a light sentence for her. But anyway, while she's in custody now, New Hampshire can sleep a little more peacefully knowing she's no longer terrorizing your food supply or your living quarters. So that's good, and I guess we'll see what happens to Kinky Kelly going forward here. All 30 of her OnlyFans subscribers are probably distraught. They're going to have to get their piss content elsewhere, I suppose. But yeah, I just wanted to give you a little update on this. Since I feel the need to apologize in advance for this, but I cannot help myself. I have to show you this and talk about it. This is a full-blown Jesus wept situation. This is one of those degenerate acts that the Lord up in heaven turns his head away from in shame with tears in his eyes. Matt sent me this earlier today. I can't even believe this is a real sentence I'm going to say. There's a villain on the loose in Washington, D.C. right now, a true menace to society, a maniac on the loose. And a Reddit user caught them in 4K on camera where they put a cucumber in the grill of their vehicle, an innocent civilian's vehicle. This dude comes up, puts a cucumber in the grill, and then fucks himself with it. I'll show you some of the footage here, and I gotta tell you, it seems premeditated. I don't think this is his first rodeo here. Also, according to some people in the comments, they actually recognized his M.O. Apparently, he's done this cucumber butt fucking across Washington before. So anyway, this guy comes over, and he sticks the cucumber in the grill of that car, like Neil Armstrong planting the American flag on the moon. He also appears to be a master magician because that sleight of hand was impressive. I didn't even see the cucumber in his hand at any point until he reached the vehicle. It's like he just spawned it in, just conjured the cucumber out of thin air. So he makes sure that it's firmly planted in there like Excalibur into the stone. And also, the Reddit user gave a brief explanation for why there's like a hole in that fence. According to the lore, 3 kids crashed a stolen car into their fence last week, which created this hole, which the Cucumber Crusader used to get access to the vehicle. I can hear that Nissan Rogue crying out in agony right now. He is sexually assaulting this poor Nissan here. In broad daylight, too. Like, he looks around once just to check if anyone's watching, and then just goes for it. It wasn't exactly the most thorough sweep of the area, but who knows, maybe he's on a 3 cucumber ass streak, so he's got a UAV online, so he knew it was clear. He knew the coast was clear. So he just starts bouncing on it for a while, and then a car comes by. But he had like a spidey sense that was tingling, so before the car turned the corner, he must have heard it, I suppose. So he stops right in the cucumber. So he gets off the mechanical bull here and waits for the car to pass. He looks so annoyed that this car is passing through, like, come on, man, really? This is private property. Can't you see I'm busy? Go on, Scram, get out of here. I got business to tend to. He pops the cucumber out of the car, at least most of it, according to the Reddit post. 2/3 or so was left in the grill of the car. That is a big-ass cucumber. Emphasis on ass cucumber. Like, that shit is the size of Kevin from SpongeBob. And also, it doesn't seem like he lubricated it either. At no point does he, like, spit on it or anything. He just raw dogs the cucumber on the grill of this Nissan. I don't know how he didn't tear his entire butthole off by taking a cucumber dry up the pooper. That is craziness. So anyway, though, he's all disappointed now that his session was interrupted, so he takes his trusty steed, walks back over to his lunchbox, puts out his cigarette, and then we go into phase 2 of the boss battle. He drops his trousers again, and this time he just starts shoving the cucumber in his ass while he's like somewhat bent over. I can't show you any footage of that one, obviously, but you know, he doesn't even need the cars anymore. He's done with props. He cracks his knuckles and says, "Fine, I'll do it myself." This whole video is unhinged, but perhaps the most insane part about it is something I can't show you because his ass is out. But when he finishes plungering his asshole, he puts the cucumber back in his lunchbox. Dude just drops a stinky poo-cumber into his lunchbox and then walks away with it. It's like an ambiguous open ending to Inception here, where you, the viewer, get to decide what he did with it next. In my headcanon, he just goes and eats it. Like, I feel like he probably ate that ass pickle. But it's also equally possible that, you know, he takes his sidekick to another car, and the cycle repeats itself again with him ass blasting himself on the hood of another person's vehicle. By far, the most degenerate thing I've seen this year. I think I can safely say that. Now, this story has somewhat blown up, at least in Washington. It's been picked up by quite a few outlets. And the location where this act happened is right next to a school. And I mean right next to a school. Like, you could actually shoot a spitball and probably hit it from the place where this guy stuck a cucumber in his butt. This area is apparently used by students pretty often. Like, they walk down that alley to get to school. A lot of people go down this area. It's a high traffic zone. And this dude did that there. It is so fucking gross. This whole thing is so disgusting. But yeah, I just had to talk about this a little bit. If you live in the Washington, D.C. area, sleep in fear. Maybe, you know, like booby trap the grill of your car just in case he happens to roll through and your car piques his interest. You know, maybe like some barbed wire a little bit on the front of the grill or something. I'm not really sure how to stop it, but good luck out there. As of right now, he is still... Well, let's see the result. I'm unfamiliar with the lead singer of BTS. I only know their music. I don't jerk off to like statues of them like Helga from Hey Arnold.
I want to look like a lot happier.
Can I see what Jimin looks like so I can see how close he got to mimicking his look?
I just don't.
Maybe he's his doppelganger now.
Relate to this. You'll see I have the scars and it's still very sore.
What did he get? Nipple improvements to look like Jimin? Is Jimin known for his nice nipples? You've got to be a special kind of evil to like indulge in someone that wants to do this. Oh, what are they giving him? Horns? Making him look like Devil Jin out here from Tekken.
Yeah. Wow.
It looks the same, just swollen. Okay, so they didn't have the rights to show Jimin's face on this show is what I'm gathering since they blurred it, so I want to see what Jimin looks like. What? I'm guessing he's going maybe for this look? No. I mean, I don't have to look very hard to realize that this is not even close. You should get a refund. Like a blank slate. Have them set you up with like a new face. A canvas to try again.
To get to a point where you can't undo anything.
Look at him. He's looking like Pepe the Sad Frog right now. He's past that point where he can fix it. He's gone in too deep.
Thank you.
Just looks like Pepe going through an emo phase.
I think
You know, I will say, the hair seems on point.
Taking incisions here and kind of cutting the skin out and then moving it across just to make the eyes more of an almond shape. So I don't want to look like a normal...
This guy's gonna look like an actual racist caricature of a Korean pop star.
Like,
wow.
So, yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, this was a year ago. I've got to see what he looks like now. Oh, here he is. That was cute. That was real quick. I bet he looks exactly the fucking same. Just maybe like a pointier jaw, like a crimson chin.
Wow, this is the place. This is where they did Gangnam Style.
Where they did Gangnam Style? Oh my god, I need to go lick that floor.
And hope to all of his favorite hangouts, favorite places. Oh my
I'm sure that's exactly what Jimin would want.
Oh my god, I love you.
To run into some fucking serial killer looking whack job.
I love you so much. Starting Hey BTS.
This is the kind of guy on Twitter that's replying to every major hashtag with a don't care, stan BTS, and then a music video fan cam.
I just kind of want to...
Jimin flavor. Do they have Jimin flavor?
What does that mean?
He's not my Korean friend, so I will order for him.
What does Jimin flavor consist of? He peed into the ice cream machine, jerked off into it, and busted a load for a flavor? Twitter would go nuts for that flavor, to be fair.
Because every time I have surgery,
It looks like it hurts for them to smile. He can't smile.
After the procedure, just so people
And now that he's gonna get his fucking jaw shaved off, it's gonna be even worse.
It's the best that you and he's complete.
Oh, you want to look like Jimin? That's the 5th surgery this week. We're getting better at it, but the first one looks straight out of a fucking horror movie. We'll do our best this time, though.
At the end of the day, cute K-pop nose and a very cute, smaller face. So that's kind of the surgeries I'm looking for.
This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's just here for your money, man. He's gonna do a little half-assed job and call it a day. I would.
Appreciation, not cultural appropriation.
Oh yes, K-pop knows, right? Yes. Watch him actually look exactly like Jimin.
Since my surgery. Hi.
Watch him look absolutely gorgeous, but I'm expecting handsome Squidward.
It's me.
Let's see it. Come on, Ollie.
Without the mask, with just Jamie, I didn't know it's you.
You didn't know it was me?
I'm in suspense. Come on.
I'll tell you guys, you might not take it well.
It looks exactly the same. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I know. I know.
Every single one of their thought processes is act surprised. Make it sound like I'm surprised at how great he looks and how different. He just looks like a soccer mom. That looks like the same kind of woman that would walk into a GameStop and demand a better trade-in deal for her son.
Basically, I'll tell you what I got. So I got a rhinoplasty, which was...
Oh my lord.
And then I also got an alloplasty.
I got the Karen surgery. Very popular. Very popular, they said.
Very... What?
If you didn't tell me which was the before and which was the after, I would have no idea.
You know, it makes me...
Almost like...
You know what? Hats off to him. He had a dream, and man, did he fuck it up.
Your life began.
It began.
K-pop literally ruined this man's life. All of his finances went into this obsession. I hope one day Jimin does meet this guy. See Jack Owak coming back with the new energy drink called AI Energy. Is that real? Someone mentioned Jack Owak was coming back, but I don't know it's called AI Energy. It's the new venture from Jack Owak, the original founder and creator of Bang, and it aligns itself with the relentless pace of artificial intelligence technology innovation. He really thought just slapping AI on it would get people to be like, oh, it must be something like new and interesting. Does it have the super creatine in it? That was the big thing that got Bang sued into oblivion, is Jack Owak and his stupid super creatine. Not a whole lot of info right now. But Jack Owak's behind it, you know there's gonna be titties. Where there is Jack, the milkers will be following. Yeah, it's the Bang Energy guy. I wonder if he made a YouTube video announcing it. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, this is Joshua. Does he not use his channel that much? The trailer for the AI Energy is called AI Energy, A New Era for Energy. Oh man, this looks really awesome.
You and I set the beverage industry ablaze, creating the multi-billion-dollar performance energy drink category.
Jack, the only thing you set ablaze was your company, brother. You got blasted. They butt-fucked you, brother. You and your stupid super creatine. It's crazy. This guy, he's like such a cartoon character.
Stoked to bring you AI Energy, my most brilliant and delicious innovation ever. A new experience for a new era. AI Energy.
That was hype. That was hype. I'm gonna have to get me a few cans of that now, clearly. Wow. I like how he keeps talking about, like, how important Bang was. The only reason Bang ever had any market share is because it catered to actual, like, horny teenagers, because all of the marketing was just putting Bang in between the butt cheeks of any model that Jack could get into the DMs of. They did nothing interesting. It was bottom of the barrel slop. And he had the gall to say that it had some made-up garbage in it called super creatine. There's no way he thinks this looks good, right? Oh, he does. He is delusional. Like, fully delusional. This man is high off his own supply. That super creatine has rotted his brain. Have you not... We've already been deep down the Jack Owak rabbit hole. But have you not, like, actually seen or heard from him? Like, this is a clip that put him on the radar for a lot of people. What was the name of the show? It was like Dress My Wife. Like, the dude's just unhinged. And the way he dresses like a GTA character. Does he still have his super creatine videos up? No. I think just Fillion has a few of them, and then here's me making fun of him. Damn, he took it down. But he wears, like, these crazy, like, either pure gold suits with, like, these giant bang chains, or he has, like, this really cool purple one, too. Like, he's just a weirdo. Whoa. My breech home birth story, unmedicated labor and delivery vlog. Can nothing just be private anymore? And why is Jack Owak shirtless like he delivered the baby? Is this his knee right here? What is he doing? Is he squatting, or is that his pec? I can't even tell what I'm looking at. This man's anatomy confuses me. I think he's squatting like on a squatty potty type thing. What does his family content look like? I've got to know. Telling my husband we are pregnant with baby number 6. Emotional. Like, Jack doesn't have human emotions anymore. It's all AI generated in his DNA now.
And argue that in the comments below.
He's still wearing the bang chain.
But Jordan, there is no Jordan.
This video's a year old. Bang was already blasted to the Shadow Realm by this point. Why is he still wearing it?
Big things come in small boxes, you know, especially on Valentine's Day.
What'd you get? What'd he get you?
Oh my gosh, I'm excited.
Is it an IPO for AI Energy?
Necklace. Oh, that's so cute. Oh.
Open it up, open it up. It's got a picture of Jack's nutsack in there.
So cute. Look at this.
The Vince McMahon of energy drinks. Oh, he is very Vince McMahon-esque, huh? That's a good comparison. Well, I'm gonna keep my eye on AI Energy. It might just sweep in and be the next big one. It's already off to a booming start with one article being written about it from Beverage Digest. And it's one sentence. People cannot wait for Jack Owak's return. How do I get it? Do I have to mint it on the blockchain or something? It doesn't have its own website or anything. You and I set the beverage industry ablaze, creating... Yeah, this is what you said in the video, too. This looks like one of those fake Flash games, like the Meet and Fuck Kingdom. But you just meet and have sex with Jack Owak, I guess.
Please spread the word, my friends. My wife and I appreciate all of your overwhelming love and support. Together, you and I revolutionize the consumer products industry with literally billions of followers through our vast 1,000 plus creator and influencer social media army. We love our influencers and creators. Our novel products, marketing, distribution, and manufacturing innovations resulted in Bang Energy eclipsing its first $1 billion in sales faster or as fast as Tesla. Sorry, my man Elon. Bang beat you by 4 years. Nike beat Nike.
I like how even on his AI energy drink site, he's still just talking about Bang. Overtly corrupt South Florida bankruptcy community. He's talking about, I'm innocent. I did nothing wrong. Oh, also, get AI energy. Why is he making AI videos of himself? He could just say it. Because it's AI energy and he's showing the power of AI.
In concert to improve motivation and mood. These components also increase critical neurotransmitters, including dopamine, epinephrine, norepinephrine, and acetylcholine. These neurotransmitters play key roles.
Why does he look like a baby? Looks like a baby man here.
And memory and improved brain and body.
De-aged him too far.
Way beyond caffeine alone. Thank you for your support.
I'd love to see what a real can of this looks like, but I don't think it actually exists. Is this it, or is this AI? Oh, here we go. My prayers have been answered. It's right around the corner. I feel like smoking would be healthier than drinking this.
Feel-good sensation will excite beyond your wildest imagination.
He's just saying actually nothing. Nothing he has said right now means anything. Oh, they become experts in artificial intelligence. By that, Jack means they generated a few Shrek memes using Mid-Journey. Because artificial intelligence is increasing at such a geometric and exponential rate, human intelligence will likely never keep up. However, I do believe AI energy combined with other factors like practicing an instrument or sport or engaging in other repeated critical thinking activities has the potential to increase brain power and human intelligence, both acutely and over time. He has the gall to say that drinking AI energy is going to help increase brain power and human intelligence to compete with AI. Why are you even calling it AI in the first place, Jack? This has nothing to do with AI. AI doesn't even look good. Isn't this guy a billionaire? Well, yeah, but he's generating these himself. He is literally making these himself. It's written by AI. Probably. I have 30 years statements in the article have not been evaluated by the FDA. Consult a healthcare provider. Yeah, this is just normal disclaimer stuff. That's pretty cool, Jack. Pretty fucking cool. Order it. I was thinking about it, but I don't even know if it'd be fun as a joke. I feel like it's just gonna be dangerous. This is Jack Owak, Unchained. No supervision. This man would sneak nicotine and fucking Fent into these. I don't know. I don't think it's worth. I'll wait to see if people survive the first wave. They're not going to stores. Since he's not selling them in stores, there's not going to be any real oversight. Mark wants to donate a testicle for money. I'll give it a whirl. Mark seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got some life pro tips here.
Peanut butter and jelly, $1.
How the fuck is he spending $60 a month on like 400 calories worth of food and he's still fat?
In his own apartment.
How is that possible? You're lying to me, Mark. You're sneaking cheeseburgers out the back door of McDonald's in bulk.
Hi, I'm Mark. Would you mind if I throw in some laundry with you? Just a few things, not a lot. Maybe a few things? No. Okay.
Welcome to Skyrim. What a great conversation.
My name is Mark. I was wondering if you'd mind if I tossed in a few articles with your laundry?
Not today, adventurer.
No. Please get a vodka and cranberry?
Yes.
Excuse me, would you mind if I threw some clothes in your ass? This guy's not a real cheapskate. A real cheapskate wouldn't get a dog because that's an extra expense. He has to get dog food.
These are the Ebola I studied.
You're lying to me,
This
Mark.
is my favorite. And waiting to do is this testicular study. What you do is you go.
Well, let's take a peek at those testicles,
one of your
Mark.
testicles, they replace it with an artificial.
Plant them
one,
on the camera.
And when you check out after.
See, Dr. Goldsmith will be right with you.
All right.
Okay?
Very casual attire for a doctor's office.
So, what's monthly budget of $25 for our groceries?
Well, the household grocery budget goes towards everything that we share. We
$25 for groceries, and he has a 24-pack of Bud Light sitting in his fridge. Yeah, I'm sure, baby boy.
that we share. We actually
You think you can lie to me on this show? Are you kidding
sometimes
me?
he likes to eat women, and I don't want Rick to die and me be stuck with a huge funeral bill. I can get it now at half the cost.
Ah, so you're gonna kill him. And you get his life insurance money. That's pretty smart, Carissa. Now that's an extreme cheapskate speedrun. Quick money, and you lose the expense of having a husband.
Nervous?
Now we're cooking. Okay, I get you, Carissa. Finally, something that makes sense.
Deal that we can possibly get. I mean,
Cheap. These are our cheapest caskets.
so on these.
Is that really necessary, though? Can we just use, like, a bucket and we can chop them up?
This? I don't even know
Save money on a casket?
How much would that reduce the?
Be cheap.
Yes.
That's also another good point. Why are they holding a funeral, like, professionally? They could just do it in their backyard.
Life into it, but looking at how they want to do it.
Then they wouldn't even need a casket. And he turns into fertilizer for the plants out back, which saves her money on fertilizing.
Burial, one funeral, one everything.
Carissa, are you even thinking?
It's between $1,800 and $2,800.
Preposterous.
It'd be cheaper if we just did,
Can't we just use cardboard?
2 letters like our initial.
The entire purpose.
Are they siblings? No, they're man and wife.
To save.
But I guess it's not mutually exclusive. They could be siblings. I don't know.
Removing $800 or $900 to $1,100 or $1,200.
No deal.
I was pretty shocked.
You get it down to 400 or else you're going in the ground.
Stone actually is.
I'm not paying a dime over 50.
Stone that
they're used at the foot of a grave when you have
Unnecessary.
Like
Can we just use a bag of sand?
But you know,
we're gonna do
That's
the
a good
cheapest
point,
we
Mean
can.
Priest. Honestly, they should just get cremated. It'd be far cheaper than all of this. Then it's only one urn. Little Bastard Harassing Residential Neighborhood Part 2. That sounds like a good title. See, that's finally something that sounds interesting. Great start. Is the cameraman a child molester?
Had a bag on his head. He's a bag boy.
You got him there. Take that. If only you could hear that.
And as he headed.
Why is he hanging out of the car looking like Scarecrow from Gotham? Like if Scarecrow is part of the ICP Juggalos. Is that a breathalyzer? What are you blowing? .2? Well, I'm invested now in this story. Do they finally get him? Glamour pool ugly bitch getting off work. Now she's blowing her fucking horn again. What? What the fuck is happening here? I'll leave it a like. Glamour pool piece of shit bitch getting off work. Now she's blowing her fucking horny. Damn, she's doing it the other way, the reverse. I'll leave it a like. I'm getting invested. Glamour pool bitch at it again. Jesus Christ, there's no mercy out here, no laws. I'll leave it a like. 61 possible murderers on Staley Road. What the fuck has happened? Is it that glamour pool bitch again? I'm expecting an army of murderers. Looks like this tree has a nutsack. What if he's telling the truth and just like 61 like serial killers rise from the dead in the background, like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Gein, Hitler, all of them just terrorizing Staley Road. Whoop up on my butt boy, not gonna happen to his lifetime. Well, he did a whoop up on his butt boy. Asshole blowing his air horn third morning in a row. Sounded more like a train whistle. But I'm no expert. I'll trust your expertise. Moron that thinks he's a fire truck. Who in their right mind could possibly think they're a fire truck? Human beings don't even have wheels. This guy must be insane. Is his whole channel just enforcing the speed limit? Holy shit. And he really hates the glamour pool bitch. She must have done some real fucked up shit to him. Staley Road has its own little Batman here. My God. Not a single car goes unnoticed on Staley Road, even if you're driving the speed limit. Your school dollars at work, and every child is leaning out giving him the finger. It must be that glamour pool bitch.
Look. This is our school system.
Why does he think everyone's a child killer? The whoop-ass man of Fort Myers? Oh God.
Okay.
He's got a cigarette too. He will fuck you up. Do not anger Hulk Hogan.
Go ahead.
What is the luckiest thing that can possibly happen to a person? I'm sure there's a legitimate, verified answer to this question using statistics and probability to calculate it. But hooey with that. Just like a Twitter user, I'm plugging my ears and I'm closing my eyes and I'm gonna make something up. I'm pulling something out of my ass. I'm making the assumption that the luckiest thing that can ever happen to you is winning the lottery. The odds of you taking home the jackpot in something like the Powerball are so unbelievably low. So teeny tiny, itty bitty, that it is incomprehensible to even imagine winning the lottery. I'm sure everyone's tried playing at least once or twice. It's never going to be a good idea to play the lottery, but it's just one of those things where you're sitting at the gas station, you're like, fuck it, I'll let it rip. Let's just see if all the stars have aligned. And I think the best I've ever done, my PB, is maybe 2 numbers that I got correct, which of course is nothing. Like, that's not even enough to get a government agent to spit in a cup and feed it to you. You get nothing for that. To get all of the numbers is just, it has to be one of the most unlikely things you can ever do. And that brings me to today's topic. A story that I've wanted to tell but just haven't yet. I told it on stream last night, so I'll play the clips from it. But I want to break it down because this is a story that defies all of the odds. And it involves a buddy of mine and his girlfriend and her mother. Now, many of you know I'm in a band, the Gentlemen. It is myself and my friend Troy from New Zealand. Troy does all of the music. I do the lyrics and vocals. And Troy also does vocals as well. We're responsible for some of the most iconic boner jams of the 21st century, things like 2019 Guy, which was the first of its kind, a cuck-core anthem, which has never been done before or done since, and then things like Skynut, 2004 Breakup, Your Boyfriend Doesn't Scare Me, most recently Filthy, which actually lost me a brand partnership because the song is such a banger. And point is, Troy is a good friend of mine as part of this music project that we're in, the Gentlemen. Quick side note, since I'm already on the topic, this is a question I've been getting asked a lot, so I'll briefly address it. We are making more songs. In fact, we have a new EP dropping within a month, probably a little less than a month now. So there is more The Gentlemen music on its way. Now, that wasn't relevant to the story at all, so let's get back to the story. Troy has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend's mother plays the lottery every single week. And recently, something miraculous happened. When is it story time? Okay, you know what? I'll tell you a little story. Lie down in your bed, I'll tuck you in, snug as a bug in a rug. So, Troy, the other half of the Gentlemen, our band, his girlfriend has a mother. She plays the lottery every week, and has played the lottery every week for, I think it was 20 years. She plays the same numbers every single week, and has done so for about 2 decades. Now, Troy and his girlfriend are in New Zealand. The mother is also in New Zealand. And for 20 years, she has played the New Zealand lottery with the same numbers. A month ago, those numbers came up. And Troy and his girlfriend lost their fucking mind. They went crazy celebrating. Holy shit, your mom just won millions. I don't know what the jackpot was, but millions. So his girlfriend calls her mom ecstatic, super happy. And it turns out her mom, in one of the very rare times that she does this, did not go get lottery tickets with those numbers because it was raining and she didn't want to make the trip. A legitimate once-in-a-lifetime opportunity missed because of a light drizzle. And Troy and I were talking about it. Troy said to me that he wouldn't be able to live with that guilt if it was him. He'd probably kill himself. And I said, same. I don't know how I would go on living knowing that the luckiest possible thing that could happen to you would have happened to you if you just followed the routine. But her mom took it like such a champ, such a fucking warrior, that she just said, guess it wasn't meant to be. And I believe she went back to playing the same numbers again and is still currently playing every single week. Same numbers, even though they've already come up and will never come up again. It's like a story out of an anime. There's a little story for you. That's one I haven't told yet. Troy told me that about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I was flabbergasted. I felt so bad. Like, I felt bad for them. The mom's totally fine with it, I guess. But, man, that was crushing just to hear. The real story will be when the numbers come up again and she wins. That'd be the good ending, but I really don't see that happening. Has there ever been a case where the same lottery numbers have come up more than once? Let me see. I'm going to look that up. Here's a crazy story from October. Same New York lottery numbers drawn twice in one day. Yeah, I don't see anything about repeat numbers. Like any data on it. I'm sure it's happened though. It has to have happened at some point. But the likelihood of that is super low. How much would it cost to buy every possible outcome in the lottery? I looked that up. There is data on it. It's an incredibly high number. But the biggest thing actually isn't buying every number. Let's assume you had the wealth for it. Here. The biggest problem is you would have an incredibly difficult time locating the ticket with the winning numbers on it because you'd have so many tickets. The Mega Millions and Powerball lotteries in the US can have jackpots that exceed $1 billion, and each lottery has odds about 1 in 300 million, and each ticket costs $2. Theoretically, you could buy all combinations of numbers for 600 million and guarantee that you will win $1 billion for a profit of 400 million. Wait, but you already know that's not how it works, which they're about to get into. So 600 million to buy every combination. The reason you don't actually profit is because there's tax on it. So if you win $1 billion, you keep, I think, 300 million. So you would have lost 300 mil through this. Mr. Beast did something similar. He bought scratch-offs, but he didn't make money. He lost money. He had some winners, sure, but he still ended up losing more than he won. 70%. I think so. Did I get the math wrong? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure if you win $1 billion, you keep about 330 million. If a winner emerges from Wednesday, they'll have the option to choose between $1 billion spread out across 30 years or a lump sum of 516 million. The lump sum will face the mandatory federal tax withholding of 24%, leaving the winner at 392 million. And depending on the winner's taxable income, their winnings could drop to as low as 325 million. So yeah, you'd lose money if you bought every possible combination. 325 million is still good. Hey, she ain't bad, but the reason we're talking about that is because we were looking up how much it would cost to buy every combination, and it's roughly 600 million, so you'd lose money. You'd lose a lot of money. Oh, another great point. Also, more than one person can win, and then you'd have to split it further. So yeah, you would just lose money. A ton. You're so wrong. I am looking at the numbers. What are you talking about? What am I wrong about? What? It's all right here on what you take home on $1 billion win. Let's just assume you get the lump sum, and for some reason they say, you know what? Listen here, Bubba. I'm not taxing that. Uncle Sam said, you keep that 516 million, not subject to tax. You'd still lose $100 million. So if you buy all the combinations here, you would need the meet the woman who married Tetris. I've been wondering who finally put the ring on him. Next time you guys are jerking off to Tetris, just know, it's a taken man right there.
Makes me feel like I'm actually in Tetris.
Oh, that's gotta be really wet for her then. I'm inside of her. She doesn't even look like she's very good at the game.
Myself in the game.
She's not even taking the time to really get to know him.
I wouldn't say it's
this isn't even an official wedding.
Life, but
she's reading it off an iPhone.
One of the most memorable days of my life.
This will never hold up.
So much, and when I was with Dave, I'm polyamorous, so
oh, how convenient.
To that video game
Does Tetris know this? That's Portal in a nutshell. People fucking go nuts for the companion cube.
One more irregularities on it.
Why is there so many paper towels on the floor? Her friends think it's a joke, but she's trying to be serious. Can you at least hire someone that can properly wed them?
David Dim after Dave Jones of EV Vlog because I was curious.
That's fucked up. You're basically like a cuck then. If you married Dave and you're like sticking his dicks into like the electrical outlets, you are literally letting him fuck other things.
And I loved to cuddle him when he was just running and heating up, and that's unfortunately what led to him overheating. To see the wave, especially when you held onto his probe and you saw the
calm down, he's overloading
wave on the screen of the
he's already come, lady, let him go.
Mains, and it just didn't work out. My secondary interest is actually Beat Saber.
Oh, that's good choice. That looks about right. Yeah, I can feel those feelings.
A true love for Tetris and all of the rest of the objects that I ever loved.
But you don't fuck them?
Hey, please like this
Why?
video
Take
and
that shit
subscribe
to the next
the
level.
Wizard of Oz.
Bro, fucking David had built-in dildos. You telling me you didn't fuck yourself with David's probes? What a waste. No wonder he fucking killed himself. It's not a person, by the way. David is the electricity charge machine. Before someone clips that, David is a machine that ran out of battery and she couldn't fix. The joke was he was a virgin because she refused. You get it now. Yeah, I think I've justified it plenty. I fell in love with my sugar daddy. Do you hear that, T3 subs? There's hope for all of you out there with your favorite e-girls.
We met on this dating site called Seeking Arrangements.
Hey, I know that one.
It's mostly known as a sugar baby, sugar daddy website.
Yeah, that was a really popular one when I was in college. I wasn't a client, I just know that one.
We just
care about money.
And the more we got to know each other, the more that I just liked.
Man, he is really mean mugging out here.
I'd say by just
He's
within a
looking
month,
real
I
stern.
still had feelings for. And there's
He's
another
got some
one, it
ice.
has a different finish to it. There's also this one.
Is she like a SoundCloud rapper? What does she need this shit
This one
for?
really stood out.
Do your children know that you're a sugar daddy? Have you told them?
Yes.
They do know that.
But they're
We
4
don't
years old. They
discuss
don't know
it.
what it means yet.
But they're skeptical.
This is so weird. Don't act like when you're 60 years old, you won't be wanting to slam 18-year-old ham. Grant's just out here paying for it.
That's your daughter?
Ex-boy band star unrecognizable after plastic surgery.
Mix when you walk into a plastic surgeon's office. I've had.
Well, it's not something most people find themselves doing. You don't just like wander in. It's not like going to Target.
Invasive surgeries, but I don't know the maintenance that's involved.
Yeah, you need a firmware update.
Now moving forward,
Have you downloaded the latest drivers to your face?
Like this.
Oh, what a library!
Yeah, I think there
You got the
are,
outsiders in there?
Definitely books here that Tamasia's.
Because they don't know how to express their emotions. They don't know how to have an actual conversation with you.
As far as the age difference goes,
I'd
it's not
believe
really
that.
been a big concern.
18-year-olds these days
fact
grew
that
up on the
I don't
internet
think of her
and
as
with Reddit
being
and shit. They have been trained to be fucking
30
losers.
years younger than me.
So I was 16 when he
Oh
approached
no
me.
no.
And
Marcus,
I told
that's a
him I was
crime.
18, and I was like, okay.
Having discovered Tamasia's true age, the pair stopped dating. But when she turned 17, they picked up where they left off, despite many objections about the big.
That's still a crime. Damn. At least in most places. We waited 30 days
There's the camp that
for her WoW
looks at
subscription to
Tamasia,
renew, and then I said,
as
you know what,
being,
that's good
hey,
enough.
Here's this young girl.
He looks like Bill from The Last of Us.
Hanging out with Marcus's friends, Tamasia sometimes feels pressure.
Hang out with Marcus's friends at the retirement home.
Sometimes I still get a bit anxious when his friends come over because it's like I have to mature myself in a way that
Please,
don't
they're
see
coming
me as
over
a
to play
child.
Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure. You don't need to really change too much. It's
Good thing I made brownies.
talk about fantasy, magic, and sci-fi. Why is he dressed up in a suit to hang out? Oh yes, I'm coming over to eat brownies. I'll put on my favorite tux.
Of them.
He's a very kind, sweet person. Always trying to do.
See, nice guys don't always finish
He's
last.
Just an all-around great guy.
You just need to wait.
Awesome father.
40 years.
You know, I'm the best thing that's ever happened to him.
I don't know him very well, but I will probably. Christmas is a very special time of year, a time where families gather together and all eagerly await the arrival of the jolliest old asshole this flat earth has ever seen. Whether you're an adult feeding your wife the old St. Nicholas or a child eagerly awaiting the arrival of some black market V-Bucks under your Christmas tree. I think it's safe to say everyone of all ages enjoys the holiday, and we all already know the story of Christmas, Santa Claus being an angel that was cast out from heaven and trapped in the North Pole by a mystical spell, but once a year at 3 a.m. on December 25th the magic weakens and he's able to travel via reindeer on his sleigh and deliver presents to good boys and girls, and all across the globe families leave out milk and pussy for Santa to come eat. But what you probably don't realize is just how unrealistic it is to travel via reindeer and wiggle a fat ass down a chimney. That's not exactly how it would work. So luckily there's been some mall Santas that developed this trend of rappelling down, showcasing what it would be like if Santa Claus was like a fucking secret agent and doing this for real. So this is my favorite holiday tradition. I made a video on this 2 years ago, but I want to talk about it again because it's still fucking great. For a little while, a bunch of mall Santas were rappelling down from the top of the mall to the, Santa stand where people go to tell them what they want. And never did it work. Every single time the Santa Claus got fucking stranded mid-rappelling, and it's just a joy to watch, and it really captures the Christmas spirit. So let me show you a couple. No, that's not Rudolph, and that's not Santa Claus. Those are two U.S. Marines in disguise. Looks like Santa Claus is about to commit suicide here and just throw himself over the railing and onto the children down below. And that little helping elf right there is not an elf, it's a devil in disguise trying to push him over the ledge.
Everybody watch, everybody cheer him on. Go Santa! Oh, we right there. Go Santa! I'm coming. Oh, here he goes. Oh.
You gotta feel bad for the voice actor doing the Santa over the intercom, because all he can do is moan to stall for time as the Santa actor is doing his stunt. But I can also guarantee you, these naive kids didn't know that Santa Claus was once a U.S. Navy SEAL with over 500 confirmed presents delivered.
Just a second, you guys go to see Santa and tell him what you want for Christmas.
Oh, Santa's getting the okay. Fuck yeah, it's that Christmas magic coming in hot. Yes! Oh god! Fucking teabagging the crowd below. This is just what I wanted, Santa's nutsack for Christmas. Yeah, baby! Woohoo! Oh god! He's fucking hanging himself. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, it's not Santa Claus at all, it's Jeffrey Epstein! You old bastard, you! I've been saying it all along and people are telling me I'm crazy. Jeffrey Epstein didn't commit suicide. He just killed Santa and wore his cloak and became the new Santa Claus like Tim Allen in those Santa Claus movies. I like this one a lot because I have the fucking police sirens and shit blaring, making it seem like Santa is a hunted fugitive, and they're asking if anyone's seen him, just trying to weed out some snitches. Then all of a sudden Santa Claus comes rappelling down the top turnbuckle. But unfortunately St. Nicholas's grand escape was foiled as the police were one step ahead of him by waiting for him down below. Yeah, unfortunately, just like the last rappelling adventure, this Santa Claus gets stranded as well, but this time he gets stranded because his beard kind of gets caught in there, and then he starts slitting his own throat with the fucking cables here. And as things get more and more desperate, the U.S. military gets involved to try and execute this search and rescue mission for him, so things really pick up here in a second.
Oh no, he hasn't got the rope stuck in his beard. Father Christmas, are you going to stay up there, Father Christmas?
Sweet Jesus Christ, it couldn't be. Is that everyone's favorite superstar Christmas character, G.I. Joe Man, Santa's sidekick? I think it is. But yeah, eventually, he gets his beard untangled, cuts that shit down, and saves Christmas for the little boys and girls everywhere. Do I care about how you spend your own money? Yes. Do I have the right to care about how you spend your personal hard-earned clams? Yes. I'm not your accountant. I'm not your boss. I'm not your Fortnite duos partner. But I am your friend. Your best friend, even. Nay, I think we're closer than that. I'm your family. Scratch that, I'm you. And as you, I know what's best for yourself. And it's not spending $12,500 being the personal assistant to Gene fucking Simmons. I have made fun of him before because he is one of the most famous douchebags around. He looks like if Billy Mitchell found Fent, and now he's offering this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pay him $12,500 to be his personal assistant and roadie for a day. What an extraordinary honor. You get to follow around this washed-up octogenarian, changing his diapers while having him scream, spitting in your face, demanding that you bring him another cup of Voss water. Whoopee. What a privilege. I'm getting my wallet out right now, Gene. He's doing this to kick off his exhilarating spring US tour with his solo band and offering a unforgettable fan experience for $12,495, available to one big spender per concert date. I can't believe there's even an opening to be his personal assistant. I imagine people climb all over themselves to work with Gene Simmons. His previous assistants probably all got institutionalized from having to work with someone so notoriously miserable to be around. But honestly, with value like this, he's giving it away at that price. You get to carry his amps and brew his coffees just the way he likes them, no doubt. Anything shy of that and he'll probably come to your house and kick your dog. It's called the ultimate Gene Simmons experience. And who doesn't want that? That's up there with like a cock and ball torture experience, and everybody loves that. This is something big. You get to be a roadie for a day, meaning you'll get to load gear into the venue, set up the stage, help oversee sound check, and even get introduced by Simmons during the show, so thousands of people will know you've emptied your bank account. Actually a dream come true for lobotomites. You get to be called out and humiliated in front of the entire venue. He is literally going to call you out saying, "And this is all made possible thanks to this dweeb who just paid me $12,000, carried up my amps, brewed my coffee, and is now just sitting over there working not only for free, but paying to work. Give it up for this absolute dork. Yeah. Like, how cool is that? Huh? I mean, are you sold yet? Because I know I am. Credit where credit's due. This waste of money super scam is not the standard crypto meme coin rug pull. So I'll tip my fedora to you on that one, Gene. Your quirkiness has come up with a really creative way of hosing suckers for some cash here for sure. Now, if you want to spend cash on something worthwhile, you can get the Hysteria line of clothing from moistglobal.com. It just came out. Check it out. This was not supposed to be like an advertisement slot here, but it just felt so natural since I just gave him like the whole full-blown fucking salute there. But anyway, back to the package here, because that's what we all want to know. I have $12,500 lying around, burning a hole in my pocket. I was thinking about flushing it down my shitter. Is there any better use of it? Well, yes. Not only do you get to brew his coffees, carry his equipment, and work for him by paying him, brother, you get to be a rock star. At least that's what Simmons says in an Instagram post. Nothing says getting up there and being a rock star quite like brewing this dude's coffee and being his little fucking errand boy for a whole day. Now, of course, there are other perks. You're not just going there and working. No, it's fun. Who doesn't love huffing farts out of Gene Simmons' butthole while paying $12,495 to do so? You get some super cool goodies to take home at the end of the day, such as a bass guitar that Simmons, at one point or another, used during a Kiss rehearsal. What the fuck? Going to his official website to dive deeper into this blessing, I found this wonderful picture that he uses to advertise it for the ultimate Gene Simmons experience, and it goes so hard. That looks ballistic there. The Photoshop is immaculate. The rough edges there, I think there's a good chance Gene Simmons might have done this himself. Maybe he strangled the life out of his graphics guy because he didn't like the way he looked at him, so then he was forced to do it all by himself. Who knows, but he crushed it. Now, looking at the perks here, you'll notice it's a laundry list of really cool things. You're basically getting the one piece of Gene Simmons memorabilia. So you're going to meet up with the man, the myth, the legend himself, as well as members of the band. You're going to go over the show schedule for the day, the whole itinerary. Then you get to be part of the team for the whole day. You get a crew member shirt and hat. You get a crew member VIP laminate. You get to have a meal with Gene Simmons. Do you recognize how big that is? You remember that old hypothetical that used to float around? Would you rather have $500K or a dinner with Jay-Z? And you'd have the most insufferable cucks of all time saying that they'd rather have the dinner with Jay-Z because they'd learn more from him from that dinner. than what they'd gain from taking 500K. Like, they thought they'd be millionaires because they'd have dinner with Jay-Z. Like, somehow he'd give them, like, a TED Talk and a tutorial on how to make all this money. Well, you get to live that fantasy with Gene Simmons. Then, of course, we get into what we already discussed with basically just working for them. Then he gets to bring you on stage and introduce you so everyone can throw tomatoes at you for being such a fucking idiot. Then you also get a set list signed by Gene Simmons himself. You get to take photos throughout the whole experience. You can even bring a guest. You can bring one of your friends. Though, I imagine you probably don't have many of those if you're spending $12,000 on a Gene Simmons day. And you even get to bring 4 items for Gene to sign. Your fucking fleshlights, whatever else. He'll sign them. And of course, you get that super duper special bass that I just mentioned a moment ago. Now, he does have a more financially viable option for all the brokies out there that can't afford $12,500 to give over to Gene Simmons for absolutely fucking nothing. He has a $6,500 option. What a saint. Check this one out. $6,500, you get to meet Gene Simmons. That is a steal. I cannot believe he's going to meet you for less than $10,000. Unbelievable generosity here from Gene. And of course, you get to take home a Gene Simmons bass. He will even sign and personalize the bass case, 4 items of your choice. You get to take photos and videos. And guess what? When you meet him, you're going to find out that Gene Simmons... Gene Simmons... purely accidental, but a pretty cool nickname. Gene, if you want to use it, I'll let you have that nickname for only $12,000. You get to meet Gene Simmons. You'll get to meet him, yes, but you will also find that he is very down-to-earth, funny, and knowledgeable on almost any subject. He is knowledgeable on almost anything. Quiz him. Geography, he'll nail it. He can point to anything on the map, no matter what it is. Atlantis, he'll point to it on a fucking map. He knows exactly where it is. Ask him about chemical bonds. Ask him to do some electron orbitals. Like, he'll know. No doubt in my mind. And you'll find that out, too, for only $6,500. And you get to bring 3 friends. And you'll all get to learn. Now, I know I started this video by saying that this isn't worth your money, but after going through it, is this the best use of $12,500? It might be. It just might be. You get so much out of it. You can't put a price tag on fun. And you can't put a price tag on a Gene Simmons experience. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but like, the value you'll get out of it will no doubt somehow make up for the $12,000 that you're in the hole. So, maybe not worth it. Probably not worth it. You do what the fuck you want. If you spend $12,500 to be the personal assistant to Gene Simmons... Oh my, that's just revolting. I need to shield my eyes from it.
Whoa, shit. Oh, fuck, that's a strong cooter.
Do you want the attention of total strangers and the admiration of this guy that looks like Nicolas Cage from Con Air? Well, it's easy. All you have to do is hold a surfboard up using nothing but your vaginal muscles. Meet Kim Anami, pioneer of vaginal weightlifting and owner of this cool marble. Let's watch her walk through a door. All you need to do is take this small meteorite, put a string through it, shove it up on you until it's shaking hands with your uterus, and put some weight on the bottom of that bad boy and squat it out. It makes you look like the pendulum on an old grandfather clock, but the only time on this clock is pussy powerlifting time. Miss Anami has hoisted a multitude of objects from her vagina, such as donuts, an Oscar, a giant banana, a giant avocado, normal-sized bananas in the ruins of a Mayan city, and an apple. Now let's hear from Kim Anami herself.
I ejaculate across the room.
There you have it. It's easy. All you need is some dumbbells, some scissors, some string, a flying saucer, and then you're ready to rock and roll. Oh, but don't forget your dinosaur egg. This exercise really works all the muscles of the bearded oyster. So if you want your vagina to have the strength of 20 adult kangaroos, then this is for you. But don't just take our word for it. Here's a real gynecologist. Look at this. This real gynecologist is doing real work. My name is Dr. Stephen A. Rabin. My father was never proud of me when I was a child, and he still isn't proud of me now that I'm an adult, which is why I sit here and draw lines around the vaginal wall on this picture. It's a very calming and therapeutic experience for me. It gives me a sense of normality. Bob Ross once said, "There's no such thing as mistakes, only happy little accidents." My father didn't believe this.
When people see me out in public practicing my lifting of different objects, they tend to ejaculate across the room.
Fuck Kegels. Kegels are a thing of the past. This is the future. Hashtag things I lift with my vagina. Don't let your vagina just queef. Let your vagina have relief by holding heavy objects with it and letting it develop the muscles it deserves.